Part 3. Roots. Chapter 26. It feels like the hand of the universe has reached inside me and just pulled. The sensation of movement is so strong I'm flying, expanding, then just as suddenly it stops. I fall forward on my palms, dizzy and heaving large gulps of dusty air that clings to the back of my throat and coats my mouth with a taste of copper. "You're all right, Bree." Patricia's voice soothes from somewhere near my shoulder. She's standing beside me, her small flat dress shoes right at my wrist. I open my eyes to find that my hands are spread, wide on the packed, crumbling clay that's been brushed and smoothed into an even surface. A floor. I'm inside a building. No, a cabin. But we were just outside in the graveyard. A woman moans nearby, a strangled sound of pain. My head snaps up to find the source and I nearly fall over again. The small rectangular space is lit only by a waist-high fireplace in the middle of the longest wall. The walls are made of rough-hewn wooden planks, and between every few boards are small scraps of cloth stuffed between gaps to shore up the openings against the night. Beside me, on the dirt floor, are two thin blankets, smudged brown with tattered and uneven edges. Once I see the fireplace, the heat of it hits my face, and I know then that this is not a dream. This is real. And so are the two figures in front of its hearth. A black woman lying prone on the area of straw-covered ground, whose body is mostly blocked from my sight, and the other, a middle-aged black woman bent over her companion and wearing a long, plain dress and a white cotton cap. The prone woman moans again, and the other soothes in a low, reassuring voice. "Hold tight, Abby, hold tight. Mary's coming." Abby hisses in response, and it's the sound of sudden pain so sharp it steals one's breath. "Where are we?" My voice is barely a whisper, and is almost lost to the sound of Abby's cries. I push up to my feet. Beside me, Patricia's face is pinched as she takes in the scene before us. She speaks full-voiced, no whisper. "About 25 miles from where we sat down in the graveyard." "How did—" Patricia's face is a strange mixture of sorrow and pride. The branch of my root allows me to work memories, understand their energy and power over our present day. I've taken you on a memory walk, a sort of time travel, if you will, into a memory of my ancestor, Louisa, whose grave we visited. It's a bit unorthodox for a memory worker to bring someone from outside the family along for a walk, but I hoped my intentions would be clear. With my offering, I asked Louisa to help me show you the world and the people that birthed our craft, and this is the memory Louisa chose. She inclines her head toward Abby, whose body I still cannot see clearly. I can just make out her head and shoulders. Her wide-set doe eyes are framed with the long lashes people pay to recreate, and her tight curls are thick and full around a heart-shaped bronze face. She can't be more than 20. This is an example of the circumstances that strengthen the alliance of energy between our living and our dead, forming the tradition we call rootcraft. A chill runs through me, even with the fireplace cooking the room. We're inside a memory? No one of the Order has ever mentioned anything like this. Sel is an illusionist and a caster, and he can manipulate memories with his mesmer. But traveling into them? Yes, Patricia affirms. I know this one well, actually. This is early June 1865, a couple months after the Battle of the Appomattox, but before Juneteenth. We need to move closer. Mary is almost here. She takes a step forward, but I hang back, shaking my head because I can guess the source of the suffocating, terrifying copper smell. Blood. Lots of it. When Patricia notices that I'm not behind her, she takes in my expression, and sympathy falls across her face. It's all right to be scared, Bree. Like many true things, this is awful and hard. If it helps, Abby endures with the help of Mary. She lives a long life after this night. It does help, some. Won't they see us? I ask, watching as Louisa squeezes a wet cloth into a nearby bucket, worry etched across her brown face. Even in crisis, her hands are steady. No, Louisa's spirit brought us here, but what's past is past. We are observers only. She can't see or hear us, and neither can anyone else. A gnaw on my cheek. But why did she choose this memory? You'll see. Come. Patricia offers me her hand and I take it. As we approach, the rickety door of the cabin swings inward, and a young, dark-skinned woman wearing a deep beige dress sweeps into the room, focus pulling her elegant features tight. What happened? Louisa exhales in relief, pushing herself to standing. The whole front of her dress is streaked with drying blood. That rat-faced boy Carr got to her. Louisa moves back as Mary steps forward. She has a bag made from cloth in one hand, and as she kneels, she starts working on the knot at the top. What'd he say she'd do? A sneer mars Louisa's pretty features. Same old mistruths, getting uppity with some white women on the street, talking back to her or some such nonsense. Mary's got the bag open now, and spreads it out over the dirt. Inside are bundled herbs, small green glass bottles of murky liquids, and some plants freshly pulled from the ground, moist soil still clinging to their spindly roots. Her mouth twists into a grimace. Bet you that boy's got a different story every time he tells it. Louisa's so furious her fists shake at her sides. Chloe said she ran to the garrison for help when I told that girl over and over that they ain't here to protect us. They here to keep us in line. Carr dragged her out. Louisa's eyes turned hard as flint. Left her there on the ground, passed out from the whip. Me and Chloe carried her back here, and she woke up halfway. I've been keeping her calm, but... Mary? Abby's voice is a reedy whisper. I'm here, Abby, Mary assures the other woman, while her hands work at the materials on the floor. Patricia has been pulling me forward slowly. We're at the earth now, and I can finally see what's happened to Abby. Her back is torn open, like a great cat has used her spine for a scratching post. Long strips of split flesh crisscross from shoulder to hip, some thin as razor, others open wide enough to reveal folds of tissue in pinks and reds that I've only seen at the butcher. The whip took skin and cloth, leaving both her body and dress in shreds. A human did this to another human. Some boy did this to Abby over some perceived slight. She ran for help and no one gave it to her. They handed her over to a boy who tore her body open and left her for dead. Fury builds in me like a venom, a sharp, dangerous feeling I've never felt about someone I haven't met. Carr. Patricia nods. His monument is on the quad. His monument? I turn to her, enraged that this monster is honored at Carolina or anywhere else. She sighs heavily. Everything has two histories, especially in the South. I search her features for the anger that I'm feeling, but her face is a tired mask. She must feel it. She must. Patricia stares back as if she knows what I'm thinking. Never forget. Be angry. And channel it. She reaches for my hand and grips it tight, and it's the only thing keeping me from swaying to the ground. Watch. This is the heart of rootcraft, Bree. Protection from those who would harm us, and if they do, healing, so that we can survive, resist, and thrive. I watch Mary settle on her knees, palms facing up on her lap. I watch as she begins chanting beneath her breath, a low pulse that feels like warm drums beating in my feet, in my belly, in my heart. Then I watch as those drums become more than a feeling, as they take shape and become visible. Light curls up from Mary's knuckles and coats her palms and wrists, as yellow flames grow and pulse along her skin. "Mage flame," I whisper in awe. Patricia startles beside me, but somehow that doesn't feel like it matters. Not when I see Mary lean forward over Abby's back until her glowing golden hands hover over the injuries and the wounds begin to slowly close. Not when Mary's breathing and Abby's ragged breaths come together until their chests rise and fall in the same rhythm, and the root knits muscle to muscle, muscle to fascia, skin to skin. The smell of honey and blood mixed together in my nose and mouth. The two women breathe together for a long time, while the blood of Mary's ancestors comes forward to heal wounds wrought by a horsewhip in the hands of an evil man. Finally, Mary leans back, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. But Abby's wounds have not fully closed. She's not done, is she? She is. But Abby's still bleeding. Look at the herbs. Beside Mary's knees, the bundles of plants and herbs have turned withered and black. The moist roots have dried and curled into small, sooty fists. I don't understand. Wildcrafters borrow power from their ancestors in order to use energy of the plants. That power is finite, and so is the living energy of plants, as is Mary's ability to operate as a vessel, as with all crafters of her branch. Illustrating Patricia's words, Mary herself sways on her knees. Louisa rushes in to her side to help steady her. I shake my head. This is not what I seen William do. He can close wounds fully, seal them up and heal them almost overnight. When I think of him and Sel and the other awakened scions, their power seems to have no limit. Why? Why not Mary's? But Abby's still in pain. She saved Abby from deadly infection. Abby's body will heal the rest of the way. Perhaps if another wildcrafter were nearby, but even then the ancestors may not allow a double treatment. We can't turn them off and on like a tap. They allow us to use their power after all. "Bless you, Mary," Abby whispers, her voice drowsy with exhaustion. "Bless you." "Of course," Mary soothes, as Louisa helps her to her feet. "Rest now." "Mary, stay," Louisa says, gesturing over to the blankets I'd seen earlier. "You need rest too. The ancestors used you up, I expect." Mary nods in agreement, her eyes half-lidded. "All right." Louisa guides her to the far end of the cabin, walking right past us, and helps lower Mary to the smooth clay floor. "What did you say earlier?" Patricia tugs on my hand. "About Mary's power." I watch Mary settle under Louisa's blankets, and feel an urge to give her my sweatshirt, my socks, anything that could help her or Louisa or Abby feel warmer. Mage flame. I saw her gather ether, root, into her palms before she healed Abby. It's the same color of ether surrounding the unsung founders memorial. She moves into my field of vision, eyes round. "You can see root?" Her question catches me off guard. "You can't?" A mixture of wonder and confusion transforms her face. "I can feel it, but I don't see it. A reader or a medium or a prophet could, perhaps, if she asked the ancestors to lend her the eyes, but never for more than a short time." Her expression shifts. "Who taught you these words, Bree?" I don't want to lie. The Order of the Round Table. Dismay overtakes Patricia's features, and suddenly the air in the cabin runs cold. "Bloodcrafters," she whispers. fear plain on her face. Is that another word for Legendborn? I stammer. The way you call ether root? No, not just a word. She wraps her hands around mine, drawing them together between our bodies. The softness of her skin is only a sheath. Underneath, her hands are unyielding steel. Bloodcrafters don't borrow power from their ancestors. They steal it, bind it to their bodies for generations and generations. I know about the bloodlines, I sputter, a pool of dread forming in my stomach. What they use their powers for, what they fight. Then you know their sins, Patricia says. Bloodcraft is a curse brought to life. Patricia's eyes hold every Legendborn horror I've heard of and witnessed, every evil I've imagined and then some. The Merlin who stole my mother from me, the Merlin who took Nyx, Sel's ruthlessness, the regents, Fitz's losses, the lieges who abused a child they called king. It's colonizer magic. Magic that cost and takes. Many practitioners face demons. Many of us face evil. But from the moment their founders arrived, from the moment they stole native homelands, the Order themselves gave the demons plenty to feed on. They reap what their magic sows. Suddenly, Louisa appears mere inches beside us. Patricia releases me, and we both stumble back. Then, without warning, Louisa turns her head, her eyes looking vaguely in my direction. I thought she couldn't see us, I gasp. Patricia's brows furrow as she watches her ancestors search the space where my head is. She can't. But Louisa's brown eyes fasten to mine like a button snapping into place, throwing sparks on my skin. I see you, she whispers harshly. Before I can say another word, Louisa wraps her hands around my elbow, and the world disappears again. I open my eyes, gasping and choking on the tight clenching sensation around my spine. The feeling is less dizzying than the first memory walk, but I have to bend over, hands on knees to catch my breath before I can look at my surroundings. I'm in another cabin like the first. However, this one is smaller, brighter, and full of bustling black women. Again, a woman's wail fills the space, a single torturous note drawn out, then ending. Voices of encouragement, another low moan. What was that? I turn to ask Patricia, but Patricia is not with me. There is only Louisa. The older woman stands beside me, still in her bloody dress, and stares across the cabin without answering me. Her eyes track two women who exit through a side door, carrying a heavy metal pail held between them. Seeing that she's not going to explain what she just did, or how she can see me at all, I try another question. Where are we? Louisa answers without looking at me. Not far from my home in the first memory. The better question is when, girl. I stand up. When are we? 50 years from my time, when my grandmother was young. 1815. Why did you bring me here? Louisa regards me with shrewd eyes. Because you need to see this. Where is Patricia? So many questions, Louisa snorts. My descendant is back in her time. You'll return when we're done. Come. She grips me hard around the elbow and pulls without a care that I'm stumbling behind her. The closer we get, the stronger the hot copper smell of blood grows. And then, the loud wail of a newborn. 3 women in long dresses kneel around a fourth, who has just given birth. The mother, a young girl who's maybe 18 or 19, is propped up on a blood-soaked blanket wrapped around a lumpy collection of straw and grass. Her skirts are bunched up around her waist, her hands wrapped like vices around her bent knees. She's panting, exhausted and sweaty, but the fierce determination on her warm golden-brown face makes her striking, gorgeous. It's Pearl that just had the baby, Louisa says. She jerks her chin at the other 3 women, the youngest of whom looks Pearl's age, and the others in their late 20s. Cecilia, Betty, Catherine. You know them? Louisa smirks and points out to the youngest woman. That's my mother's mother. She brought us here. Cecilia wipes at Pearl's forehead, while Betty works at the afterbirth. It's Catherine who holds the crying baby out of sight, wiping it down, I think, with one of the wet rags hanging over a pail of water. My eyes are drawn to a bloody blade on a wooden board beside her. It's hard not to think of the risks here. Germs, infection, dirty water. Even though I know women have done this for centuries with the same, or less. Why did she bring me here? Louisa tilts her head. I don't know. Catherine hisses, a sharp intake of air that turns everyone's heads. Pearl, a new mother on high alert, reaches for her child. What is it, Cath? Is he all right? Catherine turns around, and for the first time I see the baby wrapped in her arms. He's still stained with blood, wrinkled and wet. His cries have gone quiet, replaced now with whimpers. Betty moves closer, and she and Catherine exchange glances. Pearl notices this too. Betty, something wrong? Pearl asks cautiously, her eyes darting between the 2 other women. Am I bleeding bad? Betty shakes her head. Seen worse. The bleeding's not the problem. Pearl is frantic now. Then give him to me. Give him to her, Cath, Betty says quietly. Catherine obliges and passes the newborn to his mother. When Pearl reaches out, worry and love are written on her face. When she holds her baby close, a quiet horror takes over. Over her shoulder, Cecilia gasps. His eyes! A small curl of apprehension buzzes along my skin. Maybe Cecilia has that feeling too because she looks ready to bolt from Pearl's side. Catherine shakes her head. Told you not to mess with that red-eyed devil, but you did, didn't you? Ain't nothing good coming from a man you meet at the crossroads, Pearl. Nothing. Pearl's eyes are filled with tears. She shakes her head twice. To deny Catherine or to deny what she's seeing, I don't know. He's my son, she says with a trembling lip. I speak to Louisa without looking, my feet already moving closer to the scene. What's wrong with his eyes? A crossroads child, Louisa says cryptically. She doesn't stop me or call me back. I'm almost at Pearl's side, and my hands are shaking like my entire body already knows what's wrong with this baby. What and who he'll look like. He may look like a baby, but that's their disguise, Catherine says. Sadness and chastisement equally strong in her voice. They cannot be trusted because it is in their nature to lie. You know this, Pearl. Just like his father, he will turn on you one day. I'm close enough to see the newborn now, standing between his mother and Cecilia. I lean forward, Pearl's desperate voice loud in my ear. He's my child. And I see what I dreaded I might. 2 amber eyes, glowing and bright, stare up at Pearl from the baby's soft brown face. Then, defying Patricia's comprehension like Louisa before her, Cecilia grips my elbow. Her eyes blaze with awareness and lock firmly with mine. I try to turn away from their fire, their burning, but she holds fast. This is not a child, she says fiercely. It's a monster. The world spins and disappears again. After we land, Cecilia pulls me with her in a fast walk. I don't need to turn to know that Louisa is not with us. This way. We're back at Carolina, and it's the pitch black of the middle of the night. Cecilia drags me toward the center of the campus at a dizzying pace. Why did you show me that? Because you needed to see it, Cecilia says breathlessly, echoing Louisa's earlier words. I needed to see that baby? I gasp. What was he? She explains without stopping. A crossroads child, Born of a crossroads man. The father walked among us and shared our form, but in truth he was a demon. Born of the shadows. The child is half human. I trip at Cecilia's cold, distant explanation. She yanks on my hand to pull me up. Born of the shadows, but shaped like a man. A crossroads man. Is that what the root crafters call a corruquel? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never think such a union could be possible. What happened to Pearl's baby? They forced her to cast it away before it could grow large enough to do harm. Cast away? We're close now. Pay attention. I look around. I don't know when we are, but it must be somewhat recent, because I recognize the buildings, the trees, the walking paths. Are you taking me back to Patricia? No, it's Ruth that wanted you here. Who is Ruth? Cecilia doesn't answer, nor does she seem interested in talking. She stops us near a stone bench tucked under an old-growth poplar. Before I can ask her another question, a familiar-looking woman walks past, hands tucked in her pockets, a modern messenger bag slung over her shoulders. She looks every bit a student. Ruth, Patricia's sister. My eyes widen. Patricia's sister? Cecilia pulls me along with her again until we're walking beside Ruth, who doesn't seem to see us. She has headphones in, the old wired kind with metal band over her straight brown bob. The three of us, an enslaved woman from the 19th century, a teenage girl from the 21st, and a college student from the 20th, weave between Carolina students lingering in the low brick courtyard of the pit. I don't know what will happen if I touch the undergrads nearby, and I don't want to find out. We descend the steps down to the street level behind the stores, and Ruth leads us down the south road and through the crosswalk toward the very center of UNC's campus, the bell tower. Once we reach the edge of the tower's shadow, Ruth freezes, then abruptly ducks down behind one of the tower's lawn hedge borders and yanks her headphones from her ears. Why'd she stop? I ask. Cecilia points. Because of them. Together, the three of us peer into the shadows behind the brick patio at the base of the structure, where a hooded figure stands in the dark patch of grass on the far side of the lawn, nearly hidden from sight. Whoever they are, they have placed themselves strategically, pausing right where the imposing landmark shields them from late-night passerby and blocks the dull orange glow of campus lamppost. The sound of low, harsh chanting reaches my ears. It's not English, not the order's Welsh either. I sway on my feet while listening, momentarily captivated. I've taken a half-step forward before I snap out of the sudden daze. I shudder. Something isn't right here, beneath the tower's shadow. Cecilia nudges me. Go on, get closer. They can't see you. Just like you and Louisa couldn't see me? I hiss. Forces bigger than Patricia are at work with you, Cecilia says, narrowing her eyes. Her original walk has been pulled into the current of our family's ancestral energy, like a leaf in a river. The ancestors won't release you until they're done. Now go! She shoves me hard until I move around the edge onto the lawn. As I approach, the chanting figure turns away so all I can see is their black hooded sweatshirt and jeans. They look over their shoulder, as if a noise has caught their attention, maybe Ruth. And I freeze, but they look right through me like I'm not even there. Even 2 feet away I can't make out their features. The hood is pulled low, but even their nose and mouth are shadowed shapes. Satisfied that they're alone, the figure turns back, fishing out a small item from their pocket. A vial of dark liquid. The figure unscrews the vial and pours it over a gloved hand. It's blood, I realize, and they coat their palms and fingers until the leather is glistening. They walk slowly across the grass while swiping their bloodied glove in the air, palm out, leaving an arc of green mage flame in their wake. The flame hangs in the air like an emerald rainbow, then turns into liquid. Glowing ether flows down to the ground in thick trails. The figure backs away, chanting, and the ether spreads until it's a shining veil taller than a man and at least 20 feet across. There's a roaring sound, rising like a wave in my ears, and then a thick tear. I feel the tug on my spine again, but just before the world disappears for the last time, I see dozens of partially corporeal clawed feet extend through the veil and land on the grass. A low howl begins out of sight, the garbled sound glowing clearer, louder. Hellhounds. I come to with a gasp, sitting just as I was before Patricia's walk. There's a sound I can't quite parse, an E sound. I hear it again. E? A question. I blink and see Patricia on her knees, her hands trembling on my shoulders. Her mouth moves, and this time I hear it. Bree? Patricia. Oh, thank God. She pulls me in tight for a hug, then sits back. You were here, but you weren't here. Breathing, but unresponsive. Louisa wouldn't let me call on her again. I had a feeling I should wait, but... I shake my head to clear it of the fog. But the memories, my memories now, cling. Images paint the inside of my mind, pulsing through my unconscious like drums. Abby's back, Mary's hands, Bloodcrafters, the determined look on Pearl's face, the crossroads child in his golden orange gaze, the Shadowborn gate, a pack of hellhounds crossing to our world. My eyes find Patricia's. You have a sister named Ruth. She blinks. I did. She passed a few years ago. Oh, I whisper. I didn't realize. Patricia smiles like she knows what I'm thinking. I've walked with her. I miss her, and yet I see her when I need to. Why do you ask? Because I walked with her too, when she went to school here. When was she enrolled? She graduated maybe 25 years ago. Why? It feels like she just punched me in the gut. My mother was at Carolina 25 years ago, maybe living in a dorm not far from where Ruth was that night. Then I remember what Louisa showed me. Pearl's baby that was cast away, the red-eyed man who was its father, and dread in my stomach grows until it chills me through. I have to go. Go where? Patricia blinks. What did you see? They showed me those memories on purpose, I murmur, scrambling to my feet. I'm sorry, I've got to go. Bree, what happened? I'm sorry. I'm already pulling my phone out of my pocket as I run. Nick doesn't answer my call, but it doesn't deter me. I have every intention of sprinting through campus straight onto the lodge until I realize I have to stop somewhere first, because as urgent as my new missions are, I have to see it. When I reach the statue, it's like I'm looking at it for the first time. Carr stands in full Civil War uniform, with a long-barreled rifle grasped in both hands. The sculptor, whoever it was, made sure that Carr's spine was straight, his shoulders back and his chin up, a soldier proudly standing for a war that wasn't won. That venomous rage returns, heart-pounding for too many reasons to count. I think back on the Wall of Ages, in its lines, the mixture of disconnection and frustration I'd felt staring at it. Then, from the monument's place of honor at the top of Carolina's campus, I look back at the school's buildings and manicured lawns and brick walkways. I let my gaze draw lines here too, from building to building, from tree to tree, from buried lives to beaten ones, from blood stolen to blood hidden. I map this terrain's sins, the invisible and the many, and hold them close, because even if the pain of those sins takes my breath away, that pain feels like belonging, and ignoring it after all I've witnessed would be a loss. I stand at that statue and claim the bodies whose names the world wants to forget. I claim those bodies whose names I was taught to forget, and I claim the unsung bloodlines that soak the ground beneath my feet, because I know I just know that if they could, they would claim me. I don't know why I do it really, but before I go, I turn around to face the statue, press both palms against it, and push. I imagine all the hands that built Carolina and suffered on its grounds pushing through my palms too, and while the statue doesn't budge, it feels like I've sent a message. Maybe it's my imagination, but I feel stronger, taller, like I might have the roots to grow just what I need. And then, with fire in my veins, I turn on my heel and run. Chapter 27. Sarah and Tor are talking in the foyer when I come hurtling through the front door. "Bree, are you all right?" Sarah asks, taking in my disheveled appearance. "Where's Nick?" Tor frowns. "Driving his dad to the airport." "Damn it, I'd completely forgotten. Lord Davis is flying to the Northern Chapter to meet with the regents. When will he be back?" "He's meeting us at the tap rail tonight in an hour, newbie," Tor says, crossing her arms. "Why?" "The bar. I've forgotten about that too, which means I can't talk about the gate and the mysterious figure until later. One crisis at a time, Matthews. If Nick and Lord Davis are both gone, I need William." Sarah's brows shoot up. "Are you injured?" "No. I start for the hallway that leads to the elevator, but Tor steps in my path." "Then why do you need him?" I glare at her, too tired to play nice. Sarah steps in. "He's downstairs in the infirmary." "Pages don't go down there unless they're told," Tor protests. "Listen, Matthews, you can't run around doing whatever you want." "Tor," Sarah groans. "Bree, go ahead." The look Sarah gives Tor is the look you give someone who tries your very last nerve, even when you love them more than you can stand. It suddenly becomes clear who's really calling the shots between the scion and her squire. Down in the infirmary, I find William alone, sitting in a back corner behind a desk, typing on a silver laptop. He looks up when I enter, but the smile on his face disappears when he sees me. "Are you okay?" he asks, standing up, eyes already searching me for injury. "I'm fine," I say. "Well, no, I'm not fine." His face goes from relief to wary curiosity. "What's going on?" A nameless red-eyed man rises up behind my eyes, followed by his amber-eyed son. "Sel isn't human." William's gray eyes widen a fraction. "Sel's our Merlin, in King's Mage." "I don't mean his titles, William." A muscle in his jaw twitches. "What's this about?" I pace as I talk. Lord Davis made it sound like Merlins are humans who are just naturally magical, but that's not true for Sel, is it? When I look up, I see the subtle flex of William's fingers, the minute jump of the pulse in his neck. My jaw clenches. I know what secrets look like by now. "You know, don't you?" "Know what?" he says blithely, reaching for some paperwork. "That Sel is Shadowborn." "Close the door," William orders, his voice sterner than I've ever heard it. How many more secrets are there? Please. His lips press into a line. I follow my friend's command because of the please, but I feel my trust in him bleeding away with every step I take back to his desk. William runs a hand through his light hair and releases a long sigh. I apologize for my tone. This is not information that pages generally have access to. Hard to sell someone on the war against the evil demon hordes when you have one living under your roof. He smiles stiffly. Yes, Selwyn is technically Shadowborn. I knew the truth before I walked in the room, but to hear it from William, to have it confirmed. He's a demon. How could you? He's part demon. William sits back in his chair with his hands folded on his lap. How can you trust him? How can anyone trust him to... He cuts me off. All Merlins are part demon, Bree. They always have been. This is not the conversation I thought I was going to have with him. The memory walk is fresh. Behind my eyes, I can still see Pearl's face contorted in fear of her own child. I can see the midwife backing away from the infant as if it were cursed. He may look like a baby, but that's their disguise. They cannot be trusted because it isn't their nature to lie. You know this, Pearl. Just like his father, he will turn on you one day. This is not a child. It's a monster. How can the Order use monsters? Nick's life is in danger, all these attacks. William sighs heavily. There are protections in place. Protections? How can he be so calm about this? I sputter. But if he's half demon, half Ikel... Sel's mother was a Merlin, and his father is human. You've heard of incubi and succubi, yes? I blink, head spun by the turns in this conversation. Sex demons? His mouth widens into a full, amused smile. Did you just whisper the word sex? No, I retort, flushing around my collar. I emphasized it. Sure, we'll say that, he says, leaning over his desk to pull out a notebook. He grabs a pen and starts sketching a diagram, starting with 2 circles labeled MM and I. I open my mouth, but he stops me again. I need you to listen, not talk. William, listen, pageling. He points his pen at me. Give me 5 minutes. I take a deep breath in. Fine. Thank you, he says primly, and taps the first circle. Way back in the 6th century, Merlin's mother was a human woman who fell into bed with a powerful Gorkel incubus. A little bump, a little grind, and you get a cambion, a child who is part human and part demon. He draws a line between the 2 circles, and a perpendicular line down to another circle, M. Ether affinity in demon blood is dominant, like break your Punnett square dominant, which means that all of Merlin's descendants are cambions too. The people we have come to call Merlins can draw on and use ether, almost as well as Merlin himself could, even with only a single drop of his demon blood. No Legendborn awakening spell needed. I stare blankly. All Merlins are part sex demon? He smirks. Technically, yes, but at this level of genetic distance, their seductive traits are passive. He waves his hands dismissively. Nothing that a normal human gene couldn't produce. Eye color aside. Unnatural beauty, distinctive voice, etc. Passive, but still effective. 1 minute you're taking blood work, the next you're wondering if the infirmary bed will hold 2 people. Don't believe me? His eyes sparkle as he leans in close. Just ask Tor. My stomach flips a bit at his teased revelation. Tor and Sel dated? Or if not dated, I push it from my mind. So he's not evil. Volatile, like I said, but not evil. William scratches his chin in thought. From both a medical and military perspective, Merlins are perfect warriors. Hearts like long-distance runners, pumping a leisurely 30 beats per minute, core temps a toasty 110 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to cook a human brain like chicken fried steak. But it means they burn away any human viruses or bugs, enhance metabolism, speed, strength, vision, and hearing. The door slams open behind us, and Sel sweeps in, yellow eyes blazing. William bolts out of his chair, hands up. Sel, calm down. I back away as Sel bears down on me, the tips of his hair smoking. Snooping about me now, are you? Looking for information you can use against me? Even though the details of Sel's physiology are still echoing in my ears, after all I've experienced today, I can't stand the idea of letting even Sel with his superhuman physiology make me cower. This is getting real old, King's Mage. You need new tricks. Before Sel can respond, William takes a step between us, in a way I've only ever seen Nick do. You need to cool down. Bree wasn't snooping. If you're going to get angry at anyone, get angry at me for telling her. Oh, I am, Sel growls. His golden eyes rain hot sparks all over me. Throwing a temper tantrum? Crossroads, child, I spit. Both of Sel's dark brows fly up to his hairline, and red spots appear on his cheeks. Direct hit. Stop it, both of you, William orders. He presses his back against me, crowding me into the wall. If you're going to hurt Bree, you'll have to go through me to do it, which your oath of service won't allow. So instead of making a fool of yourself, just walk. He jerks his head toward the door. Shoo. Sel glances between the two of us a final time, then leaves the room in an angry blur. In the distance, another door slams, marking his exit. Oath of service? How many oaths are there? And how many has Sel sworn? William sighs, still facing the open door and hallway. Sel's primary oath is to Nick. His second is to the Legendborn. He turns around to wag a finger in my face. But he's right about one thing. You are trouble, aren't you? At this point, I can't say I disagree. It is way too easy to convince the bouncer at Taprail that I'm a 21-year-old black woman named Monica Staten. I blink down at the NC driver's license in my hand, stunned. I can't believe that worked, I say. Greer winks. Got it off my roommate, Les. She got it off a girl who graduated last year. When Winnie came by my room earlier and said we were going out, I remembered that you're only 16. I figured Les uses it all the time, so it was worth a shot. Yeah, but this is really bad, I say, shaking my head. It says right here that Monica Staten is like 6 inches shorter than I am, and she wears glasses. What can I say? They shrug. White folks' face blindness for different races is a thing. The only thing Monica Staten and I have in common is our taste in fashion. I sent Alice a selfie of my red halter top and jeans, and she'd approved, so that's what I'm wearing. The chapter has commandeered the entire back wooden porch of the Taprail, the streetcar turned beer garden on the far end of Franklin Street, Chapel Hill's downtown drag. 2 long wooden tables have been pushed together to seat all of us. Nick's last text said he'd be here soon. William had other plans. Sel's nowhere to be found. I check my phone while I wait. Patricia's called me 8 times. I'd sent her a text on the way over saying I needed to take care of something and that I'd explain later. Her warnings still echo in my mind. Bloodcrafters. Curses come to life. I don't doubt that there's truth to what she said. Abatement is evidence enough. But right now I need to talk to Nick and tell him about the gate. At the bar inside, Greer chooses a local craft beer right away, but changes their mind when Felicity points out that the bar makes some mean cheerwine and bourbon. The surly bartender mixes a shot of bourbon with soda until it's a deep red purple and smells like spiked candy. Felicity hands me a gin and tonic. Tastes kind of like Sprite. I almost refuse, but then I think of the conversation I need to have with Nick, and suddenly, alcohol sounds like a good idea. I take a sip and cough at the burn. Sprite's a stretch, I say hoarsely. She shrugs. I could take it off your hands, you know. How about a whiskey and Coke? I choke, mind spinning in thoughts of the occasional sin I pick up in Sel's casting. No whiskey. Felicity laughs and leans a hip against the bar. So what are y'all wearing to the selection gala? I hold up a hand. Say what now? Oh, no. Felicity sets her drink down. Did no one tell you? I'm so sorry. I thought everyone knew. Greer grimaces. Sorry. I purse my lips. It's fine. Felicity is quick to fill me in. The gala is a big formal event at one of the campus clubs. Dinner, dancing, champagne everywhere. Every year, vassal families come and smooze with page and Legendborn families to celebrate the end of the tournament. After dinner, the scions who need squires announce which page they've chosen. But shopping for dresses is the best part. The Order of the Rose even sends professional hairstylists. Felicity's voice fades away. I can't wrap my head around the formal dinner party. Or formal wear. Or dancing. Maybe it's the alcohol, but suddenly all I can think of is Nick, standing in front of everyone and announcing his chosen squire. Who isn't me. Felicity's voice returns. I like an updo, but I think Bree should wear her hair down. I mean, look at these curls! Someone? No. Two someones tugged gently at my hair. I yanked my head away. What the hell? Both Greer and Felicity have their hands up, surprise clear on their faces. Don't touch my hair. Greer looks chagrined. Felicity stammers. I was just telling Greer about the stylist that comes to the lodge, and your hair's different than yours, I snap. Is it curly? Big? Sure. But that doesn't mean you get to touch it whenever you want. I'm not a petting zoo. Sorry, Bree, Greer says, flushing. Felicity blinks, almost starts to speak again, then stops herself, nods. Sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah, I take a deep breath, nodding. Well, now you do. Back at the porch, the group has split into two. The raucous crowd at the table is working on second and third rounds. Someone ordered pitchers. From the lawn comes the irregular thunk-a-thunk-thunk of cornhole. To any outside observer, they're all just a table of college students out for drinks, not descendants of ancient bloodlines, not healers or speedsters, or strong women or warriors. Just kids. To any outside observer, I'm one of them. Pete is just starting a story about his father hunting a demon on the Appalachian Trail when Nick and Sel walk out onto the porch. It looks like the King's mage is taking his job as Nick's personal guard more seriously after Wednesday night's attack. It's the first time I've ever seen them arrive somewhere together, or even stand next to each other without fighting. Sel's in dour black, as always, but Nick's in a comfortable-looking X-Men tee and a pair of old jeans. After the day I've had, it takes everything in me not to run and jump into his arms, but Russ jumps up instead, clapping Nick on the back and shoving a drink into his hand. After a few hellos, Nick spots me and makes a beeline toward the end of the table. He drops down on my other side, laundry and cedar on max, and shoves a red and white checkered paper basket of bacon cheddar tater tots in front of me. Hey. I try not to focus on the way Nick sits so close to me, or how after he settles he doesn't move his body away from mine, or how warm his bicep and hip are through his clothing. But it's difficult. Suddenly my low halter top back feels too low, my skin too exposed. I just spent the last 24 hours obsessing over every text, every emoji, but now I'm so attuned to him that his very closeness makes me want to run far, far away. What the hell, Matthews? Get it together! Sel takes a spot across from us, tucked back under the overhang, and balances against the wall on the back legs of a chair. He seems plenty happy to keep his eyes on me, and doesn't look interested in budging. After our confrontation and the revelation about his heritage, half of me is screaming to look away, and the other half wants to keep an eye on him. The left side of his mouth curves upwards in a smirk, like he knows what I'm thinking and finds it amusing. Ass. Beside me, Nick tilts his head with a frown, eyes drawn to my mouth. No smile. Everything okay? Not exactly. How do I talk about what I saw on the memory walk? I witnessed something no one I know has ever seen. How would I even begin to talk about it with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy who would have never been on the receiving end of Carr's whip? Would Celia and Ruth even want me to share their memories? They hadn't shown them to Patricia. I don't know how to carry the borrowed images that feel still alive and raw in my body. How does Patricia do it? You said you wanted to talk? A gesture off to the side of the porch, where we can have some privacy. He catches my drift and shoves up from the table, grabbing a tot on the way. Before we can untangle our legs from under the picnic table, Vaughn strolls by. Without preamble, he asks, "So was the table being reunited or what?" A beat of silence. Nick regards the other boy quietly before he answers. "If you're asking if Arthur has called me yet." He looks down the table at the other listening faces. "If any of you are wondering that, the answer is no. Not yet." "I got a friend up at Western." Woody shoves his hands in his pockets beside Evan. "Said they seen 6 Shadowborn up there in the last week." Nick sighs so quietly only I can hear it. He drops his half-eaten tater tot into the basket and wipes his fingertips. "My dad is talking it over with the Regents tonight and tomorrow. If Tor's called..." He looks down the table where Sar is perched on Tor's lap. "The plan may change, but for now, we sit tight, keep training, and keep our eyes open." "Hear, hear," Evan calls, and those with drinks raise their glasses. Some of the Legendborn toast to their lines, or to the order itself. Nick and I take the opportunity to slip away and head down the steps to the empty lawn and abandoned cornhole tables. Once we reach the bottom of the stairs, he tugs me into a dark nook underneath the porch and leans down to my ear. "You look great tonight." I shiver even though the night is hot and muggy. "Thank you." He laces our fingers together and flashes a small, secret smile. "So about yesterday morning." "What about yesterday morning?" I ask, the fresh thrill of being in his orbit returning in a single rush. That smile stretches into a grin as he shakes his head. "You forget already, B?" He slides one palm up my shoulder to my neck, caresses my collarbone with his thumb, draws me in into our foreheads touch. "Must have been an awful kiss," he murmurs. "Terrible," I breathe, and the coiled tension of the day releases by a thread. "I knew it," he says, then angles his mouth to meet mine, and the sound of a throat clearing beside us breaks us apart. Sel stands at Nick's elbow. "The drive to the airport was one thing, but now that you're back, I need you to stay in sight." Nick sighs and releases me. "We need to talk in private for a few minutes, Sel. We aren't leaving." He moves to step around Sel, but Sel follows, stopping us. The King's Mage's eyes flick down to our joined hands. "This is a bad idea." I can't tell if he means us leaving the porch or our holding hands, and Nick's stormy expression says he notices the ambiguity too, and doesn't appreciate it. I didn't realize I'd started to pull away until Nick's hand tightens around mine. "Leave us." Sel's eyes slide to the crowd over Nick's shoulder, then back. "Is that an order?" "It is." Sel's mouth curves into a sardonic smile. "Cute. But your father left me in charge while he's gone, and you're staying here. The Shadowborn want you, and I'm not going to make their job any easier." Nick is so incensed I can hear his teeth grinding together. "Sel, don't make a scene, Nicholas." I chance a quick look over my shoulder. Tor's watching our exchange, and so are a few others. Sarah, Russ, Vaughn, Fitz. I tug on Nick's hand and his eyes drop to mine. I try to communicate with my eyes that I don't want an audience. The look on his face says he understands, but he's still not happy. He lets me lead him back to the tables. He sits close again, so that our shoulders and hips are snug. But this time, I can feel his entire body shaking in impotent rage. back in my room. I miss Alice already, but I also feel a guilty sort of relief that she's gone. All of this lying and hiding is wearing me thin. "How did you find this out again?" Nick asked, the confusion in his voice clear over the phone. I'd spent the last 20 minutes pacing the length of our room, filling him in on the mysterious figure on campus who opened a gate 25 years ago. "Are you sure Sel can't hear you?" "I told you, he's on patrol with Tor and Sar, and ordered me to stay inside the lodge's wards." I remember the ether shield I touched the first time I visited the lodge, and how it ripples against my skin whenever I walk through it. Sarah had explained that the wards will keep anyone out, or anything, who hasn't been invited. I hate to say it, but I agree with Sel. Nick should stay inside for now. "Bree," Nick prompts, then repeats, "Who told you about this other gate opening?" "I don't know if I could say," I say with a sigh. He chuckles. "Okay." I plop down on my comforter. "I don't want to betray this person's trust or put them at risk. You're the one who told me that the Regents are severely anti-ether users they don't control." "I did." "So this person is an ether user? On campus?" I hesitate, but this is Nick. I can tell him that much at least. "Yes." "An ether user you found? Or one that found you?" "A bit of both." "Are they safe?" The concern in his voice is clear. "Yes, they want to help me, and they were here when my mom was here too. Although they didn't know her that well, they keep a low profile." He takes this news surprisingly well. "Probably best I don't know who they are then. Are they like you?" I fall back on my pillow. "I don't think so." "But you believe them?" I gnaw on my lip, trying to think of the phrasing that will keep Rootcraft and Memory Walks and Patricia out of the conversation. "I believe they showed me why? You don't believe me?" He sighs, and I imagine him in his room, lying back on his bed too. The thought and the memory of sleeping there with him makes something warm curl up in a ball in my belly. "Oh, I believe you. But I never heard of anything like that happening. Dad's never said anything about it, and neither has Sel. And as a king's mage for this chapter, he has access to all the records of Shadowborn gate crossings, appearances, and attacks. I don't think even the 8th ranked Scion was called back then, so it was peacetime as far as Kamlan is concerned. As far as I know, only demon blood can open gates, so maybe it was an Ikel in the human form." I chew on my cheek, parsing through all that I've seen and learned today. "Or a Merlin? They're bound by oaths. What about a human holding a vial of demon blood? Where'd you get that idea?" "Something William said earlier about taking Sel's blood work. Sel..." A pause. A sigh. "He told you about Sel?" A scrunch up my face. I guessed. Why am I not surprised? "Because I'm clever." "That you are." Affection and pride bloom in his voice. "Well, Sel's a Camion, so theoretically, even his blood could work, but that's still casting beyond anything I've ever heard of. Dark casting." The chanting sounded dark. The line of Morgaine? Possibly. And this person just so happened to open this gate and release partial corp hellhounds at the time you think your mother was enrolled? I'm positive she was there. It's too much of a coincidence. The question is if the Regents found out about the gate opening, would they have kept it secret? Partial corp hounds aren't visible to onceborns. The Merlin would have detected the pack and sent the chapter to kill them. No need to involve the Regents. But if the demons consumed enough ether to go full corp? A pause. If onceborns witnessed and were attacked by a corporeal pack, The regents would do everything in their power to bury it, work with the vassals or former pages in the university's administration to keep it quiet on campus, facilitate bribes to any outsiders in the town's government to keep it off the news, pay off any once-born families if their children were injured or killed, mesmer them if they had to. What about sending a Merlin to chase down a once-born witness? I ask, even if it's almost 3 decades later. Without question. He blows out a long, low stream of air. I don't trust the Order to always use the best methods, but the mission is protecting once-borns, not murdering them. Yes, but maybe the mesmer didn't take and they found out she was like me. We both sit in silence for a moment. I can hear the gears turning in his head. His voice is wary, low. If you accuse the regents of murdering your mother, then you'll expose yourself in the process. It won't matter if you're right or wrong. For the second time today, it feels like I've been punched by someone's words. Of course it matters if I'm right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. He sighs. I don't want anything to happen to you. I, of all people, know how it feels to want to go after the regents for their sins, but I can't protect you from them and the Merlins. Not on this. No one can, not even my dad. The only way... I grip the phone tight. The only way what? When Nick speaks again, the familiar heaviness is threaded through his voice. The only way I could stand between you and the regents is if Arthur calls me and I'm fully awakened. As king, I'd control the whole of the Order, the regents included. But if Arthur calls me... Kamlan. So we just let them get away with this? No, we keep looking for proof, and when we find it, I bring it to my father. He never got over what they did to my mom. I think he'd help with this. And who knows? The way things are going, I might be a king in a few weeks. Having proof in hand will only make it easier for me to find out who's responsible. And punish them for what they did? A long pause. Punish them how, Bree? What would you have me do? I don't respond, but it's not because I don't know the answer. Chapter 28. Welcome to the second trial, pagelings. Sel stands like a drill sergeant on the lodge's front lawn, feet planted wide and hands behind his back. He's dressed in black as always, but his long coat is gone. His tattoos are on full display, below sleeves rolled at the elbow. They wind down his forearms and wrist, and I can't help but study them. I wonder how far up they go, and how many he has before I remember that I detest him, and I shouldn't care about his tattoos at all. The only people who don't appear to be intimidated by him are Whitty and Vaughn. Neither of them even looks tired. They bounce on the balls of their feet, ready. The rest of us are barely awake, dragging and fighting yawns. Evan, Fitz, and Tor had gone from dorm to wake us all up in the middle of the night. They banged on my door dressed in black tactical gear, faces covered in black and green grease, and yelled at me to get dressed in less than 2 minutes, or forfeit the tournament entirely. I gotten maybe 3 hours of sleep after getting off the phone with Nick. Tonight's event is a scavenger hunt. From the way Sel's gaze pauses on us, one at a time, I get the feeling he can definitely see better in the dark than we can. We provide each of you with a list of ether-formed objects, and you all scurry around the campus collecting them. The 6 pages with the highest number of objects in their possession at the end of the night will progress to the 3rd and final trial. I glance down the row of pages to my left. There are 8 of us remaining. Greer, Whitty, Spencer, Vaughn, Sydney, Carson, and Blake. How does a scavenger hunt? Spencer yawns, a hand covering his mouth. Test our strategic abilities. Look alive, Monroe. Tor strides between Spencer and Vaughn, smacking her page on the back of the head. Spencer steps forward with the force of it, indignation flashing on his face, and delight rippling across Vaughn's. Sel left out the juiciest part. The more ether objects you collect, the more Sel's ether hellhounds will be drawn to you. If you get cornered or injured, you automatically fail. Tor and the rest of the Legendborn, 8 scions and squires all together, have emerged from the lodge and joined Sel, lining up in a row across from us. Each sponsor moves to stand across their page, except for Evan. He'd sponsored Ainsley. I hadn't seen her since she was disqualified, but I assume she only comes around the lodge as needed now. I heard the eliminated pages are still welcome for meals and events, even though they can't compete. When Nick stands in front of me, my stomach leaps up somewhere near my lungs. Even covered in paint, even 10 feet away, his face sends a wave of relief through me. If Nick's here, I'll be all right. The thought rings in my mind, clear and bright as a bell. Nick's eyes take me in, flitting rapidly across my face. He mouths, "You okay?" I respond yes with a subtle dip of my chin. From the look on his face, he's not happy that he'd been forced to keep tonight's trial a surprise. Who knows? Maybe he himself only found out an hour or so before I did. He looks tired and pissed. My cheeks prickle and Sel clears his throat. Aside from his eyes flicking sharply away from me, the rest of his body has gone still with tension. Lest anyone has forgotten, your sponsor cannot aid you during the trials. Violations of this rule will result in elimination. Tor produces a folder of papers and hands them to the Legendborn to her left and right. She also passes out drawstring bags to each page. Tonight's hunt will pair each page with a scion or squire who is not their sponsor, for monitoring purposes only. They will record your progress, report your final score, and dispatch a hound if you find yourself in trouble. Tor pairs us off. Felicity is paired with Spencer. Russ pairs with Whitty. Victoria and Saren split Carson and Blake, taking one each. William takes Greer, who seems pleased with this. I curse under my breath. If I couldn't have Felicity, Evan, or Russ by my side, I'd want William. Greer shoots me back a look of genuine apology, and I send a weak smile back. I could be disappointed, but it's not their fault. That leaves Nick and Pete, the scion of Owain, and Fitz. A needle of fear spears my insides. I silently beg Tor not to torture me with Fitz. I don't know Pete at all, but I know he's new and kind. Pete, you'll go with Vaughn. Tor taps her bottom lip, staring at me and Sydney. We're the only 2 pages left. If I can't be paired with Nick, that leaves me with Fitz. Fitz lands on his outcome a heartbeat after I do, and his lips pull back in an eager grin. He starts walking toward me when Sel intervenes. I'll take Brianna. Fitz, you pair with Sydney. Nicholas, you'll stay in the lodge, behind the wards. The murmuring behind us goes silent. Nick looks like he's just eaten an icicle. Everyone else has a scion or squire. Sel tucks his hands in his pockets and strides through the grass, holding me still with his electric stare. Tiny pinpricks across my cheek. You heard me. All keep track of Brianna. From this distance, I can see he swapped his pea-shaped black earring plugs for silver ones. He speaks to Nick without releasing me from his gaze. The 3 skills tested by the trials are fixed, but the format of those trials is left up to the chapter leadership in place during the tournament. He shrugs and the gesture speaks for him. And I've changed my mind. It only takes 2 steps for Nick to reach Sel's side. He towers over the sorcerer by several inches. Well, I don't agree. Sel turns slowly, deliberately to Nick. You haven't taken up Excalibur yet, Davis, and your father named me the current leader. Further, as your king's mage, it's my responsibility to keep you safe. His low voice carries to the rest of the group in the quiet, reaching every ear over the rhythmic trill of crickets. I catch a faint gust of cinnamon and whiskey between the scents of night-blooming jasmine and crushed grass. Until that sword is in your hands, you'll stand down. Nick's face is unreadable, his eyes a deep, cold blue. He stalks back into the lodge without another word. Sel tilts his gaze to the sky. He tracks the moon for a few seconds, then quickly scans the sky and stars around it. His eyes drop to the group. It is now 1:30 a.m. You have 3 hours. There are 40 objects on the list, but any relief I feel disappears when I read the first 3 clues and see how they're written. 88 keys and not a lock in sight. Microfiche, carousels, stacks abound, and yet on this floor there is not a book to be found. Riddles? I exclaim. Sel's lip quirks as we walk toward the campus through the Battle Park forest. A handful of pairs had run ahead, but the rest, like me, are reviewing the clues before they dash off. I point to one of the clues further down with the light of my phone. Silver and red, white and yellow, find me flashing where the stoners mellow? How am I supposed to know where the stoners mellow? Maybe you'd know if you got high, Sel says dryly. I suppress the urge to smack him. I'm pretty sure I don't want to touch him. Maybe a kick will do. I inhale and turn back to the page, trying to ignore the prickling sensation of his gaze. The first one is easy. That's a piano, and the music building isn't far. Sel says in a non-committal tone. I ignore him and start jogging west, thankful that I'd thrown on exercise leggings and sneakers. He keeps up with me easily, his feet practically floating over the ground, silent as the dead. After a few minutes I fold. Why? My breath comes out in short puffs. Why what, Brianna? His voice is so even, he could be standing still. You? Know what? I told you, I'm keeping an eye on you, mystery girl. Because you think I'm a demon? Are you saying you're not? His response pulls a frustrated sound from my chest. Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Aren't you the Shadowborn here? His hand moves faster than my eyes can follow. He grabs my arm with hot, strong fingers, jerking me to a halt. I don't know what you think you know, or what you've been taught, but I am not born of the shadows. Sel's cheek twitches. Planting an Ikel demon in our ranks, disguised as a naive once-born, is a perfect way to sow discord, but it won't work with me. I pull my arm from his grasp. Why bother planting an Ikel when your paranoia sows discord just fine on its own? I stomp away from him, tamping down my frustration before it turns into something I can't control. I reach the music building, Hill Hall a few minutes later, and find it empty. I'm surprised there aren't any other pages surrounding it. It was an easy riddle. Low-hanging fruit, really. I can't tell if I should feel pleased with myself or worried. Sel steps up beside me as my fingers wrap around the door handle, and I leap at least a foot in the air. I hadn't heard him move at all. Jeez! I screech. His eyes cut to mine, annoyance flashing across his brow, quick like a shooting star. Why so jumpy, Brianna? Nervous about something? Nervous feels like Nick's and my word now. Our inside joke. My temper flares. You have threatened to kill me. Also, why are you so damn quiet? It's not in my control. He narrows his eyes. As you now know. Oh. Right. Demon feet. A thought occurs to me. You know my feet make sound, don't you? He studies me languidly. Gurukills are said to be consummate mimics when it facilitates their human ruse. I roll my eyes. The door creaks long and loud when I open it, and slams shut behind us when we step into the building's rotunda. I hold up my phone, flashlight app on, and shine it on the directory on the wall beside us. Piano rooms, basement level. My footsteps echo on the wood floor, and the blue white of my flashlight swings back and forth to find the stairs. Why aren't these buildings locked at night? Sel answers from just a foot behind me. Administration is aware of tonight's event. They just let the Legendborn get away with everything, don't they? Sel draws up beside me. How do you know they aren't Order members themselves? Down the stairs in the basement, there's a long hallway of identical piano rooms, each holding an upright and a chair. Don't suppose you could use, like, a secret hand signal or something and point me to which room I need? I only created the objects. The others hid them. I have no idea which room you need. He flashes a satisfied smile. I glower back. We go through the 4 rooms in silence. I lift up the lids of the pianos, bend down to search under them and their matching benches. In each, the air is stale, and Sel stands much too close for comfort. Sel's presence, even in the expansive hallway, makes every space feel too small, too tight. In the very last room on the left, I see it. A plain stone mug shimmers seafoam blue in the darkness, underneath the back leg of a piano. I don't bother hiding the joyous sound that escapes me when I rush to grab it. Sel leans on the door jamb, watching me. I examine the mug in my hand. Its light pulses in a slow rhythm. Why does it go in and out like that? Ether is an active element. I'm holding its shape in place. He turns and walks down the hall. You've spent 20 minutes looking for one object. Better hurry if you don't want to end up in the bottom 2. I stuffed the mug in my bag and jogged to catch up with him, curious in spite of myself. You're holding all 40 objects together, right now? Sel rakes his fingers through his hair and sighs impatiently. I created them all at once, but I can sense them at a distance and reinforce them if this lasts more than a couple hours. Wait, what? I stop in the hallway. You can cast ether remotely? Yes. He pivots on his heel. Are you coming? I shake my head, trying to imagine the effort of keeping up with 40 anythings, much less 40 castings, and that's not even mentioning his hellhounds. I don't know what it feels like to cast, but what he's done tonight sounds impressive. Impossible. Both. You're burning moonlight. He stares at me incredulously. Or do you want to interrogate me and forfeit instead? I catch up with him again, and we run through the building for the exit. I work through 5 more items on the list without much trouble, and without any sight of a hound. The only one that catches me off guard is the one about the books. To reach the floor with no books in sight, I had to find the extremely well-hidden door to the roof on the 8th floor of the library. I'm not particularly fond of heights, and it took me 20 minutes to find the jewelry box inside a vent pipe. Sel, on the other hand, had kept himself occupied by walking on the 4-inch wide raised brick perimeter of the roof, perfectly balanced, while whistling. I keep waiting for him to jump, grab, or try to kill me again, but he seems content to watch me struggle with riddles and run from one end of campus to the other. It's unnerving. I've never spent any amount of time with him that wasn't filled with threats, mesmers, or intimidation. Once we're back outside, I check my bag. The jewelry box, the mug from the piano, the flashlight from the fountain in front of the graduate school building, a very hard-to-spot tiny metal key that had been wedged between a pair of bricks on the journalism building, and a candle that had been tucked in the crook of a statue's arms. I look up to find Sel studying me again, as if he's waiting for me to turn demon by accident. "Where are the hounds?" I ask, and he shrugs. "I created them, but I gave them a little push to make them more independent. I felt one earlier near the campus Y, but didn't catch your scent." "Oh, lovely," I drawl. "Were you going to warn me a bloodthirsty hellhound was nearby?" He scoffs. "Why would I do that?" I groan and look down the list for another clue. I was first, and my rest is the oldest. Let there be no debate. I pull my cheek between my teeth. Sel, perched on one of the many low stone walls around campus, watches me with hooded eyes as I puzzle through the riddle. I'm certain he's been figuring out the riddles before I do, and enjoying not telling me the answers. I check my watch. I have an hour left. We're in the middle of campus, and there's no use walking until I figure out where to go. I pace back and forth, and Sel's eyes, glittering in the darkness, follow my steps. I was the first, and the rest is my oldest. Let there be no debate. Just my luck, this is some sort of uber-obscure medieval crap. A hoarse bark of laughter escapes Sel, and we both blink in shock at the genuine, uncontrolled sound. The sound of someone who's not used to laughing. I don't think I've ever heard him express anything other than carefully aimed barbs, seething irritation, or dry sarcasm. He must see the thought on my face, because his expression goes stony in a heartbeat, like he's flipped a switch inside. I walk to the edge of the wall, down a few feet from Sel, and look out over the campus. I start at my left, my eyes following the line of buildings in front of us. The low dining hall, the towering library breaking the skyline, and the bell tower striking 3:30. My eyes track back to the left of the bell tower. I was the first, and my rest is the oldest. Let there be no debate. While it's quite poetic, it's not cantrip Matthews. Sel saunters over, shadows clinging to his gliding shape. Repetition will not make its meaning clearer. Shut up! His left eye twitches in silent reproach. I have a feeling I know where the next object is, but I'm not quite ready to go there. It feels too soon. But what choice do I have? I sigh and gesture for him to follow. Come on. The first was a young Di-Fi boy buried in the late 1700s. That's what Patricia said. And thanks to Alice, I know Di-Fi is the very old campus debating society. I desperately wish I'd asked Patricia to point out the grave marker during the day, because searching for it at night is like looking for a certain shade of blue in the ocean. The graveyard is poorly lit by intermittent lampposts, and the wide hedges and hills make it slow going. As apprehensive as I thought I might be, the graveyard actually feels familiar to me now. Each time I check over my shoulder, Sel is there, a silent figure blending into the shadows in one moment, limned by the golden light in the next. I think I hear him chuckle, but the sound is carried away on a gust that whips dirt and twigs into my face. You've never seen me harm Nick, so why do you think I'm still Shadowborn? I don't know why I ask. Maybe because with me in the lead, I don't have to look him in the face. You're immune to mesmer. Not true, I retort, hiking up a particularly long hill. Lies. He doesn't miss a beat. You wield the sight too easily for someone who has only recently received it. You saw the easel at the quarry. That surprises me, but I don't show it. He strides up the hill with frustrating ease, and when he reaches the top to look down at me, and Nick's coin on my chest, there's casual contempt in his eyes. And you have enthralled Nicholas. I sputter, heat filling my cheeks, and tuck the necklace away. What? Enthralled? No, that's... Sel raises a black brow, a curious hawk watching a frantic mouse skitter back and forth. He makes a soft, dismissive sound in the back of his throat. Not wanting to hear any more about Nick or any sort of thralling, I turn and walk down the hill to the next section of graves. In addition, the timing of your appearance, he begins, following behind me, is too convenient. Demons are crossing through gates at increasing rates, and not only our chapter, but also the others embedded in schools up the coast. It's all but inevitable that the table would be gathered, but Nicholas is vulnerable, symbolic. If anything happens to him before Arthur calls, and he claims his rightful title, the order will go to chaos. I walk the aisles, looking for the marker on the ground in the oldest section. I thought you hated Nick. Sel falls into step beside me. Nicholas's petty childhood concerns and daddy issues have never been of greater importance than the Order's mission. He should have been preparing himself for the call instead of whining about his duty. I stop walking at that. I don't think his mother getting mesmered so severely that she doesn't remember her own child is a petty childhood concern. She only wanted to protect him. She tried to kidnap him. He stares at me, his tone even and eyes opaque. And the line is law. I shake my head in disgust. Unbelievable. I step around him and continue down the aisle. I'm grateful that Sel at least stops talking, leaving me to look for the marker in silence. A flap of heavy wings interrupts my crunching steps as I walk over leaves and yellowed fescue, long dead from the heat of the summer. I turn to point out the grave section to Sel, but he's gone. The aisle behind me is empty. Sel? Stillness and wind are the only replies. Doubt drops into my stomach. A low growl behind me breaks the silence. I don't turn back. I don't need to. I run. Chapter 29. I'm at a full-on sprint in seconds. Sel's hellhound is fast. I can hear its heavy breaths behind me, closer and louder with every step. Hear its claws scraping over stone markers. I reach the section with the headstones and I zig and zag around them, hoping that I'm nimbler than it is. I never run this fast in my life, and it still doesn't feel fast enough. Reveal yourself, Brianna! Sel's voice, taunting and amused, calls down from somewhere above me. I leap over a wall and a gravestone, then another headstone, racing toward the mausoleum section. I'm almost there. I can see the 3 low buildings facing inward, and the courtyard in the middle. If I can get inside one of them, I push, faster, will my legs to stretch farther. Sel's voice keeps pace. He shouts down from a tree just over my shoulder. Give up the ruse. Just after I leap over a low stone wall, just when the courtyard is within a reach, the hound decides it's time to act. I hear a grunt, as if it's launched its whole body into the air. I change course, trip over a low marker and fly forward, skidding across the courtyard bricks on stomach and hands. The hound lands headfirst against the mausoleum. Its skull cracks against the marble wall. By the time I scramble breathlessly to my feet, the hound has recovered, so that when I turn I see it for the first time. Sel's hellhound looks the same as the first hound I'd laid eyes on, but his is far, far bigger, and fully corporeal. It throws glowing silver ether off in waves. Details I missed before are clearer now. Even in the dim light, its long snout with nostrils flared and tipped like a bat's. Sel's given it the Shadowborn's heart-blood eyes, dark and impossibly red. I can't look away. I can barely move for terror that when I do, it will strike. I edge 1 foot back, my heel hitting something hard, vertical, smooth. Another mausoleum. I know without looking that the door is out of reach. The only escape routes are between the corners of the buildings and the 4th, open side I've just come through. The side the hellhound is now closing off with its massive body. It snarls and snaps, its saliva-drenched jaws in delight or fury, I don't know. It lowers itself into a crouch, ears flicked forward. My heart accelerates into a full gallop, blood pounding in my ears. "Call it off, Sel!" Sel drops down silently beside his construct, landing in a crouch and rising with a satisfied smile. "Just as I thought. A coward and a liar both." Sel's hellhound pants at me, its mouth wide and open in a dog-like grin. "Call it off!" I press my back into the wall. Sel crosses his arms over his chest, pleasure painted all over his face. "Once a true hellhound has the scent, it never gives up its prey. The only way to stop it is to kill it. As much as I despise those shadow-born beasts, I find I'm much the same way. So I decided to give you two final options. Reveal your true form, or kill me." "You've set me up." Adrenaline and rage surge through my veins. "You planned to corner me here." He groans as if correcting a dense student. "Of course. I must admit, I was inspired by what you said yesterday in William's infirmary. You were right. All of this cat and mouse is getting old." I risk a step forward, but the hound snaps. I fall backward onto the bricks. "Why are you doing this?" "Because I'm tired, Brianna, of your shadow-born lies and the fun you must be having at our expense, planting your brethren at our oath, sending the serpent to take Nicholas under my nose, taking part in our trials." With every slow step forward, his features turn more menacing, and his eyes wilder until he looks more like his hellhound construct than himself, looks more demon than human. "We both know you don't care about our mission. I can see it in your face." "That's not true," I scream. Sel's expression is pained, annoyed. "More lies, even now?" He kneels in front of me, his upper lip curving into a sneer. "I know you saw that easel before taking the oath. We both know the first oath never took, that you sloughed off our sacred commitment like it was nothing, like it was worthless to you, less valuable than dirt." A tremble. How did he know? Did he see? He chuckles low at my confusion. "You think I don't recognize my own casting, or sense its absence?" He leans close to whisper in my ear. "I can feel them, Brianna, the oaths I've cast." His eyes drift across my face and throat. "And I don't feel any of me on you." "Get away from me!" I shove him hard with shaking hands and he laughs, rocking back on his heels. I scramble to my feet, but his hound is right there, its slobbering jaws at my shoulder. Sel rises. "Nicholas needs to know who you are before he's called to the throne, and you make a fool of him. William, Felicity, Russ, Sarah, they all seem to think you might actually belong with us, when we both know you don't belong anywhere." I feel myself shaking, and not just because of what Sel says about Nick or the others, but because of his last words. You don't belong anywhere. After everything that's happened to me, everything I've ever done to make it this far, to get this close to the truth of my mother's murder, those words snap something inside me. My hands begin to flex at my sides, clenching and unclenching. The tips of my fingers feel like they could pop, like there's a balloon beneath my skin that just wants to expand outward and explode. I look at Sel's hellhound and think of breathing fire in the monster's face, watching it burn, 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 laughing at its pain because it's so small next to mine. I see Sel, See his confidence in his ancient mission and his hunger to take me down. I may not know my own ancestors, but after seeing Mary and Louisa and Cecilia, all I want is to show him that he's not the only one with power in his veins. Nick was right, I say in a low voice I barely recognize. Merlins are monsters. You are a monster. His eyes widen, and his lips press into a thin, angry line, but I don't find out what horrid thing he might spout next, because he doesn't get a chance to respond at all. A crashing in the woods pulls our attention. A low howl, a high, piercing bark, and then another that echoes against the closed-in courtyard. Sel scowls. What did you do? Call in reinforcements? I hiss. I didn't do anything, you asshole. Like him, my eyes are glued to the graveyard. We don't have to wait long. 3 nightmares appear out of the woods and jump onto the stone wall. 3 enormous foxes, green ether drifting up like steam off their scaly backs. These are true Shadowborn. No construct, no illusion. Sel's hound dissolves until it's nothing but silver dust. Suddenly Thrn, Sel hisses. He slides backward into a fighting stance. Call them off, Ikel. If you kill me, you'll never get close to Nicholas. All your efforts will be for naught. They're not mine, I snap. The partial corp creatures leap down to the courtyard as one, covering the 10-foot distance easily. The foxes yip and snarl, chittering as they stalk toward us, on long legs, their hairless rat-like tails whipping behind them. I said, call them off. I didn't do this. Brianna, please, Sel? His jaw clenches as he stares me down, fresh doubt at my plea warring with the fury in his eyes. A flash of blue-white ether and then Sel is murmuring, while ether streams rapidly into his hands. It collects into spinning globes in his palms. Then the globes expand and elongate until they form 2 long staffs that harden into shimmering crystalline weapons, dense and heavy. Instead of retreating, the foxes snap their jaws eagerly at the sight. What are they doing? I breathe, but Sel's eyes are only for the demons. Suddenly, all 3 hell foxes release blood-curdling screams, the sound bouncing in the courtyard and droning on and on until I cover my ears in pain. Then I see that it's not a scream at all. It's a call. I know Shadowborn use ether to grow solid, but I've never seen it happen before now. The ether from Sel's weapons unravels and flows into the air toward their open mouths like a stream spilling into a lake. He gasps, squeezing each staff in a fist. But it's no use. His weapons dissolve before our eyes until he's holding nothing but air between his fingers. The foxes flicker, but the silver-blue ether he called turns green when it reaches them. Sel is already calling another batch of ether, but the foxes scream once more and take it before he can form anything in his palms. He roars, cursing as they take his power from him, siphoning it as fast as he can call it. The sharp burn of his casting fills the air. The foxes take it all and use it to grow larger, stronger. Ether swells from within their bodies, bloating them outward until there's a sound of splitting skin. Dark green, foul-smelling ether oozes out of the openings, turning my stomach. Sel begins calling a 3rd batch of ether to make a weapon against them, but they'll be corporeal soon, invisible to any passing once-born. Stop! I shout. They're just using it to go corp. I didn't need to yell. He'd figured it out too, and realized his efforts would be futile. His face turns feral with frustration, and he growls at the creatures with canines bared. In my vision, the world trembles. But it's not the world that's shaking, boiling, rising. It's me. Time slows, and I see the prowling foxes with new eyes. their outstretched claws and rows of teeth, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Everything about my perception of them, sight, smell, sound, is suddenly crisper, brighter. Their lava-cracked skin is in high definition, every shift and ripple of their muscles clear beneath the surface. I can taste their sour, rotten ether bodies, the smell thick at the back of my throat. A rumbling growls coming from one. I know, because I can hear the air building to produce it, deep in its chest. What the hell is that? Sel's voice breaks my focus, and the world speeds back up. I blink and look down. I've taken 2 steps toward the foxes without even realizing I've moved. My hands are outstretched at my sides, and bright crimson flames stream from my fingertips. A short scream escapes me, then a whimper. I shake my hands to toss the flames away. I don't... The hell foxes don't wait for me to explain. The one on the far left is already moving, dashing for me at breakneck speed. I dodge at the last minute and it collides into the wall. While it recovers, another screeches, braces for a leap. Strong arms grab me around the waist and pull both feet off the ground. The graveyard, the ground, the trees fly by in a dizzying blur of colors, and then I'm released. The world goes hazy, dark. Takkelaf, taktriktiaf, takkelaf, taktriktiaf. The ground beneath my face comes into focus. My stomach feels like it's somewhere up near my lungs. My fingers curl in the dirt. The red mage flame is gone. Oh, I moan, rising to my knees. I couldn't have been out for more than a minute. You're welcome, Sel grumbles, before returning to his chant. Taktekelaf, taktriktiaf. He stands beside me, his fingers and hands contorting in the air over the massive roots of an oak tree. I look up to find that we're on McCorkle Place, the northernmost quad, maybe a 10-minute walk from the graveyard. Taktekelaf. A hellfox scream rends the night air. Oh, I use the tree to stand. They're coming. I'm aware. Another scream, louder this time. They're getting closer. I have ears. We've got to run. I take a halting step, but the world is still adjusting itself after Sel's snatch and grab. No, he says. We've got to hide. There's a whoosh of air, and low, translucent double doors appear over the tree's roots. Sel yanks his hand backward, and one of the doors opens, revealing a dark, bottomless pit below. Get in. I'm not going down there. Without a word, he wraps an arm around my middle and lifts me up, tossing me down into the gloom. I land ass first, pain shooting up my spine. At least the dirt is 6 or 7 feet below ground level, instead of the unfathomable descent into nothingness I'd imagined. Sel drops down beside me and lands like a cat, silent and light. He yanks down again and the door slams shut, plunging us into darkness. Chapter 30. What the fuck? Shut up! Why? One of Sel's hands shoves me back against the dirt wall, and the other claps down over my mouth. Hard. When I make a muffled noise, that hand presses even harder. Shh! A loud snuffling noise reaches us from no more than 2 feet above my head. I suck in a breath, heart pounding so loud that I'm certain Sel can hear it. The question is, can the hellfox above us? I pray that it can't, because if Sel has chosen to hide rather than fight, it means he doesn't think we can beat these creatures. The other 2 foxes join the first. We freeze in the darkness, while the 3 demons try to sniff us out. Their paws are silent, but the weight of their ether bodies sends soil showering down over my hair, down the back of my t-shirt. I shut my eyes and let the pebbles rain over my cheeks and Sel's fingers, still covering my mouth. What if they start digging? My mind races, questions coming faster. Do they know the hidden door is here? Can they sense the ether that hid it, just like Sel can sense the ether that makes them solid? Wait, why didn't Sel notice the foxes approaching in the first place? I must make some sound, or maybe my breathing changes against his knuckles, because he leans against me as if in warning. My eyes snap open and meet his glowing yellow ones in the dark. Definitely a warning, one I can read clear as day. Don't move. After a minute, the sounds of their snouts grow distant as the hell foxes move on. Sel waits a beat for good measure, then a second, and releases me. He snaps his fingers and a small blue flame appears over his palm, illuminating the cave he's put us in. No, not a cave, a tunnel. Let's move. He walks forward, the blue mage flame casting eerie shadows against wide exposed roots, crumbling dirt walls, and ancient beams holding the earth above us. Did you just cast a tunnel? He doesn't wait for me to follow, so I have to clamber after him to keep up. I revealed a tunnel. The tree trunk is the illusion, an old one. The founders knew that the university would need a public front, so they dug tunnels for easy movement and caves for storage before the campus was built. They dug all these to get around more easily? These are fail-safes, escape routes. The original Merlins warded them to mask ether, so the Shadowborn cannot follow, even above ground. I tuck my phone out of my pocket, but there's no cell signal. The battery's half dead, so I could use the flashlight, but why drain it when Cell's lighting the way plenty himself? Why are we here and not the lodge? You could have run us back there. He stops and fixes me with the glare. I don't know why those things attacked us, or where they came from, and neither, it seems, do you. I'm not going to lead them right to Nicholas, even with the lodge's wards in place. If they're anything like hounds, they've caught our scent and will be on the hunt for us and no one else. I'd like to keep it that way. Why didn't you sense them? His eyes drop, and he keeps walking, pulling the only light source with him. I'm not sure. Something in his voice sounds off, like he's holding back an answer he doesn't want to say out loud. How did they steal your ether? I don't know. Does that mean you've never seen a hellfox before? He turns around abruptly, and I almost stumble into him. What are you? The truth, he demands. How did you generate that ether at your fingertips? I blink. I didn't generate anything. He regards me through narrow eyes. This explains why you distracted me that night at the quarry when I was hunting the easel. I detected a flare of your ether, then incorrectly assumed my senses had led me astray. He leans closer, with his flame fingers, and points at my chest with the other hand. But just a few minutes ago, you were cooking ether like a furnace, right here. Back off! I push his hand away and cross my arms over my chest. The scent of even Cell's small casting is filling the tunnel and clinging to my nose. You don't know how to navigate these tunnels, and even if you could, you can't open any of the doors to the surface, he says, raising a brow. So you may as well be honest. How did you do that? I want to desperately stomp off. But he's right. I have no idea where to go. He watches me come to this conclusion as if dealing with a small, stubborn child who wants to protest their way out of a bedtime. I resent everything about his face, from his ridiculous hair, to his Cambion eyes, to the irritating smirk tugging at the side of his damn mouth. I don't know. I can hear the petulance in my own voice, and I hate that too. Zell narrows his golden eyes to calculating slits, while he inspects my face. A beat passes. You're telling the truth. At least about what you are and where your power comes from. Yes, I am. That much is true. I don't know what I am, and neither does Patricia. That I know about Root, that my mother was a practitioner, I'll never tell him those things. His face takes on a considering expression. My mother was a Merlin and an ether scholar. She studied demonology, gate ether, runes, ancient texts, you name it. I was a precocious child, so I often snuck into her office to read her grammary and those of Merlin's before us. I grit my teeth, unnerved that he bought up his own mother. Can he see that I was thinking about mine? Is this story going somewhere? Sel ignores me. With that upbringing, I more than most understand that our magic, if you will, is at its core and in its very fundamentals, a type of physics. He extends his arm in the dim light. The tattoo claiming most of his forearm is a bold black circle, divided by 5 lines into 5 equal segments: earth, air, water, fire, and ether, or what medieval alchemists called quintessence. Every Merlin is taught that ether cannot be created or destroyed, only infused into a body or manipulated into temporary mass. So, he looks directly into my eyes. How is it that you, Bree Matthews, defy every law of ether that thousands of Merlins have followed for the past 15 centuries? I stare back, scared of what he's saying but refusing to show him that. Maybe the Order doesn't know everything about the magic in the world. He hums and steps back. There's a lot of things the Order doesn't know. He walks ahead again, not adding a word to that enigmatic comment, and I have no choice but to follow. The deeper we go, the more the scent of rotting things overwhelms me. I tug my t-shirt over my nose for relief, then pull it down again because it's freezing here. After a while, I ask him a question that needs to be asked. Are you going to turn me over to the regents? He answers without looking back. I haven't decided. Why are you really joining our order? He's a Merlin. I can't trust him with the real answer, and doing so would go against everything Nick specifically warned me about. You must be thinking up a lie, he muses, because you're taking too long for the truth. He stops again and gives me an expectant look. I pull together the best possible, truest answer I can, and look him right in the eyes while I say it. I asked Nick to help me join, because I need to understand the things I've seen, and I need to know why I see them. What does Nicholas think of your ability to generate ether? He doesn't know about that. It's only happened once before, randomly, the night of the initiation. I thought it might be a reaction to the oath. I didn't know. He searches my face for a moment. Then his lips curl back in disgust. You truly have no idea what you are, and Nicholas, ever the hero, offered to help you find out by bringing you into an ancient secret society for which you had no background knowledge or training? A shift under his gaze. Well, no, I sort of pushed him to sponsor me. It was more my idea than his. He looks completely appalled. You're both fools, then, he grimaces. And so am I, for believing you could be anything other than a silly little Unidig girl. He whirls away and stalks down the dirt corridor, muttering under his breath. My jaw drops. I thought you just said I could defy every law of ether. I did. He sneers over his shoulder. But I've been watching you closely all week, and apparently you can defy our laws while still being a silly little Unidig girl. Congratulations. It's our first meeting at the quarry cliffside all over again. As soon as he'd found the easel, he dismissed me wholesale. Because if you're not Sel's prey, you're not worth his time. Aren't you supposed to investigate anomalies? I say, hurrying behind him, half indignant, half relieved. I investigate threats. Whatever ether ability you have, you can't control it. You can barely kill a Hellborg construct without the assistance of the planet's gravity. He huffs a low laugh, like he's been laughing at me about that trial ever since it happened. I'm so confused by Sel's comments and by how much he's actually talking to me that I stop walking right then and there. Had I misjudged him? Had Nick? Or is Sel operating just as he always has, treating any and everyone as a threat until his own eyes and facts prove otherwise? Up until an hour ago, I qualified, but now? I don't? I don't expect to be so insulted, but after all this time and all those menacing glares, suggesting bodily harm? I absolutely am. I'm insulted and annoyed. How dare he? Are you going to stand there gawking in the dark? Sel snaps his left fingers to produce a new mage flame, and rotates his other wrist to extinguish the first, so he can use that hand to steady himself against the low support beam. I follow his gaze ahead, where there's a rise of dirt that we'll need to climb over to pass. Or is there something else you'd like to add? But what about all that talk about enthralling Nick? I sputter. And me making a fool of him, and how I don't belong? Were you just saying all that to be an ass? Oh no, I meant every word, because I thought you were Shadowborn. I hoped to provoke you into an emotional response. The more negative, the better. And that's what demons are drawn to, even within themselves. It worked in a way, albeit not how I imagined. He sighs and turns around, a bored expression on his face. As for Nicholas, if you cause a problem or distract him from his path to the throne, I won't hesitate to turn you into the regents and tell their Merlins exactly how to trigger you so they can throw you into a lab somewhere and investigate you for themselves. A chill runs through me at his words. Is that what would happen? Nick never said. If you continue through initiation as you are, you'll undoubtedly fail the combat trial, which means I only need to wait a few weeks to be rid of you. Something tells me that with Nicholas's obnoxiously earnest assistance, you'll find some loophole out of your page status and the chapter as a whole. Maybe he'll use your non-vassal background to call for an exception to a lifelong membership, claiming you as a failed experiment. Or perhaps he'll call in a favor with his father, who will grant it out of guilt and appreciation that his son has finally accepted his birthright. Then, when you leave us, you won't break the code of secrecy to expose the order since you genuinely care for Nicholas, and doing so would make our once and future king's life that much harder, hindering our mission. Do I have the right of it? My jaw almost hits the dirt floor. Thought as much. In short, right now, I have far greater concerns than the mystery of you, not the least of which is the likely imminence of Kamlan. Such concerns also include the truly active threats to both Nicholas's life and the chapter I'm oath-bound to protect. The type of threats that I will be punished for, painfully if I don't pursue them. He doesn't add that next bit, but I hear it anyway, remembering what Lord Davis said about Sel's King's Mage oath burning a hole through his throat. I'm sorry, I say, shaking my head. I just can't get over the fact that you have definitely made violent threats on my life and now you're just not. Don't think for a second that I didn't mean those violent threats, because I absolutely did. Still do, to be quite honest, should you force my hand. At the moment, however, I'm reconsidering how I described you, he murmurs, climbing gracefully over the small hill. I should have called you both silly and self-centered. I'm fuming, but I follow behind him in silence. I don't want to give him any more verbal ammunition. Sel seems to know where he's going, because we stop at a small round cave about 10 minutes later, and he points up at an opening between the petrified beams. This door will bring us to the surface on the far side of campus. There's an illusion lockbox of metal weapons in the woods, if the foxes have found us somehow. But they'd have to possess more than the average demon's sense of smell to track us here. I'll go first, give the clear, and then I'll pull you up. I nod and watch as he begins murmuring again. The well sounds similar to the sound of the suins William says when he's healing. Sel's fingers create shapes in the air above our heads. Then, in a reverse of last time, he punches up with an open palm. A door above bangs open. Sel crouches, leaps the vertical equivalent of twice his own height, and then lands on the grass beside the door. After a moment, he whispers that we're clear, and reaches down to pull me to the surface. We emerge right where Sel said we would, a low stone wall marking the campus perimeter, and beyond that, the thick forest that belonged to the town of Chapel Hill. Sel's back is turned to the base of the wide oak we've emerged from, twisting his palms to hide the ether door again, when the hairs on the nape of my neck rise in warning. When Sel shouts, "Get down!" my body doesn't argue. I throw myself to the ground in time to see a hellfox sailing overhead, its skull colliding with the side of the mighty oak with a loud, ground-shaking crack. While it recovers, a second fox screeches, tackling Sel. Its heavy paws and weight knock him to the ground. Like with the Ikel, Sel and the fox are tumbling, rolling in the grass in a blur of black clothes and smoky green scales. Sel must glance my way, because he shouts in warning just as the third fox lunges toward where I've landed on the ground. His warning gives me just enough time to roll. Jaws snap right by my ear, where my face had been a split second earlier. There's an awful tearing sound and a high-pitched yowl cuts the air. Sel tore something off his opponent. The fox beside me runs to its brethren's aid, and then Sel is screaming, trying to wrestle both at once without calling ether. He needs weapons. I scramble to my feet, jump over the wall, and sprint toward the woods and the illusion lockbox. Between one blink and the next, a hell fox appears in front of me. Its head is split open in the middle, glowing green ether oozing from the jagged crack. The fox had hit the tree. I stumble, trip over my own feet. My back hits the ground hard. The breath is knocked out of me. I'm writhing in the grass, choking for air. My brain is screaming for it, but I can't scream, not even when the hell fox lowers its head, pinning me with beady black eyes, and leaps. It's going to land claws out, right on top of me. I'm going to die. I squeeze my eyes shut, waiting for its heavy weight and its razor-sharp teeth. In a desperate, untrained move, I swing one fist up in a wild punch. There's a howling scream, a deep squelching sound, a hot burning weight on my chest, and then blackness swells up to take me. Something hot and thick is pulsing rapidly against my fingers. I open my eyes, but I can't comprehend what I'm seeing or feeling. My brain spins up, knits images together bit by bit. I am alive. The fox is on top of me. My face is not between its teeth because its jaws hang slack. Its front two legs are limp in the dirt on either side of my body. My left arm is a mess of green ooze. It runs in thick rivers down my skin and into the grass. My right shoulder is twisted painfully because my fist and forearm have disappeared up to the elbow, inside the fox's chest, and that arm is covered in red flames. There are screams. Mine. My vision swims. I yank my hand back, but something catches at my wrist. A sharp-ended broken rib. Vomit rises. burns at the back of my throat. The screams start again. I'm wailing as I try to extract my fist from another creature's body. Green viscous ether spills down its stomach. I pull too hard, and that's worse. Its wounds pour onto my chest, putrid and rotting, while its tongue lolls to the side. Angry chittering and a hellfox scream rends the air, but I'm on my back and the dead demon on my chest is so very heavy. I watch upside down as another fox runs toward me with frightening speed. I push at the carcass, grunting and panting, but before it reaches me, the sharp pointy end of a black metal spear pierces its throat. The fox makes a gurgling sound and hits the ground. Sel appears at the side and pulls the spear out, then uses all his strength to slam his weapon through the creature's skull. It stops moving. Sel leans heavily on the end of the staff, breathing hard. My eyes burn. The carcass is steaming ether now. A raspy groan escapes me and Sel's head jerks up. He's at my side in half a second, his hands going to the creature's shoulder. "The other one!" I say, searching frantically. "Dead. Hold on." His dark eyebrows draw together as he assesses the dead fox and me. "It can't dust with something living inside it. I need to pull it off you." My eyes are watering now, and I can't tell if it's from the ether or tears. I think it's both. I have to cough twice before I can speak, and even then my voice is hoarse from screaming. "I can't get my hand out. I can't." He kneels low until his head is level with mine, pushing up at the shoulder so he can see where I'm connected to the fox. This close, I can see he's bleeding from a deep bite to his collarbone, barely visible under the black t-shirt now sticking to the wound. His magic, cinnamon whiskey smoke flows over my face. I'm so thankful for a scent that I moan, inhaling again so that it masks the hell fox's stench. "The hole is the exact size of your fist. You've got to close your hand," Sel murmurs. He heaves upward into the creature's chest, lifts off me, and I gasp at the immediate relief. "Close your hand." I don't move. I want to move, I just don't. I whimper and shake my head. Sel's golden eyes find mine. "Close your hand, Bree." His voice is shockingly soft. "I'll do the rest." I hold his gaze for a moment. Whether it's because of his oddly kind tone, or the fact that he called me Bree for the first time, I nod and close my right hand, crying out as my fingernails scrape past the still warm heart. Sel stands and pulls the fox by the shoulders until my flaming fist emerges from the steaming hole between its ribs. When my hand comes free, there's a wet, sucking sound, and a fresh blob of dark green ichor falls down between my legs. I crab walk backward, bringing my shaking left hand to my mouth. Sel drops the carcass, and a second after it hits the ground, it explodes with a ripping sound into a fox-shaped cloud of green dust. Behind me, the other fox explodes too, like the ether has torn it open from the inside out. The world is shaking again, and again I realize it's me. Just me. I'm trembling uncontrollably. My pulse won't slow down. My chest feels like it's going to explode right along with the fox's. I wrench over to my hands and knees and vomit, heaving until burning bile eats at my throat and tongue. Sel drops to one knee beside me. "You're okay. They're gone." They're gone, but I'm not okay. I crawl away from the sick until I can twist to a seated position, resting my arms on bent knees. While I wipe my mouth with a clean bit of t-shirt, I watch Sel watching me. His eyes trail over my head, my shoulders, my arms. It's fading. I look down, and he's right. The crimson light on my forearm and fist are dimming. The ichor caked on my knuckles breaks apart, crackling and crumbling between my fingers. After a moment, only a few black specks remain. It's acting like a shield," Sel begins. his voice more filled with wonder than I've ever heard it before. Burning off the hellfox blood. He's right. When the red glow goes, so does the rest of the liquid. I shake my head, disbelieving everything that just happened to me. Sel is in much the same boat, it seems. He stands up, his expression too confused to be accusatory. What are you? We stare at each other until we hear the shouts. Bree? Sel! Bree! Sel! I recognize the voices. Evan. Tor. I found them! Evan shouts. I turn from my seated position to see the squire jump over the wall and jog over to where we're huddled together. A blonde-haired figure streaks past him, faster than the eye can track. And suddenly, Tor is standing beside us. Sel notices her speed too. Are you? Awakened? Evan finishes. Yep. Tor went down about an hour ago. We took her back to the lodge and called everyone in, but you two never showed up. And you're up and running already? Accelerated metabolism, William thinks. Tor grins, but when she notices what's on the ground around us, sees me sitting. What the hell happened here? Evan notices the fading green piles too. Is that Shadowborn dust? A new voice shouts to us from beyond the wall. Did you find them? At the sound of Nick's voice, Sel takes a step back, retreating. My eyes follow the movement and Sel and I lock gazes. I watch his face shudder in real time from wonder, and something I can only interpret as concern, to the grim neutrality of a soldier at war. And just like that, the selwyn cane from a few moments ago was buried underneath stone, like a secret gone to the grave. Hey! Nick jumps the wall and runs toward us, relief for both me and Sel plain on his face. Sarah follows close behind him. Are you both okay? We didn't know where the hell you were, then Tor was called and... Nick slows when he sees my bloodied arm. No, He's at my side in a heartbeat. He reaches with gentle fingers from my left hand. When he rotates it, he hisses at the sight. The cuts are long and deep, running from elbow to wrist, and dirt and pebbles are sticking where my arm had pressed into the earth. I hadn't noticed. Tor curses under her breath, and she and Sarah share a brief look. I move to stand, but my knees aren't cooperating. My entire body feels slow, heavy. I'm okay, I rasp. Nick's hand goes to my brow, his fingers pressing against my forehead, trailing down my neck and shoulder, like touching me will give him the answers I can't say out loud. Evan toes a pile of powder where one of the hellfoxes has dissolved. There were 3 green piles. Sel's hounds are blue. Nick leans around me to look at the pile himself. His blue eyes sharpen, and his jaw goes tight. What happened here? No one looks at me. Everyone looks at Sel. Selwyn Kane is an annoyed, slightly bored sorcerer, for all that anyone can see. But I can see beneath that now. He's nervous, rattled. Hellfoxes, almost fully materialized. He nods at the piles. They stole the ether from my weapons. We went to ground, took the tunnels, but they found us somehow. Evan walks toward us, shaking his head. But 3? Working together in the same location at the same time? No gate is big enough for 3 to pass at once. Where'd they come from? They ambushed us at the graveyard. 3 Shadowborn ambushed you? Evan frowns. You can sense a non-corp imp from half a mile away. How did these demons catch you off guard? There's a crack in Sel's facade. When he doesn't answer right away, I feel Nick tense beside me. How did they surprise you, Sel? He asks his king's mage. Sel meets Nick's eyes, and I know then why he didn't fully answer my question in the tunnels. I was distracted. Tor's anxious glance between Sel and Nick, Evan's uncharacteristic silence, and the subtle clench of fingers holding mine are all the warning we get. Nick stands to face his king's mage. Distracted? By what? Sel swipes his tongue over his lower lip, a nervous gesture that looks unnatural on his face. We haven't seen a Shadowborn uprising in 200 years. If you were planning one, what would you do? Use a scout to disable us first? Knock us off balance? What better time to disrupt our ranks than initiation? What better opportunity to break the table before it's gathered than to take out our king before he is called? Thinking like a demon now, Sel? Sel growls in frustration. It's my job to think like a demon. Nick's brows furrow as he makes the connections. What does this have to do with Bree? Sel meets his gaze head on. That first Ikel wanted you, Nick. It called for Pendragon. How did it know where to find you? Ugorkel needs simply to pose as a page, act as a mole, to uncover that information, and it's only a matter of time before the mole exposes themselves. Sel swallows, and a shadow passes through his eyes, but he doesn't look away from his future king. I give him points for that. I decided to accelerate the process. Nick takes a step toward his king's mage. When he speaks, his voice is deadly quiet. What did you do? The muscle in Sel's jaw twitches, but he holds Nick's gaze. Another step. What did you do? Sel lifts his chin. I could have called the hound off her at any moment. Using the momentum of his next step, Nick throws a fast, hard punch to Sel's jaw. The hit knocks the sorcerer back into the same oak that stunned the fox. Nick must have put real power into his swing, because my ears rang with the crack of bone meeting bone. It all happened so fast, had to catch Sel off guard, that it takes some second for anyone else to react. Sarah yelps, and Evan curses, but no one moves to step between them. Sel is against the tree trunk, utterly still, his stunned expression warring with the visible urge to retaliate. Well, that wasn't entirely fair, Nicholas, he finally mutters. He pushes to standing and spits bright red blood onto the grass before dragging the back of his hand over his mouth. It leaves a crimson streak across his pale knuckles. You know I can't strike you in return. In a voice made of iron, Nick says, Precisely. Sel's eyes flash. His lips curl over bloodied teeth, then smooth over in the same breath. Fury barely bottled. My eyes dart between the two of them, king-to-be and his sworn protector. When they battled in the woods that first night, Sel had aimed for me, not Nick. The king's mage oath means he can never intend to injure Nick without risking his own destruction, but it does nothing to prevent Nick from harming Sel. They'd grown up together with this power imbalance, but I'd never expect Nick to exploit it. Not like this. Sel shrugs, like Nick's violence is no matter, but the tension radiates from his shoulders, the raised veins in his neck. He chuckles, then winces, bringing a hand to his chin. You don't have Arthur's strength yet, but I think you almost broke my jaw. Imagine the damage you'll do once you're awakened. Is this why you wanted to be with Bree tonight? To threaten my page with your constructs? Nick's fists shake at his sides. To defy me? The king's mage scowls and looks away, and I see where the anger is truly directed. At himself. He slipped up and his abilities failed him, just like the Lord Davis suggested that night in the woods. And here is Lord Davis's son, bearing witness to that failure and punishing him for it. I feel the urge to stand and defend him, but what would I say? I'm not a mole. I'm not a Ikel. I don't know what I am, but I'm not a threat to Nick. And yet, there's something in me that recognizes something in him. Stay away from her, Nick orders, his voice low. Excalibur or not, called or not, if you try anything like this again. He doesn't finish the sentence, but the consequences hang in the air where we can all imagine. Nick raises his chin. Do you understand me, King's Mage? Yes. Sel's eyes darken until they go flat and unreadable. My liege. Nick turns without another word and walks back to me. Everything about him is vibrating with adrenaline or anger, I'm not sure, but when his eyes meet mine, they soften into the ocean I know. Can you walk? We need to get you to William. I nod, but wave his hand away when he reaches to pick me up. I can walk. Still, he takes most of my weight easily with one arm wrapped around my ribs, and we turn in the direction of the lodge. Tor and Sarah fall in on one side, and Evan on the other, flanking us, I realize, for protection. When we walk down the path, I'm the only one who looks back. The King's Mage and I lock eyes once more, just as the 3 piles of shadowborn dust swirl up in the air around him, then spark out of existence. Chapter 31. It itches. I didn't take you as a complainer, William murmurs, his hands hovering over my forearms. I'm not a complainer. William leans down to watch as the last bit of skin closes up over a fresh scar. He makes a twisting gesture with his wrist, and the silver ether coating his fingers and my arm disappears with a quiet pop. That'll do. You'll wake up without scars. Try to keep my arms in good shape next time. I've been leaning over a silver hospital tray for 10 minutes as he worked. It feels good to finally lie back in bed under the blankets. But then the rest of the aches immediately become more apparent. I grunt when my head hits the pillow. William makes a soft displeased sound. I can use ether to heal those bruises. Heat floods my cheeks. The ones all over my ass and back, I'm good. He rolls his eyes. I'm a medical professional, or I will be, soon. Pre-med in addition to being the scion of Gawain, remember? He wiggles his fingers. Double healer. So, I puff the pillows around my head. You're saying that I should feel comfortable getting down to my skivvies with you? I'd never tell someone what they need to be comfortable with, William says, his gray eyes thoughtful. I was just offering context. I'm happily in love and not at all interested. I grin despite my fatigue. Oh yeah? Who's the lucky person? He's not Legendborn, that's for sure. William laughs warmly. Dating inside the order is nothing but trouble. I perk up. Why's that? Bloodlines, oaths, inheritances, pick one. William pulls the table away and leans back against the other bed. Pages can date pages, easy. Squires dating squires is fine, but tricky. A squire's job is to protect their scion, and that bond is unbreakable, sacred. In a battle, a squire can't prioritize their partner's well-being over their scion. And the warrior's oath is forever, even after the eligibility period ends and the inheritances disappear. Who wants to be with someone who's already emotionally and magically bonded to someone else for life? I grimace. That sounds awful. It is. You should hear the jealous snark that comes out of people's mouths at the selection gala. It's all order grudges and gossip and drama, but even that's just awkward and inconvenient. He shakes his head. Dating scions is a whole different ball game. A push-up on one elbow, eager to learn more. Why? 60 generations, give or take, of managing the bloodlines? It gets complicated. The regents had to step in and lay down rules at some point. Order law forbids crossing the line, so no hanky-panky between anyone who could become a scion, or whose kids could become a scion in the line of succession. If they didn't prohibit it, there'd be babies with 2, 3, 4 lineages running around. It'd be chaos trying to track who'd be called next, and how the bloodline will be preserved. It's easier for couples where pregnancy is 100% impossible. But for couples who could get pregnant, they're screwed. In the not fun way. That's awful, I know. Though it's sort of a modern fin amour, the medieval idea of courtly and ennobling love that can never be consummated. Very romantic concept back then. But today, there were rumors of a scion couple at another chapter who hid their relationship. But the regents have spies everywhere. They were caught and punished. He furrows his brow at that last word. I know that if I asked, William would tell me what the regents do to the couples they catch, but the shudder that passes through his shoulders tells me I might not want the answer. The more I hear about the regents, and the more I hear about how they meddle in both once-born and Legendborn lives, the more I hate them. No one in the chapter has spoken of the regents without a touch of fear, or at least deference in their voices. Not Nick, not Sel, not even Lord Davis. Who are these all-powerful figures who keep the Order's records, control its bloodlines, and send Merlins out in the world like demonic assassins and hypnotists? I changed the subject. So, what about a scion dating their own squire? Like Russ and Felicity? Or Tor and Sar? William makes an iffy motion with his head. Scions dating their squires can work, but imagine breaking up and then being bonded to your ex forever. I don't know about you, but I'd rather eat my own ether sword. Huh, is all I can manage. Ah, she says. William lifts a mocking eyebrow, as if this is just idle conversation and has nothing at all to do with her relationship to one scion in particular. Shush. William laughs again. I like his laughter. It brings small crow's feet to the corners of his gray eyes. So, he wiggles his eyebrows playfully. Shall I heal your ass? Or are you still worried I'm gonna check it out? I sigh, reach down to tug my jeans off. You can check me out if you want. I'm not cute. He says. I knew I liked you. Once I'm in my undies and on my stomach, William begins. The ether feels like heaven over my tender skin. I stifle a moan. You know, William says thoughtfully, while you're not as banged up as one could be from facing multiple demons, your vitals were all over the place when they brought you in. Apparently, somewhere between the graveyard and the lodge I'd passed out. Nick had carried me the rest of the way, then down the elevator to the infirmary. I'd woken up to Nick and William bickering over whether the would-be king would stay in the room during my treatment. Once I opened my eyes, Nick had grumbled and left William to finish his examination in peace. William sponged off the muck, disinfected the wounds, and got to work. I guessed at first that you would be in shock, but that didn't quite fit. High blood pressure, increased oxygen levels, shallow breaths, dilated pupils. Typical signs of an adrenaline rush after a demon fight. I see them all the time. Fight or flight responses are inherently draining, and after an hour or so, Vitals returned to standard ranges. But your numbers were subnormal. Pupils constricted, slow breaths, sluggish heart rate, low body temp. I chew on my bottom lip, remembering the shining red flames around my fingers, and what Sel said about generating my own ether. Is that bad? Bad is a subjective term around here. William hovers over a particularly painful spot on my lower back. But it's not typical. It was like your system had fired so intensely that instead of simply leveling out, it put you into hibernation. Firing intensely seems like the right way to put it. The very first time in the shower, after the oath, I'd been terrified, overwhelmed, sad, but I'd been able to put it all behind a wall. Tonight I'd been angry in the graveyard and terrified for my life with the hound, and the flames had faded away on their own. Sel's right. I truly have no idea how this works, and I don't have a lot of options for help. Sel has no interest in trying to help me understand, nor would I want to experiment with him to figure it out. I could tell Nick, but he was so pissed beyond belief tonight, and scared after Tor's awakening. He and everyone else in the building are on edge. I don't know if it's a good idea to spring another surprise on him. Maybe Patricia? The door opens, and Nick walks in. "Hey, Will," I screech and twist into a ball, pulling the thin blanket over my entire body. It's not fast enough. Nick's face has gone summer strawberry red. He definitely saw my butt, and my back, and my bra straps, and maybe some side boob? He chokes out a strangled, sorry, and disappears into the hall, slamming the door behind him. Oh! I pull the sheet up higher so my face can hide too. William taps on the fabric like it's a door. Pardon me? I yank it down so that only my eyes are visible. What? His eyes twinkle. In past centuries, some courtiers wanted nothing more than for an eligible king to accidentally see them naked. Shut up, William. When I'm fully healed, all I feel is tired. I just want my own bed. I thank William and he walks me to the elevator. Nick greets us upstairs. His cheeks are still flushed, but they're less summer strawberry, more peach. William squeezes my arm. When he steps back into the elevator to ride up to the residence level, he gives a wink before the doors close. Call me if you need anything. Courtier Matthews. Nick's confused expression bounces between the elevator and me, but I wave it away. William being William. I'm relieved when he decides not to mention any accidental sightings of my flesh. Instead, he wraps me in his arms and presses a kiss to my forehead. It's meant to be comforting, but his lips on my skin make me shiver, send goosebumps down my spine. You sure you're okay? I nod and lean against his chest. Right now I just want to enjoy the feeling of being folded into him, breathe the clean smell of his new shirt. I could sleep for a full day, but I'm okay. He pulls back to examine my face, runs a thumb over my lower lip. I never should have let you go off with Sel alone. It was my Rule 3, and I broke it. He challenged you in front of everyone, I counter. It won't happen again. I swear it. He pulls me in for a soft lingering kiss to seal the vow. This boy makes my chest ache. Let's get you home. Early morning light streams through cracks between clouds, diffusing the open, quiet foyer with sleepy sun. We only make it a handful of steps before two figures sitting on a bench in one of the foyer's recessed alcoves stand up to greet us. I drop Nick's arm before the figures move out of the shadows, and the small sound of disappointment he emits fills me with warm, fizzy bubbles. Bree! Greer rushes forward with Whitty beside them, worry etched across their face. They wrap me up in their arms, then pull back to look me over. Hell foxes? Sar said they took Sel's ether, Whitty asks. Right out of his weapons? Greer punches him lightly in the arm. We're worried about Bree right now, Whitlock. Whitty flushes. Sorry. You all right there, Matthews? I'm okay. Really. I rub my healing, itching arms and look around the dimly lit foyer. All the other pages have gone back to their dorms, and the Legendborn are in bed in the 2 floors above us. Y'all didn't have to wait up for me. You and Sel were missing for over an hour, Greer says, not standing close enough to Nick to clock the tension that their words are causing. And neither of you were answering your phone. No one knew if the trial was over, still going, or what. Then Tor collapsed right out front while we were waiting. Everyone started freaking out. Whitty notices Nick's expression and bumps Greer in the shoulder to cut them off. I turn their words over in my mind, speechless for a moment. I'd completely forgotten how the night started. The scavenger hunt, the trial, the tournament. Right. Nick fills me in while I'm still recalibrating. You, Vaughn, and Whitty found far and away the most objects on the list, followed by Sydney, Greer, and Blake. Carson only found 2 objects, and Spencer. A line appears between his brows. Got pinned by one of Sel's hounds. They're both out. Down in the infirmary, William said that the King's mage hadn't come home yet. I wonder if he's off somewhere licking his wounds after the fight with Nick. It's only the combat trial left now, Whitty says, stifling a yawn. I heard that's on Thursday, with everything heading the way it is. Thursday? I croak. When Lord Davis announced the accelerated tournament schedule, 6 weeks had sounded like enough time to at least learn how to fight decently with one weapon, maybe the cudgel. But today is Saturday. What could I learn in 5 days? What happened to 6 weeks? Nick stiffens beside me. That was before Tor was called. Sorry, Bree, Greer mutters, shifting their weight from one foot to the next. Whitty winces, his expression sympathetic. They both know what I know, which is that there's almost no chance I'll do well in the final trial. Greer and Whitty say their goodbyes and head out the front door. I watch them go, my heart sinking. I may as well quit now. Only if you want to, Nick says with a sigh, looping our fingers together. I send him a questioning look, and he shrugs. I made a few calls while you were downstairs. I requested that one of the lieges who train me, one of the good ones, lead the training sessions for the group. Gillian's solid. I trust her. Is she a miracle worker? The side of his mouth lifts. Better. The former scion of Kay. You don't need to win every match on Thursday. You just need to lose well. I sigh and shake my head. Losing well sounds a lot like regular losing. They aren't the same thing, he murmurs, his thumb passing over my knuckles. Believe me. We pause in the middle of the foyer and stare up at the windows as the sun creeps forth and early morning birds start their day. I glance at Nick beside me, his head tilted back and eyes closed, his blonde hair turned gold in the light. His face appears illuminated from within. I try to imagine him as a king in a painting, noble and stern. I can almost see it, especially after tonight. Maybe I should try and tell him, explain what happened to me. Nick? What Sel did was wrong. Nick tenses, but drops his head to stare at me. The mix of anger and fierce protectiveness in his eyes takes my breath away. My heart, slow as William said it was, wakes up like the sun, padumps in my chest. I ignore it just to get this out. But I am lying to people. I'm not here for the same reasons as everyone else, and we both know it. Nick's eyes are twin blue moons, shining bright. What are you saying? What am I saying? That he has a point. I don't belong here. I'm a distraction. The words feel true as soon as I say them aloud. Nick's head jerks back like I'd slapped him, and his eyes flash. Sel used his powers to directly threaten a member of this chapter. If you were Legendborn, his oath of service would have burned him alive. Do you have any idea what my father would do to him if he were here? I blink, startled by his vehemence. Yes, but he thought I was here to hurt you, Nick. He was just doing his job. You said it yourself. I'm an anomaly. The things I can do. He presses a finger to my mouth. Not here. He's right. The echoing foyer isn't exactly soundproof if someone above opens a door. I lower my voice. Sel didn't hurt me. He's the reason you got hurt, he insists in a rough whisper. No, he's not, I counter. He laughs, incredulous, and releases me to tunnel both hands through his hair. How are you defending him right now? I'm not, I groan. Sel shouldn't have sent his hound in after me, but he's not wrong to be vigilant. You didn't see those hell foxes, Nick. They'll eat the Legendborn's weapons and armor, steal it away, leaving all of you helpless, which is why I need to be able to trust my king's mage, he fires back. And right now I don't trust him. I don't. But, he grasps my hands, his eyes turning pleading in the dim light. If Comlin is coming, and I become king, I'm going to have to make hard decisions, Bree. But they will never be the kind of decisions that make it okay for us to turn on our own, or behave as badly as Shadowborn. I won't be the leader that allows our opponents to turn us into reckless monsters. And that's exactly what Sel let happen tonight. He allowed his anger and fear to twist his perception of facts and turn him into his worst self. If he succumbs to... He stops short, grips my fingers, turning them so he can press his lips to the back of my hand. That's not the type of warrior we can afford to take into battle. The words rattle around in my chest. What do you mean? What are you going to do? Are you... Can you... He rests his forehead against mine and takes a deep breath. I don't know what I'm going to do, B. The only thing I know right now is that we both need rest. We've been up all night. You need to heal. Your trainer will be here in 12 hours. I've got to call my dad by lunch. He presses another soft kiss to my cheek. Let me drive you home. I nod weakly because Nick's right. We're both exhausted, and maybe right now isn't the best time to have serious discussions about leading a kingdom or punishing a king's mage, or what makes a person a monster. But nothing about how I feel, how everything feels, seems right at all. Chapter 32. Thank God for Saturdays. I sleep until noon, and even then I only drag myself out of bed because my bladder and growling stomach begin protesting with alternating pangs of discomfort. I glance at my image in the mirror in the bathroom and shudder. William may have healed my injuries, but I still look like someone who's been fighting hell creatures. I guess even ether can't fix that. Between the tangled, sweat-matted curls under my scarf, the bags under my eyes, and the morning breath, I feel like a hell creature. A hot shower, brushing my teeth, and a bit of water and leave-in conditioner on my hair do wonders. I'm still in my towel, water dripping down my neck, when I get a group text from a number I don't recognize. This is Tor, pagelings. Dinner's at 5, and the training rooms open at 6. Liege Roberts and Liege Hanover will be joining us. Dress appropriately. Don't be late. Don't embarrass us. As I walk through the drowsy campus toward the dining hall, I'm filled with quiet awe at how, with all that's happened to me in the past week, the world keeps spinning. It's 3 weeks until fall starts, technically, but the oppressive roar of late summer heat has already dissipated. The sky is a calm blue with few clouds, and it's cool enough that I might need a sweater tonight. Somewhere in the distance, the Tar Heels marching band is rehearsing for a home game tomorrow. I pass by kids I don't know who are handing out flyers for their student group. A steady stream of students wind their way through the lawn, toward the libraries to study. Because no matter what's happened to me, classes are still running. There's a quiz I haven't studied for in English on Tuesday, a trial I'm not ready for on Thursday. Nick, my boyfriend, partner in crime, co-conspirator who I want to kiss again, is one scion away from being called to the throne of a modern-day kingdom. A part demon mage claims I can create mystic energy inside myself, and might be right. But even if he is, I have no idea what I am. All of this, and yet the planet still spins. My phone buzzes in my hand. It's Patricia, texting to ask if we can meet for a special session at the Arboretum this afternoon, at 1. I'm on campus already, so I accept. I decide during my shower that even if I don't know Patricia well, I do trust her. Sel said my red flames break the laws of ether as the Merlins understand it. Well, Patricia operates outside the Order's rules, and uses roots in a way that probably falls outside their laws too. She may not like the Order, and that's fair, honestly. But she's shown me more about my mother's secret life than the Order ever could. Understanding my magic could be the key to understanding my mother's own magic. And from there, how she might have gotten involved with the Order in the first place. Nick texts too. Just getting up. How about you? Same. Heading to the dining hall for lunch. Want to meet? Sorry, can't. My dad's calling soon to get the full update about last night. Not gonna be pretty. A grimace. I can't imagine what Lord Davis will say. I wonder if Nick's gonna tell his father everything that happened with Sel, or withhold some of the details, or wait until he gets back into town. I'm almost at the dining hall doors before it dawns on me that, out of the two of us, I'm the only one who has a reason to hide some of what transpired last night. Nick doesn't know about the red mage flames, so he has no reason to censor his report. It bugs me that even though I know he'd protect my secret, I don't feel ready to share it with him. But at least this way, he doesn't have to lie for me. He's doing enough of that already. Stomach full of 2 burgers and a large serving of cheesy fries, I head toward the Arboretum to meet Patricia. When I get there, I'm surprised to see her sitting with a young black woman, just a few years older than me. She has large, dark eyes behind round glasses, red-brown skin, and hair that runs slick and tight around her scalp before it blooms into a wide, soft puff at her crown. Bree. Patricia stands, and so does the younger woman. This is Mariah, a junior here and a fellow practitioner. I stare at the girl, and envy and curiosity bite at my insides, opening up old wounds. She knows root because her mother taught her. I could have been her. Isn't therapy supposed to be confidential? Patricia inclines her head. This won't be a normal session. After what happened yesterday at the graveyard, I realized we might need some assistance to get to the bottom of your mother's story, and your own. I asked Mariah if she would join us today to explore some of what you experienced during our walk. She will keep anything you say in confidence. I'm sorry for catching you off guard. Her apology seems genuine. I wasn't sure Mariah would be able to join us on such short notice. We can meet alone, if you prefer. There's no deception in her face, not a hint of manipulation. She means it, and Mariah, for her part, nods in agreement. I could send her away if I wanted, but if I do, I won't get answers. It's fine, I mutter. Mariah smiles, steps forward, and extends a palm. Hi, Bree. When I shake her hand, the blacks of her pupils blows wide. Wow, Death knows you well, she declares, her voice breathy and low. I yank my hand from hers, a shiver rippling up from my palm to my recently healed elbow. Nice to meet you too? My bad, she says apologetically, shaking her hand like she just gotten it wet. I'm a medium. Didn't mean to freak you out. My eyes widen. You can talk to dead people? Why don't we sit first? Patricia intervenes and indicates the blanket near the bench, where there's 3 cafeteria to-go boxes. Mariah follows Patricia's suggestion without argument, so it seems like I'm expected to as well. Patricia kneels daintily and draws her legs and skirt to one side, while Mariah settles into a cross-legged position. The blanket is soft and worn, and the grass and ground underneath holds heat from the afternoon sun. After I decline their offer for lunch, Mariah reaches for one of the boxes. You a member of the BSM? BSM? She smiles pleasantly. Black Student Movement. We meet up for meals and events. We've got a room in the union, a magazine, performance groups, committees. It's pretty dope. Lots of ways in. I didn't realize there was a BSM, I murmur, shifting on the blanket. Another group, another place to belong. Except this time it's not a secret. I can hear my father now. You need a community, Bree. Reading my face, Patricia assures me, it's only the first week of school, Bree. No need to beat yourself up if you haven't found everything and everyone. The gentle grace and warmth in their faces gets me by the throat, and my face contorts into a grateful expression that's out of my control. I take a deep breath, then give Patricia a wobbly smile. Mariah tells me more about BSM and invites me to a meeting next week, and I ask about her major because that's the question everyone on campus seems to ask first. Art history, she says around bites of roast beef. My parents weren't thrilled when I declared, but I studied abroad in Paris this summer and got a curation and an archival internship at the Musée d'Orsay. That helped? I bet. I hadn't considered studying abroad at all. EC students couldn't apply through Carolina, but exchange programs were out there for high school students. How about you? I'm early college, so we don't really declare a major. We take a lot of liberal arts classes and prereqs. Mariah leans forward to inspect my face, concern pulling at her mouth and eyes. You're so young, I didn't realize. I shrug. I'm tall. No, she says, pausing with her sandwich halfway down. That's not what I meant. I mean you're so young to be acquainted with death. I hadn't heard anyone say something like that since the funeral. I look between the two of them again and see it. The pity. My wall is up before I reply. I'm sorry, how are you supposed to help me again? Patricia sets her sandwich aside. Bree, several things became clear to me during our walk yesterday. The first is that you yourself have a branch of root, one that gives you the ability to see root in its raw form. The second is that you revealed to me in Luisa's memory that you are acquainted with the Order of the Round Table. If that's true, then it follows that the only reason you're sitting here right now is because the Order is not aware of what you can do. Am I correct? I fidget under her gaze but nod. I'm relieved, Patricia says with a sigh. Our people have learned the hard way to hide our abilities from them, even when we're working in their homes and caring for their babies. I hadn't considered this, and feel foolish for not asking about it earlier. How did the Rootcrafters hide all they can do, all the time from the scions, squires, pages, or anyone who took the first oath and was granted sight? Patricia reads my expression. We can be plenty invisible when they want us to be, she says dryly. Rootcraft knows their origins, their mission, and how they use their ether to fight crossroad creatures. We also know from experience what they do to outsiders who use power, how they take them away, lock them up, or worse. I didn't tell anyone in the order about you, I say quickly, if that's what you're worried about. She places a hand over mine. I didn't think you would, but you're still in danger every time you go near them. I know, I murmur. Then why do it? Mariah asks, confusion written on her face. Hiding what you are on top of hanging out with the good old boys club? Twisting yourself all up into a shape that's convenient for them? She wrinkles her nose. Sounds exhausting. I swallow around an unexpected lump. Because she's right. The looks Vaughn still gives me, Tor's words the night of my oath, the look I get from a few of the eliminated pages that hang around the lodge, how much energy I spend wondering if they're thinking the same thing Vaughn is about why I'm Nick's page, that it's sex, or race, or both. Between Nick's rules and the ones I already carry around with me every day, it is exhausting. I could argue that the order is not all white, that Sarah's there. But then I remember what she said about her dad and the dinner parties and get tired all over again. They're both doing a version of the same contortionist act that I'm doing. Figuring out how to survive in water that you know has sharks. Because you have to. I don't feel any of that here with Mariah and Patricia. Alice is my safe space, my home, and that would never change. But it's been months since I've held space with only black women, and it's not just safe, it's a release. Lying to them right now feels like the straw that will break my back, and I can't afford my back to break. Not now. I don't believe my mother's death was an accident, I'll begin, and their eyes grow wide. Last week I recovered a memory. The night she died, one of their casters, a Merlin, erased my memory, and my father's memories at the hospital, and I don't know why. I believe the order may have killed her, that something happened while she was enrolled here that made her a target. I've become one of their initiates to find out the truth, but I'm not with them. I'm against them. In the moment of silence after I finish, the wind picks up Patricia's scarf, and Mariah's in my curls. It says something about the order's reputation, that neither of them denies my suspicion, or even questions it. The same emotion passes over both their expressions, too quick for me to name. It's Patricia who speaks first. And do you have proof? I have Ruth's memories of something that happened on campus when my mother was here. If I pass their trials, I gain a title in their world, and they'll trust me. I can ask more questions, get answers, and then I'll get proof. You seek revenge. My eyelids flutter. That specific word had never fallen from my mouth. But it didn't need to, did it? It's always been there in a way. Revenge, retaliation, justice. But even those words aren't enough. A small voice whispers. They don't feel deep enough, big enough. What did I say to Nick? Punish them for what they did. Punish feels better. Punish feels right. Bree? Is that what you want? I want to find who's responsible. The words come fast, from the quiet thoughts I've buried deep. Use my root abilities, the title I'll gain, and the context I have to bring justice to anyone who was involved. Patricia regards me closely. You said you can resist their hypnosis? Yes, if I want to. Patricia and Mariah exchange a worried glance. What is it? Patricia's frown lines deepen. What else can you do, Bree? I tell her everything. How it's not just the sight or the mesmer resistance. How I can smell castings. How I can feel Sel's gaze on my skin. And last, I tell them about the red mage flames. Mariah's jaw has long since dropped, but the mage flames bit must have tipped her over. Holy shit! Language, Patricia chastises, but her face looks pretty holy shit too. She covers trembling fingers with her burgundy shawl, to hide them. From me, I think. And you've never called on an ancestor for any of these abilities? No. If you aren't asking to borrow these powers, then they've been bound to you somehow. Bound me? I stutter, shaking my head. No, I mean, bound by who? Her warning about the Order and their powers comes back to me in a rush. You think I'm a bloodcrafter? No, I've never... I know, Patricia says. This is why I've asked Mariah here today. To get answers. Mariah nods to Patricia. I definitely get it now, she says, then points a finger at me. You need to talk to your ancestors. I look between the two of them. You're serious, aren't you? The corner of Mariah's mouth twitches. On the other side, they have access to more knowledge than we do. When Doc Hartwood called me this morning, I set out offerings for my grandma to pass the gift to me today. Sometimes, if I'm lucky, I can help other people talk to their ancestors too. My throat closes tight. My stomach clenches, and my fingers grip the earth beside my knees. Could I really see my mother? Talk to her like I did Louisa? Ask her about what happened that night? You can help me talk to my mom? See her again? Mariah's face folds, and I can tell she expected my question. I can help you call for your people, but I don't control who answers. I nod, and blink stinging tears away. My chest is full of the sharp pang of loss, and an unexpected feeling of relief. When I imagine seeing my mother again, something I never thought possible, it feels like there are 1,000 words that want to come out of my mouth at once, so very many that I cannot speak at all. Like she's read my mind, Patricia leans forward to touch my knee. Love is a powerful thing, more powerful than blood, although both run through us like a river. She may answer you, but if she does not, she still loves you. A nod, but my emotions are swirling inside me like a hurricane. How does it work? Mariah folds her hands in her lap. I amplify the connection between family members, and then make the request, sort of like sonar. The ancestor who responds might be your mother. It might be a grandparent, or a great-grandparent, or even further back. If the signal's strong enough, I can help you speak to them. I nibble on my lower lip, and wonder if my mother might not want to answer my call. Would she still be angry with me, like she was the night before she died? Would she be proud of what I'm doing? Would she want me to stop? Would I stop if she asked me to? Okay, I say quietly. Mariah gestures for me to face her until our crossed legs touch, knee to knee. She takes my hands in hers and closes her eyes. Patricia nods reassuringly, and I close mine too. We'll start slow, Bree, Patricia says. You'll just focus on your love for your mother. I pull an image of my mother from memory, and right away, there's pain. I see her in her favorite summer house dress, drifting through our home to open up the windows. She's humming a melodyless tune. I'm reading a book on our living room couch, and when she reaches over my head to open the window, she looks down with a broad, toothy smile against copper-brown skin. Behind her glasses, love, pride, and affection live in the corners of her eyes. I smile, sending my love back, but it twists and sharpens into something else. Steady, Patricia whispers. Focus on your love for her. Now, imagine the love stretching back to your grandparents, then back further, like a strong thread connecting the generations. That's what Mariah will follow. Like a line. I do my best to follow her instructions. Imagine my grandmother as my mother described her, but as soon as I do, grief slices through me. Patricia must sense my pain like she always does. Bree, it's all right. Take slow breaths. We're right here with you. You're not alone. I don't listen. All I can think of is loss. My loss of my mother's loss of hers, and what I didn't tell Patricia, that my great-grandmother died before my mom was born too. None of us met our grandmothers. Mariah makes a low, whining sound. There are wells of life, deep ones, but they're all separated, tied off from one another. Because death breaks our connection. I want to scream. Death is not a thread. It is the sharp cut that severs us. Death separates us from one another, and yet it holds us close. As deeply as we hate it, it loves us more. My heart pounds to its rhythm. One mother. 2 mothers. 3 mothers. Gone. 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 Mariah gasps and releases my hands. My eyes fly open to find her eyes wide, her chest rising with rapid breaths. Something terrible happened in your family, didn't it? I scramble to my feet, panting and dizzy. Bree? Patricia reaches for me, but I can't look at her. Or Mariah. Patricia calls my name again, and again, but her voice sounds farther and farther away. And no wonder, because I'm running from her again. I feel like a coward, but I don't stop. Chapter 33. After the meeting with Patricia and Mariah, several hours ignoring their calls, and a fitful nap that left me more tired than rested, I arrive at the lodge, completely uninterested in sitting at a table and making small talk. Nick is nowhere to be found. Busy, he texted. That's fine. I don't feel like talking. The dinner display is massive. Shrimp cocktails on the rim of mini wine goblets, filled with red cocktail sauce, vegetable crudités on 2-tiered silver serving dishes, seasonal flowers in red and white nestled between baskets of warm rolls, crostinis, and olive oil-soaked baguettes. Layers of grilled pineapple sticks sit by chocolate-covered melon on a white serving platter. Right now, none of it is appealing. I keep thinking about how Mariah and Patricia looked at me when I told them that the order killed my mother. I can still see it in their eyes. They may believe my story, and they're sorry if it's true, but they think it's something I need to accept. Their branches of root bring them closer to death, and so maybe acceptance is possible for them. But I'm not them. I'm a daughter whose mother was taken from her. Acceptance, I decide, is for people whose parents just died for no reason, true accidents or illness. Acceptance is not possible for murder. Whatever Mariah did sent cracks all through my old walls. and bought after Bree, raw and spiteful, clawing to the surface. I don't bother to repair them. I just let myself feel, more deeply than ever before. I feel the presence of death in my chest, my mother's, my grandmother's, my great-grandmother's. Now that I hold all of that death, how can I just accept it? If there's one thing the Order has taught me, it's that I'm my family's scion. I have a duty to fight for them. I'd been in the infirmary in the lodge basement so many times, I started thinking of the entire floor as Williams. I'd completely forgotten it houses the Order's training rooms too. Even underground, the biggest room ceiling is 12 feet overhead. It can easily fit every chapter member, and probably another 20 on top of that. Tonight, however, it's just the 6 pages that remain in the tournament, spread out while we wait for our coaches. In the center are 3 concentric circles, painted on a large square mat. The smallest circle in the middle is outlined in white, the next largest blue, and the one after, almost 50 feet in diameter, is red. On the far wall, lined up on a rack, is an assortment of metal weapons, long wooden staffs banded with silver rings, 4 sets of silver bows with a quiver of silver arrows beneath each, maces, swords, and daggers. I remind myself that I don't need to win. I just need to lose well. The door bangs open. In walk a man and a woman in their late 30s. The man is tall and broad-shouldered with closely cropped blonde hair. The woman is taller than Nick, and her black hair is cut into a short, severe bob. They're both dressed in expensive athletic gear and wearing soft, worn shoes that make little sound as they walk. "Line up," the man barks at us, pointing to one side of the mat. We scurry over while he watches. If the eyes are windows, then this man's are boarded shut, with no clear view into what goes on within. "My name is Liege Owen Robert, squire of a fallen scion of Boars. This is Gillian Hanover, a liege of Kay." Fallen scion? What would it feel like to lose one scion in battle? Suddenly, the man's hardened appearance takes on a new meaning. In Gillian, Nick's former trainer, was never awakened at 5th ranked, but nothing about her looks weak or incapable. Nick said she'd been in the field since she was 15, deployed by the Regents to fight Shadowborn worldwide, just like the Merlins. In other words, they're both plenty deadly. We're here the next 5 nights to oversee your preparation for the combat trial, and assist with the skill acquisition as necessary. The last bit Gillian says with an eye on me, and it takes everything in me not to look away in embarrassment. Somewhere to my left, Vaughn snickers. We will also referee the trial, so that the members of this chapter, and the 3 scions in need of squires, may evaluate your bouts from the audience. When Gillian takes a step forward, the weight on her left side lands differently. She wears a prosthesis. It's possible she's always used it, and equally possible she'd been injured in battle. All scions must become proficient in the use of a longsword, but not every scion will inherit one from their knight. As a squire, you will need to demonstrate proficiency in the weapon your scion uses, as you'll be generating the same weapon from ether, once the 2 of you are bonded. Who here can explain the inherited weapons of the lines of Arthur, Owain, and Gawain? Vaughn recites the details as if reading from a book. Scions in the line of Arthur inherit enhanced strength and intuition for battle strategy, and the ability to wield Excalibur. As such, Scion Davis uses a longsword. Scions of Owain inherit the Knight of the Lion's Ether Construct Familiar and use the quarterstaff. Scions of Gawain, healing, strength at noon and midnight, dual daggers. Very good, Gillian nods, her eyes assessing Vaughn quickly. Over the next 3 nights, we will begin the evening with a demonstration, modeling the bouts you will undertake on Thursday evening. These bouts will be page against page, and structured so that each of you has an opportunity to demonstrate your skill, or weakness, with each form of combat. I wait for Gillian and Owen to step into the sparring circle, but instead, the door slams open, and Sel strides into the room in loose pants and a black tank. The King's Mage pulls everyone's attention like a magnet, but he passes the pages without a word, his face a blank mask. As he walks toward the smallest ring, he calls swirling blue ether into one palm and draws it out with the other until it stretches and solidifies into a shining quarterstaff. In the white ring, he pivots to face the coaches and twirls the crystalline weapon from hand to hand, behind his back, across his chest. I haven't seen him since the fight between him and Nick. To everyone else, he looks like his normal, broody, stoic self. But I can tell it's just a front. His casting smells acrid and sharp in my nose. Sel is furious. I take slow, deep breaths in through my mouth to block out the scent of his rage. I add duct tape and glue and spackle and plaster to my walls, because inside me, after Bree is responding to him. She wants to be furious too. Selwyn and I will demonstrate quarterstaff combat, Owen says. Pages aiming for the line of Owain. Please pay close attention. Watch our demo for speed of attacks and for techniques to defend against a Shadowborn opponent, which Selwyn here will mimic for educational purposes. The coaches know for a fact that Sel is part demon, but no one else here does. No one except me. Distantly, I wonder if I should warn Owen. Yell that he should reschedule. Stop the match now before it starts. Sel's far too angry. Another, freshly cruel part of me says, why bother? If Owen knew who I was, he'd probably turn me in without a second thought. Let Sel beat him. Let me watch. They start with slow, measured footwork, one opponent rotating around the other. Then at some cue, Owen advances, and the fight begins. I can't take my eyes off Sel. His movements are everything I know mine won't be. Arcs that glide through the air, quick strikes that send his staff whistling toward Owen's. Where Nick is powerful and arena-ready, Sel is lean and built for agility and speed. He doesn't move like a human at all, and it baffles me that I ever thought he was one. Loud clacks fill the room. The weapons meet again and again. Owen's staff whips low at Sel's legs. Sel leaps into a perfect one-handed backflip. The wood never met its mark. Owen scowls. Sel straightens with a grin. Owen shifts tactics, lunging for an overhead strike. Sel evades fluidly, under and around Owen's attack, then twists his staff for a wicked blow to Owen's ribs. Owen grunts, recovers, and moves into a flurry of attacks. Sel meets each downward smash, sweep, thrust, and lunge with preternatural speed. He uses the full length of his staff, the top, the middle, the butt end, and even blocks one of Owen's blows with a bare forearm. Eventually, Owen lands a blow. He clips Sel on the shoulder. It doesn't even faze him. Instead, the King's Mage grins and sweeps low, swiping at Owen's shins. The liege blocks, barely, with a downward stab at the mat. Still smiling, Sel presses Owen toward the edge of the circle, corralling the older man like prey with rapid-fire attacks. Owen can barely keep up. Finally, one sharp crack to the head sends Owen to a knee. He raises a hand to concede, and the fight is finished. The room claps as Owen stands with a grimace, his chest still heaving. With Gillian's help, the liege makes his way, slowly, to the door, and William's infirmary. Back at the circle, Sel watches, unwinded as they depart. He spins his staff idly, his face unreadable. After a moment, he holds the weapon out with one hand, clenches his fist until it dusts. He passes by close enough to touch, but doesn't spare me a single glance and leaves without a word. When Gillian returns, she instructs each of us to take quarterstaffs and pair up if we wish. Everyone except me, that is. As the others spread around the room, Gillian paces toward me, her arms behind her back. I swear, with every step she grows an inch in height. You're the once-born outsider Nick sponsored? Yes. I won't go easy on you. I didn't ask you to, I snap, unable to stop myself. She assesses me, green eyes taking in my arms and hands, my shoulders and stature. Then she heads to the back wall and the rack of weapons. She comes back holding 2 wooden practice staffs, banded with silver, tucked under one firm bicep. I grunt a little when she drops one into my hands. No matter what you do, engage your core. Over the next hour, while everyone else is in practice bouts with each other, Gillian works with me. She shows me how to charge, bringing the staff down toward my opponent's head, and how to block, by raising the staff with both hands over my own. Her heavy strikes send jarring tremors down my elbows. I'm tall enough that my strikes make her stretch for each block, but that's my only advantage. She wipes the floor with me, and I end up on my ass more often than not. When Gillian calls time, my wrist and shoulders are aching. Now, I'll show you how to move to maximize each strike or block. The correct position of your feet provides stability and agility so that you can move quickly into the next movement, be it offensive or defensive. Think of it as a dance. I lean against my staff, wincing from a stitch in my side. Shouldn't I have learned footwork first then? How do your ankles feel? I rotate a foot. They hurt. Good. I furrow my brow in confusion. She grins, all teeth and cruelty. Babies learn to walk faster on tile than carpet. Now, you have incentive to get the footwork right. I envision slapping her, but the Gillian in my mind has me on my back before I can lift a hand. Her mouth corks, like she knows exactly what I'm thinking. After showing me how to balance my weight with the staff in various positions, she teaches me how to move forward and backward without tripping or falling. Different holds make movements easier or harder. By the time Nick pokes his head in, every joint in my body is both painful and unmanageable. My stomach is sore, my glutes are on fire, the webbing between my hands feels like it might tear if I stretch my fingers too far. I collapse to the floor in a heap and look up at the clock. 3 hours have passed, and it's close to 10. How's it going, Gil? Nick asks. Gillian looks me over for a moment. She's about as good as you were. When you were 8. Nick winces. It's her first night. The older woman shrugs and plucks the staff from my hand. Nick helps me to standing, taking my weight when I hop up on my sore feet. At times like these, there are only 2 words I can offer. Yeah, what are they? I mutter. William's waiting. On the car ride home, I fall into an exhausted, ether-drugged sleep. Nick offers to help me upstairs twice before I wave him away. The images I dream of melt and bleed into one another, like oil over water. I see my mother, hunched over her desk writing. When she looks down and smiles, I know that I'm a child, and this is a memory. Her face slips into familiar blue and white smoke. I wear shining ether armor. Metal gleams over my arms and chest. Nameless, faceless regents kneel on the ground before me, men in robes playing God. I level my crystal blade at their throats. Beside me, Nick gasps. My armor matches his. I am his squire. but his sword is sheathed. When I reach for his arm, he pulls away like I'm a stranger. I'm on my hands and knees in the graveyard, bent over earth and stone, with hands smeared in blood. The graveyard falls into never-ending darkness, black and silent and suffocating. Asleep until afternoon again on Sunday. Nick texted while I was asleep. Gotta deal with some order issues. We'll try and text later. Have a good session tonight. Just as I'm leaving for lunch, Patricia texts to ask if we can meet, and I tell her I can't, that I have to study for my English quiz. Which is true. It feels like I haven't touched a textbook in days. I fully expect Patricia to keep calling or texting me after I'd run out on yesterday's therapy session. I didn't expect her to show up at my dorm. I'm so focused on getting out the door to head to the library that I don't notice her until she calls my name. She has her phone out like she's about to call me to come down and meet her. I sigh and walk over. I didn't know you made house calls. She smiles. I don't, usually. I let her guide me to the grass beyond the sidewalk. Today, her glasses are Carolina blue, and her shawl is a cerulean and gold paisley. Let me guess, you're here to tell me not to run away from my feelings? I actually just came to check on you after yesterday. Are you all right? I'm fine. I hike my bag up on my shoulders. She looks like she has more to say, but decides not to. Instead, she wraps her bare arms more tightly in the shawl. I realize our sessions together have been very unorthodox. I raise a brow. You think? You're suffering right now, Bree. More than I realized. I look up at the sky. Isn't that what grief is? I think you're suffering from traumatic grief now, and if you continue as you are, over time you'll likely develop a condition called persistent complex bereavement disorder, panic attacks or something like them. Your anger, your distrust of new people, your obsession with the circumstances of her death, and your inability to truly live forward. These are all classic symptoms of PCBD. My laugh is hollow and derisive. Sure, fine. She presses on. Therapy is only beneficial if the patient wants help with the ghosts that haunt them. And I think that during yesterday's session, we touched on your ghost. My ghost? I repeat, bewildered. An emotional ghost is a moment, an event, even a person that hovers over us no matter how far we run to escape it or them. Sure, I say reasonably. I already know the answer to this quiz. It's the moment I found out my mom died. There. Easy. Not so fast, she says with warm amusement. Do you want to know how I locate a patient's ghost, Bree? An early morning breeze lifts up the edges of her shawl, blowing the material over her cheek in a soft billow. I don't, in fact, want to know. Patricia presses forward anyway. I listen for what they don't talk about. Ghosts are invisible after all. Okay. And you don't talk about your mother. I open my mouth to say yes I do. I just spoke about her right now. But Patricia raises a palm. You might talk about her death, but you don't talk about her life. This is a symptom of the type of grief you're experiencing too. An inability to process that a person is more than their absence, that love is more than loss. She isn't lost. I snap. She didn't just wander off and get lost somewhere. I hate it when people say that. Well, what happened to her? What do you mean what happened to her? She died, and someone is responsible for that. Her lips go thin. Behind her glasses, Patricia's brown eyes have iron in them now. Rootcraft is used for healing, protection, and self-knowledge. The same can be said for therapy. But you don't want those things, do you, Bree? I don't know what to say to that, so I turn away. She speaks calmly, but her words are weighted stones, dropping one after another, dragging my limbs down, pulling me into unknown depths. Even if you succeed in your goal and find proof, revenge won't bring her back. Why someone dies is not the same question as why they're gone. After Bree simmers just below the surface of my skin. I know that, I say through gritted teeth, but it will make me feel better. Why is that exactly? I blink. Isn't it self-explanatory? Patricia narrows her eyes. No, it's not. She turns toward the open quad and tugs her shawl tighter. I'm going to go now. I apologize for surprising you here today. That's it? I follow her as she descends down the steps. You're just going? I'll call your father next week to give him a referral to another therapist, someone who specializes in your condition. What? I sputter. You're just getting rid of me? Why? She turns then, eyes more somber than I've ever seen them. I thought that I could help ease you through grief by connecting you to your mother in our community. But I made a mistake. I bought the craft into our sessions when perhaps I shouldn't have, particularly as your mother never bought you into the fold herself. So you're just abandoning me? I say, my voice cracking with sudden emotion. She sighs heavily. There comes a time when even passive support turns to endorsement, and I won't endorse what you're doing with the order. I can't. My hands ball into fist, and you won't help me figure out who I am? When she speaks again, her voice is thick with sorrow. I want you to figure out who you are. We all deserve that answer, and the journey it takes to find it. But I fear for you, Bree, and the path you've assigned yourself. I know that the Order, for what they're worth, has worked for centuries to rid our plane of the creatures who cross over and take material form. They may fight monsters, but they aren't protectors. Because they're bloodcrafters and they've stolen their root, I say. We borrow root because keeping it in our living bodies creates an imbalance of energy. We call bloodcraft a curse because power taken and not returned incurs a debt, and the universe and the dead will always come to collect, one way or another. The Order has tied power to their bloodlines for hundreds of years. Tell me, Bree, how large do you think their debt is? Do you know how they pay it? The only currency that bloodcraft accepts is suffering and death. My stomach bottoms out in horror. 15 centuries. That's what Cell said in the tunnels. All of the lives and oaths and heavy prices paid, and the abatement, hundreds of lifespans taken, cut short. Patricia reaches for my hand and gives it a final, brief squeeze before she leaves me, standing in the grass behind her. Chapter 34. Patricia's warning haunts me for the rest of the day, but it dissolves as soon as I walk into the training room, where excitement ripples through the 5 pages waiting for Gillian and Owen. Something's happened, but I don't know what. Greer and Whitty pull me aside to fill me in. Yesterday afternoon, William barred Sel from performing the warrior's oath to bond Sar and Tor until he calmed down, which only made Sel even angrier. After that, Nick, Sel, and Lord Davis were overheard on a tense phone call that lasted late into the night. There had been shouting, even a scuffle. It ended with Sel smashing a chair and storming out the front door. No one's seen Nick since. Gillian walks in right as they finish talking, so I don't get a chance to text Nick for answers. Between the sour taste in my mouth from my breakup with Patricia and my worry about Nick, the rest of the evening goes miserably. Sel and Gillian demo the longsword and face off to a draw. Again, Sel doesn't speak to anyone and leaves as soon as they're done. Owen and Gillian introduce us to hard, custom-designed polypropylene practice swords. For me, it's an utter disaster, even against the heavy wooden dummies we start with for the first hour. On the second hour, they pair us up, and that's much, much worse. Gillian drops her head into her hands every time Whitty disarms me. "It's an extension of your arm, Matthews!" When I raise a hand to ask Whitty for a break, 3 times in 10 minutes, out of breath and hands clutching my knees, Gillian groans. "You have no stamina, Matthews! What if your scion needs you? Do you think you can call time with a gwilgie on your heels?" I want to scream at her that I have no idea what a gwilgie is, but instead I stagger to standing, my heart thudding in my chest like a hammer, and start again. When it's over, I call Nick's cell twice, but he doesn't pick up. Alice is studying when I get home. She notices my workout gear right away, and I'm ready with a lie. Scavenger hunts and obstacle courses and team building crap. Nothing dangerous, just ridiculous initiation stuff. It takes everything in me to stay awake as we catch up. I tell her an abridged version of the date with Nick at the bar, and she gives me news about classmates from back home. Nick texts right as I drift off in bed. "Hey, my dad set a plane for me. Said I needed to join him at the Northern and show face at the other chapters. Things are getting worse up here, just like there. Gates opening where we haven't seen them before. I'll be back before Thursday's trial. Gillian's good. Trust her. You can do this, Bee." Monday with daggers is far worse than Sunday with the longsword. I lose every match against Greer. They have years of training on their side. They use their long arms and legs to every advantage. After, they help me walk to Williams with a sore tailbone and a smattering of bruises from one side of my rib cage to the other, and from sternum to belly button. According to Gillian's calculations, if the blades were real, I'd have been gutted 30 times. When I get home, I force myself to walk normally in front of Alice. On Tuesday, there is no demo, but Sel shows up anyway. To watch, it seems. He's not the only one. Vaughn and Blake and even Sydney now watch my drills and smile smugly in the corner of the room. I don't need to hear them say it. Their eyes and laughter communicate clearly enough. No scion would ever select me. Each night there's a cycle. I tell myself I don't care what they think. Then, because I'm not used to losing, frustration wells inside, spilling into my limbs and burning muscles, and I push myself to get better, train harder. Later, while William heals my wounds, 3 broken fingers, a broken elbow, a bruised kidney, and ribs, I remember that I'm not planning to stay, that this isn't truly my life. And the cycle begins again. Only Whitty and Greer seem to take pity, but any kindness they show me during our sparring matches is immediately caught by our trainers, who deal out punishment to us all in the form of laps, or push-ups, or tire flips. Wednesday night goes horribly. "Sydney, you're up. Pick the weapon." Sydney walks to the rack and pulls the quarterstaff. By now, I know that she and Blake are in a silent battle to become Pete's squire, so I'm not surprised she picked the staff. We'd never be friends, but after the Hellbore trial she'd at least treated me with respect. I already know Owen's going to call my name. I feel it in my gut. Bree! At the end of the line, Vaughn's laughter is a deep, mocking rumble. Can it, Schaefer? Gil warns. Greer uses the distraction to lean close. You're taller than her and have a longer reach, but she knows that and she'll go for the sweep. I nod a silent thanks and make my way to the rack. When I turn back to the ring, I see Sel slip through the open door and take a seat on the bench near the wall. Owen lays out the rules of engagement. A match is won when your opponent yields, or when they take a step outside the line. We step inside the blue ring and stand in starting positions, staffs at an angle across our bodies, one grip facing down, the other up. Owen gives the signal. Sydney whips up. I block before it hits my ribs. She dances back. I surge forward for a strike to her shoulder. She blocks, counters with a low swing. Wood cracks against my shin, and pain blazes up to my knees. Satisfaction glows in her eyes. She'd been waiting for that opening, and I walked right into it. I stand. Her staff flies toward my neck, and I duck. She throws her weight into a thrust at my solar plexus. I block, pushing her weapon to the left of my waist. It forces her off balance, and I lean right so she falls forward. She plants her staff hard, just before the blue line, halting her momentum before she tumbles out of the ring. I should have used that opportunity to drop her to the mat. She pushes off, pivots on a heel, and twirls her staff to strike at my temple. I panic and lean back too far, miss the attack but fall hard on my ass. Her staff is at my throat. Yield, she pants. Everything happens so fast. Too fast. My throat bobs against her weapon. Sydney presses lightly against my neck. I yield! I snarl, knocking her staff to the side. A few days ago she would have helped me up, if begrudgingly. Now, she smirks and walks away. The other pages clap lightly at her performance. I curse and roll to standing. When I recover my staff, I find Sel's eyes on me, from the bench where he's leaned forward on his knees, chin on his palm. I'd forgotten he was there. Heat spreads over my throat and chest when I realized he watched me fail horribly, and with his personal weapon of choice. Greer manages to best Blake with the practice sword, disarming him in a few minutes. Vaughn uses his weight and size to press Whitty out of the ring before they exchange more than a few blows. Whitty curses and throws his blade down. The maddest I've ever seen him. Gil calls it a night. Her eyes linger on mine when she reminds the group we can use the rooms any time we want to practice before tomorrow's trial. Right as I meet Greer at the door, I feel Sel's gaze on my back. I haven't spoken to him all week, but there's an expectant weight in the sensation of his eyes. A sigh. You know what? I'm gonna stay for a bit. You go on ahead. Greer raises a brow. They look over my shoulder at Sel sitting on the bench, then back at me. You sure? Yeah, it's fine. He waits until their footsteps disappear down the hall. Do you want to be a squire? His voice is inches behind me, and I yelp, even though I should expect his silent approach at this point. I frown, not sure how to answer. Do I want to achieve the title? Yes, so that I'll be powerful enough in the hierarchy to demand an audience and the truth from the regents. Do I want to fight in this war as a squire? It's a yes or no question. I do, yes. He hums, then turns, shucking his jacket and tossing it onto the bench behind him as he moves to the center of the ring. Then he stands there in his usual black tank and loose pants, rotating his wrist and stretching until corded muscles stand out in his forearms and biceps. "What are you doing?" "I've decided that watching you fail this spectacularly is too painful to bear. Get over here." "What?" He rolls his eyes. "I'm offering to train you, silly thing." "What happened to Brianna? I like that better than silly thing." "Stop stalling." I toss my towel into the linen basket by the door. "There's no way I'd let you train me." "Why?" "Why do you want to in the first place? You can't want me to succeed." He bends to stretch one arm to an ankle, but I can still see the upturned edges of his smile. "Let's just say that I'm not particularly fond of bullies at the moment, and the way they attack others' weaknesses. It would please me to watch yours fall tomorrow." I jump my chin out. "I don't believe you." "Obstinate creature." He huffs under his breath. "Come here. I am serious. I swear it." I swear it. A vow Nick utters too. For all their differences, there are still echoes. I pace slowly to the ring, step over the white line and come to a stop in front of him. He crosses his arms over his chest and fixes me with a stern gaze. "Do you know why you keep getting taken down in the ring?" "Because the other pages have years of experience fighting and I don't?" "No. It's because the other pages fight with a singular focus. You don't, because you're here for more than one reason. The other reason is that they know their strengths well and use them. I've seen you punch a hole through a hellfox. The fact that you're still bumbling around this week tells me you can't control your gifts. Or aren't trying to." He scoffs. "If I could produce ether from my body and cook it up the way you can, I'd spend every waking moment trying to do it again." We have different priorities. An understatement. "Bye." I turn to leave. "Wait." He catches my arm. When I look down at his fingers, he releases me. "I can still assist you, ether furnace or not." "You're going to help me win a match?" He snorts. "Oh no, you're nowhere near skilled enough to win anything. I'm going to help you lose less terribly." "Wow, you're a peach." "No," he retorts, pulling a spinning ball of blue ether into his palm. "I'm part demon." Chapter 35. The next night, the chapter mills around the great room. The competing pages are too nervous to eat, but the other people are enjoying satay chicken skewers and peanut sauce. I'm trying my best to stay calm, even with my heart pounding in my chest. Tonight's the combat trial, and while I still feel unprepared, the session with Sel last night at least gave me hope. We never reproduced the red mage flame, and we both agreed that was a good thing in the public setting of the trial, but he showed me how to use my height and limited abilities in new ways. Nick enters and finds me right away, pulling me to the balcony windows. It feels like I haven't seen him in ages. "I'm so sorry I had to leave without notice. My dad just wanted me close, and the other chapters are asking questions about the table, and it's bad. Really bad. Can you forgive me?" He leans back and frowns. "You look scared, B." His eyes widen. "Did Sel get to you again?" "No, not like that," I say vaguely. He gave me some combat tips yesterday." "What?" Nick's jaw clenches. "I ordered him to stay away, not to look at you, talk to you." "It's fine." I squeeze his arm. "It was good. He genuinely helped." He looks skeptical, but some of the strain leaves his shoulders. "Still, Rule 3 is in full effect, even more so after he performs Torrensar's oath ceremony tonight. His eyes are slate and storm, worry and tension. Did something else happen? Every time I think of Patricia, I get both angry and sad. Remember that person on campus who I thought could help me? The one I trusted? Yeah. Our moment of privacy is coming to a close. Heads are turning our way. I was wrong. They can't help me. I can tell he's genuinely disappointed. I'm sorry, B. It's gonna be okay, though. We can... The lights flicker, cutting him off. Time to head down to the trial. The room empties around us, and Nick leans against the window, my hand and his still hidden from view. He watches the others file out while I try and find some semblance of reason. As soon as the last person leaves, and the door clicks shut, he wraps me in his arms and buries his face in my hair. I resist for a moment, not ready to let him in. But as soon as he holds me, I feel warmer, stronger, safer. Nick's heart beats and mine answers, call and response. I could sob with relief. You're hurting, and I don't know what to do. Please, tell me what to do. I don't think there's anything you can do. Deep breaths, okay? It'll help you stay calm. Irritation flares inside me. Deep breaths? Stay calm? The same things Patricia says to me when I get upset. When the memories come, the anger and the sadness wash over me in waves, each one bigger than the last, and she has no idea how much they hurt. Don't tell me to be calm. I'm sorry, he soothes, pressing a kiss to my forehead, then my temple. I won't say it again. I am really tired of people telling me to be calm and take fucking deep breaths. Okay. He nods against my forehead. Then let me just be here for you tonight. He reaches his hand into his back pocket and presses a key into my hand. I look down, wiping my tears away with the sleeve. What's this? He smirks, but there's hesitation there, mixed with pleasure. My room key. And why are you giving this to me? I have to go pick up my dad from the airport after the trial. It's a 4-hour round trip. After the bouts. Why don't you go upstairs and wait for me in my room? When I get back, we can talk about whatever's going on. Or not talk. Not talk? I lift both brows. Red rushes up his cheekbones. That's not what I meant, he says hurriedly. Then pauses. Reconsiders. Unless that's what you meant. The version of not talking that means we're doing other things. I press my lips together to keep from laughing. I didn't actually say any words just now, Davis. That was all you. The look on his face is an adorable blend of hope and uncertainty. Tell you what, I say, closing my hand around the bronze key. I'll take this and wait upstairs in your room after Gillian kicks my ass. As long as you let me use your shower when you're gone. Deal. We smile at each other, and the moment feels like it's ours. Secret. Butterflies swarm in my stomach, because while we've exchanged a few pecks, nothing has been as heated or intense as that first kiss. Taking him up on his invite means we'll be alone, in his room, for the first time since the second trial. Nick gazes down at me, that same awareness mirrored in his eyes. He tugs on my belt until we're standing flush and presses a warm thumb into my palm like a promise. It takes another flicker of lights to break us apart and send us into our separate directions, but I head down to the prep area with at least one thing to look forward to. The arena for the combat trial is not far from the silver chapel in the woods. There's a single drawn circle in the densely padded dirt, about the size of the middle ring inside the training room. Chairs and stools surround the circle, where our audience will sit. Owen and Gil are posed at opposite sides of the arena, with a clear view of the center. I don't know where Sel is, but I can feel his gaze from above. A tree, maybe? It's not quite dark yet. The 6 competing pages wear fitted pants for maximum mobility, and tunics in the color of our sponsor's line, adorned with the sigil in the center. I'm the only page who wears the gold line of Arthur. Sel said I had too many reasons to be here. Fractured goals. Tonight, I only have one focus, and I fight for only one family. My own. The matches are set up so that each page goes into the ring 3 times, for a total of 9 matches. When the first pair goes up, Nick makes eye contact with me and winks. He's never seen me in the arena, and his easy confidence in my abilities triples my nerves. Sydney easily beats Greer with the quarterstaff, but loses to Blake when it comes to the longsword. Woody knocks Blake out of the ring with rapid stabs and swipes of his dagger. Then, to everyone's surprise, manages to beat Vaughn into submission with the staff. Vaughn smacks Woody's staff away and leaves the ring, face as red as his tunic. It's been obvious since warm-ups that he planned to get through the night 3 for 3, winning each match with each weapon. He launches his staff against the trees, splitting it down the middle. Fitz walks over to his page to pat his back encouragingly and murmur in the other boy's ear. Even though Fitz doesn't need a squire, he's got Evan. It seems he's invested in his page's success. The other pages, squires, and scions cheer or groan and chat between rounds. Only Nick sits hunched over, silently watching the bouts with a neutral expression. Each time the pages enter the ring with the hard black practice swords, all eyes go to him. Everyone wants to know what the scion of Arthur is thinking. My first match is against Sydney, with a dagger. Greer claps me on the back and nods when I go up. "You got this." Sydney, in an orange tunic, smiles back and struts to the ring. I'd never seen the line of boars sigil up close. 3 bands across a circle. She doesn't seem to be at all concerned about the outcome of our fight. I shake my shoulders to loosen them up and force the fingers on my right hand to stretch wide before grasping the handle of the rubber dagger. Sydney and I both take our stances, balanced over bent knees, body and vital organs behind the knife, blade up and forward in a hammer grip. Gillian signals the start. We dance, Sydney attacking, me dodging, long enough for sweat to build up on our brows. I manage to avoid every attack, but I only get in one of my own, a swipe that she blocks with effort. She lunges underneath our elbows and I leap back, only to hear a whistle. "Out of bounds, Matthews. Round to Page Hall." Gillian claps. Match over? Damn it! I'm angry about losing to a simple misstep, but the fury in Sydney's eyes almost makes up for it. She never expected me to last even that long in a match, and from the looks on a few of the others' faces, including Gillian's, neither had anyone else. When I take the bench, Nick and I lock eyes. He wiggles his shoulders as if to say, "Shake it off." I get 1 round to rest before my next match. Had Vaughn's dagger been real, Greer would have been fully disemboweled. When Gillian calls his name, Blake stands. He flexes his broad shoulders, pulling against his tunic, the dark yellow of Owain. Then she calls mine. Right away, Blake presses his advantages, strength and height, with a powerful overhead strike. I block, but it's clear that if we stay on his terms, the win will be about sheer force more than speed or fancy footwork. I'm faster than he is. I know I am. I have to keep moving. His arm and weapon rain down again and again, each crack echoing in my ears like a thunderclap. Every block sends a teeth-jarring reverberation into my elbows. 3 minutes in, my thighs burn. Countering him takes every muscle in my body just to remain upright. Everyone leaves an opening. Find it, then throw everything into it. Blake pauses to pace around the ring. Give up, Matthews. I've been up close and personal to Sel's snarl. Blake's watered-down version would make me laugh if my lungs weren't on fire. Our breaths come in hard, labored pants. You can't block forever. He lunges. I snap my staff up long ways to block his two-handed mid-body strike, but it takes everything I have to keep the weapon in my shaking hands. My fingers spasm around the wood, barely keeping it in a grip. He retreats. His brown hair is black under a river of sweat. He's running out of steam too, and catching his breath. Blake swings high to my left, and it's like he's moving in slow motion. My eyes track each shift of his muscles, every movement from his shoulder to his arm. I have plenty of time to duck. So I do. I keep my eyes on Blake's broad chest. There. I launch myself forward, ramming the end of my staff into his solar plexus. For a moment, he seems to hang in the air. His staff flies out of his hand and over my right shoulder. Time accelerates. Blake's back hits the mat. Gillian's whistle splits the air. Weapon out of bounds. Match to Matthews. She sounds just as surprised as I am. Applause reaches me, but I barely register it. Blake rolls over with a groan and pushes to all fours before standing. His face is a blistering red grimace. I stand stunned in the middle of the ring, until Gillian steps in front of me and waves a hand. A small smile plays over the older woman's face. Earth to Matthews? Maddie, I correct. Earth to Maddie. Alice would be proud. I head to the benches, but not before I see Sel. Up in the trees, he tips his head in silent salute that fills me with an embarrassing amount of pride. Great overflowing buckets of the stuff. Woody offers a fist bump before he and Greer go to the ring together. Thanks to their fencing experience, Greer handily defeats Woody with the sword. I'm gently massaging my sore shoulders when I hear my name again. I should have known that my last match would be with Vaughn. Vaughn leaps off the bench without hesitation. He throws a towel from his shoulders and struts to the rack, pulling his black, heavy polypropylene practice sword. A few of the scions murmur to one another. Apparently news of our rivalry has spread. Greer and Woody say something encouraging to me, but I don't hear it over the sound of blood pounding in my ears. Nick sits up as I pass the viewing area to pick my own sword. I look away from his worried expression before it becomes all I can think about. Vaughn prowls back and forth in the center of the ring, waiting for me. When I step on the mat, Gillian calls for a clean match. She looks at me. Match is over when one opponent yields or steps or loses a weapon outside the ring. She looks at Vaughn. No headshots. A short, high whistle signals the start. Vaughn sways in the wide opening stance, tossing his blade from hand to hand. Every time he catches the hilt under the crossguard, the hard muscles on his shoulders and biceps roll and flex. His mouth parts in a taunting grin. No shame in yielding now, Matthews. Don't listen to him, Bree, Greer jeers. I don't want to listen to him, but I can't help but hear his low, mocking laugh. Can't help but notice his eyes are meandering up my body, staring at my legs and lingering over my hips and chest. Fine. Stay, he mutters, so that only I can hear him. I don't mind the view. Anger floods me, but I won't give him the satisfaction of an emotional, undisciplined attack. He shrugs as if to say, "Have it your way," and lunges. He strikes so quickly the black blade whistles when it swings. I parry, catching the broadside of his sword against the hardest part of my own, the forte, and leap back. Vaughn spins his sword once with a smile, as if to remind me what his weapon can do. The Order's practice swords aren't steel, but they're plenty heavy and wide, strong enough to break a bone with a well-aimed hit. He surges forward, brings his blade down in an overhead strike. I raise my sword to block it, but he stalls, then leans back and kicks me hard in the stomach. I stumble, my midsection a dizzying cocktail of nausea and pain. Vaughn sweeps in. I just barely turn my sword to meet the low hack at my legs. Then he charges again, swinging, and it's all a basic drill, just a twist of my wrist to deflect. Too easy. I cough and blood. Iron rich and salty fills my mouth. Feral humor glitters in Vaughn's eyes. Understanding draws. That kick was well aimed. Strategic. Every moment, every twist and stretch and pivot is 10 times harder with internal bleeding. He's toying with me. Everything. Vaughn's face, the trees, the ring blurs under the veil of white-hot fury. I shift my grip, preparing for a two-handed blow to his ribs, when Sel's last lesson echoes in my ears. Typical anger can hinder or help, but the kind that burns in your gut, that's fury, and fury is meant to be used. I strafe, twisting left then pivot. The flat of my blade smacks his fingers hard, breaking his grip. Both swords drop to the ground. Vaughn looks up, shock crossing his features, and lunges for me, but I'm already in the air. His momentum carries him forward, right into my flying knee. His head snaps back, his spine hits the mat, and blood streams across his nose and mouth. For a second, the woods are completely silent. Then Russ jumps to his feet and whoops, triggering a wave of shouts and applause. Vaughn rocks slightly, his hand covering his face, but he doesn't get up. "Match to Matthews!" Gillian calls, an astonished smile lighting her face. At some point, Nick had gotten up from his chair and approached the outer ring. He stands there, feet touching the red paint, wearing the most beautiful smile I've ever seen. I take a stumbling step forward. Triumph fizzes in my chest. I could burst with it. Nick's gaze locks into mine, his eyes widening, and smile falling. He roars my name. Vaughn's blade swings down in my peripheral vision. I hear the deep crack in my collarbone before I feel it. When the pain comes, darkness follows. There's shouting, then silence. Chapter 36. I'll wake up once before William's done healing me. I must have done something I shouldn't. Tried to sit up, tried to talk, because firm hands hold me down. I slide back into a murky, ether-induced sleep. When I open my eyes again, I'm in an empty, windowless room, lit only by a small lamp. The digital clock on the wall reads 10:17 p.m. My left fingers fly to my right collarbone, where there's a steady, pulsing ache. Stiff paper crinkles when I touch it. I pull it away, expecting a bandage, but instead find 2 yellow sticky notes. Clean oblique fracture to the right clavicle. Hit you hard with the Sewins. Will heal in a few days. Wear the sling. Minimum healing time without ether? About 8 weeks plus physical therapy. You're welcome, William. P.S. Moderate intra-abdominal bleeding. Healed but stay put. P.P.S. Nick wanted to stay. I told him to go to the airport since you'd just be sleeping. Go back to sleep! Sorry, William, I whisper. Got a boy to see. It's only after I'm in the elevator that I realize I'm going to have to walk down the very public upstairs hallway of the 2nd floor of the lodge in order to get to Nick's room. This realization takes me so off guard that I accidentally get off the 1st floor and run right into Sarah. Bree! A wide grin spans her face, and she bounces on her heels under her skirt. What are you still doing here? Do you need a ride home? I could drive you back to your dorm, no problem, easy peasy! I narrow my eyes. Are you talking faster than normal? She flushes pink and bites her lip. I think so? Realization hits me then. Everything about Sarah is brighter, and I swear I can actually see her vibrating. You're bonded to Tor now. You have Tristan's speed. She tilts her head back and forth. Technically, I have Tor's speed. She has Tristan's speed, but yes, wait. She frowns, and the cogs in her mind turn faster than ever. Her eyes grow wide. You're waiting for Nick, aren't you? Voices reach us from the dining room and the living room. What if I am? Oh, I think you two are a cute couple. Do you want something to drink while you wait? She's already walking down the hall under the staircase toward the kitchen, so I follow. The lodge's bright chef's kitchen is empty when we walk in. I've never actually been in here before, since most of the meals are catered in, and very few of the Legendborn seem to cook for themselves. It's a large square room with white cabinets, 2 stainless steel fridges, a gas stove on a center island, and gleaming gray and white quartz countertops. Sarah pulls out 2 glasses and fills them with water while she talks. People are such gossips around here, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal that you're hooking up with Nick. There are some pages who might be jealous, Ainsley for one, Sydney, Spencer too. I settle into a bar stool, cradling my shoulder in its sling. Wonderful. Nick lost it on Vaughn, by the way. Kicked him out of the tournament, said there's no place for vengeance at the table. She shakes her head. Vaughn thought that being the best combatant made him the best squire for Nick, but it doesn't work like that. It's not just the fighting, it's the match. The way she says that last word, the emphasis she puts on it, reminds me that she's got more than Tor's speed now. She has access to her emotions. She'll always know when she's in danger. They're in sync, now and forever. And her lifespan has just been capped. I can't think of a polite way to ask how she feels about the abatement, so I ask another question instead. What does it feel like to be bonded? She considers my question. Tor and I were already bonded in a way. We're in love, so I thought this would feel more of the same, but it's not. It's deeper, more intimate. I don't know how it feels to other people. Maybe it depends on how long they've been bonded, or how well they already knew each other. How long have you and Tor been together? Couple years. Before that she was with Sel, and I was still in high school. I hadn't forgotten William's revelation, but now that it's out in the open... About that, I'm having a little trouble imagining it. Sarah laughs. Yeah, that was Tor's rebellious phase. I think she did it just to piss her parents off. Dating Sel pissed her parents off? Dating a Merlin would piss any Legendborn parent off. She rolls her eyes and tips her glass back. That surprises me. Sure, Sel is a jerk, but does that mean all Merlins are? Why? Her nose wrinkles. It's just not done. But, boom. A thunderous sound reaches us from the woods behind the lodge. I'm on my feet in a second. Speaking of, she doesn't even budge from her chair, just rolls her eyes and finishes her glass of water. You want a refill? What was that? I gape at her nonchalance, then jolt again when a large crack echoes in the forest, followed by the sound of a flock of nearby birds fleeing into the night sky. That, Sarah raises an unimpressed brow, is Selwyn, ether drunk from our oath, she says as if that explains everything. Except he's been pissed off all week, so it's worse than normal. She takes my glass and brings both over to the dishwasher. I wouldn't go out in the woods tonight if I were you. He'll be out there for a while, throwing a tantrum. When he cools off, he'll come back in, slam a bunch of doors, and hole himself up in his tower for the rest of the night. It's a whole thing. Sarah walks me back to the elevator, spilling gossip at rapid-fire pace. I can barely keep up with her new speed, and right now I'm only half listening. I wait until she takes the elevator to her and Tor's room on the 3rd floor, then move as quietly as I can to the stairwell and out the back exit. The sounds of destruction grow louder as soon as I step into the woods. Using my phone as a flashlight, I take the path Nick guided me down for the first night. I know it must be the same because it's the only one I see, this close to Selwyn's epicenter, Each crash and boom and crack sends reverberations through the ground beneath my feet. Whatever he's doing, it's violent. I must be the only living thing in a mile radius that hasn't taken shelter from his rage. I don't quite know why I'm walking into the storm instead of waiting it out, like Sarah suggested. I could be upstairs in Nick's shower, using the much stronger water pressure in the lodge to release the tension from my back and arm muscles. Then, rooting around in his drawers for pajamas that smell like him. But I'm not. Maybe I'm seeking Sel out tonight because last night he stayed behind to help me. Nick told him to stay away. Sarah told me to stay away. And yet there he was. And here I am. We keep crossing paths in all the wrong ways. As if compelled by a force out of my control, I follow the sounds of Sel's anger, through the curve where I first met Lord Davis, down the rocking bridge that Nick guided me over, and past the hint of silver on the forest floor that marks the ceremony site. I end up climbing a slope. The deep cracking sounds are further and further apart now, but each time they come, they're loud enough to set my teeth on edge and send adrenaline spiking. I pause to catch my breath against a tree trunk and get my bearings. I've walked half a mile or so, some of it uphill. The lodge's balcony lights are barely visible through the dense trees, and beyond that is the misty haze of light, marking the tops of campus buildings, the nearby hospital, and the rest of downtown. I direct my flashlight up the hill again, and gasp. Starting about 20 feet away are half a dozen broken tree trunks, jagged, pale yellow spikes and splinters the size of my forearm, stretches up from raw stumps about the height of my knee. They look like fresh wounds. Beside them are long, fallen trunks, laid out like Lincoln logs on the forest floor. Right on cue, I hear another tree being torn apart. I follow the sound. This close, I can catch all the details of Sel's efforts. The initial popping sound of a wide trunk protesting against his muscles, the ripping sound of bark tearing away, and a slow, deep whine, and a final crack when the trunk is severed from its base. Just as I reach the ridge, I see him, about 50 feet away, hefting a long pine trunk between his hands. He inhales deep and heaves it over the side. There's a second where all I can hear is his panting breaths amid silence. Then a mighty boom shakes the ground as the tree splits into pieces on the earth below. In the waning moonlight, I can make out a dozen trees just like it, spread out across the grass like broken chopsticks as tall as a house. I realize where I am. This is the ridge above the arena from the first trial. This is where the Legendborn watched us fight Sel's boars, and where Nick was taken out from under Sel's nose by a hell snake. What are you doing here? My head jerks around at Sel's voice, and the second I take him to peer down into the arena, he turned to face me. His gaze feels like sparks, but they're scattered, unfocused. The last time we spoke, he made a joke about his lineage, taught me how to follow through on a lunge. Now it feels like he wants to burn me to ash. I stumble on a response but stop when I see his expression. Sarah was right. He's ether drunk, and it's worse than before. Even though he's on his feet, he's swaying gently, his normally stern eyes blurry and red-rimmed. He glances down at my injured arm briefly. Well? Why are you so angry? His laugh is hollow, a dry bark. Learned that shit from your therapist? I swear I see red. What did you just say to me? He smirks. I saw your little outdoor therapy session with the campus doctor. You spied on me? Which session? How much did he hear? Sel rolls his eyes to the sky. Of course I spied on you. The day after the oath I followed you from your dorm to the gardens. Listened in while you and she had a heart-to-heart about your abilities. He bends down and picks up a rock, then chucks it across the arena so hard it makes a loud pop, against the tree on the other side. "How dare you! That was private!" I shout. He scoffs. "Put your self-righteousness away, mystery girl. I followed you that day to see if you were meeting an Ikel co-conspirator, and I thought you two were speaking in code about your demon lineage. Looking back, I'd given you far too much credit. I don't care about your family drama, and I sure as fuck don't care about someone whose dead mother used ether to grow prettier flowers." "Don't talk about my mother!" I growl. "All of that effort." He shakes his head and gives a mirthless laugh. "And look where it got me. What a waste of time." Fury and panic are rushing through my blood, and I don't know which one to act on. I'm still reeling from the revelation that Sel followed me, my mind searching through the first conversation with Patricia to remember what he could have learned. "Look at you," Sel chuckles incredulously. "You're trying to remember what I overheard that day, and how much I know about your boring, basic, once-born life." He prowls toward me on slightly unsteady legs, his glowing eyes tracing my features. A tiny memory from the back of my mind reminds me that running from a predator only invites them to chase you. So I freeze where I am. And I thought I could what? Be his friend? Sel's low voice dips and slurs as he talks, and I can't tell if his words are for me or for himself. "How could I have risked so much for a lost little girl who probably needs as much therapy as I do?" He tilts his head, eyes going unfocused. "Well, that's not possible." He laughs again, but this time it's so self-deprecating it feels like my anger has nowhere else to go. "No one needs as much therapy as I do." "Is that why you're out here chucking trees over a cliff?" I snarl. His head snaps up. "Why are you here again?" "I have no idea," I say, and turn to leave. "I do." Even intoxicated, he's far faster than I am. He's in front of me the second I turn. "Guilt. Get out of the way." He leans back against a tree in my path and regards me under half-lidded eyes. "I bet you heard I was throwing a fit, that I'd been monstrous angry Sel all weekend. I bet Nicholas told you we fought again, that Lord Davis put me in my place yesterday. And now you feel bad because you still haven't told Nicholas you can generate ether. And you think that if you had, maybe, he'd realize my instincts were right, and I wouldn't be out here crushing trees and feeling sorry for myself." I sputter, but I can't deny the ring of truth in Sel's words. Is that what brought me out here in the woods to him? Guilt? "Move." I take a step, but Sel matches me again. His eyes gleam, mocking the thoughts he deduced from me like a demonic Sherlock Holmes. "Well, don't bother feeling guilty," Sel purrs. "For our once and future king, the ends will never justify the means. He's a good person like that. And further, Nicholas doesn't care about what you can do. He only cares about you. A fact now fully impressed upon the recently disgraced Paige Schaefer. As a matter of fact, how do you think he'd feel if he heard you sought me out in the woods while I was drunk on ether?" His gaze hits me all over, sharp pricks across my face, down my throat, and over my bare arms. Face hot, I flunder for words. I have no idea. He snorts. Liar. Nicholas would draw and quarter me, and you know it. That's a little dramatic. He unhitches himself from the tree and stands up, shaking his head. Do you honestly not realize what he feels for you? He's turning everything around so quickly. I feel a wave of confusing emotions. Fear at him for still following me, pleasure at hearing about the strength of Nick's feelings for me, guilt for being here against Nick's wishes, and our agreed-upon rule, and bewilderment that I'm having boy talk with Sel. You don't? Sel glares at me, and this close, I can see the fine tremor in his mouth, his shoulders, all the way down to his fist. He steps closer, crowding me. Not fully. I back away, but it's a mistake. There's only 1 foot between me and the edge of the ridge, and a steep drop down to the valley and the arena floor below. It's too much like our first meeting, and this time I know exactly who Sel is and what he's capable of. Sel, stop it. I'm gonna fall. He shrugs. Only if you move. Let me pass. No, you're going to stand right here and listen to me explain something to you. I glance over my shoulder. He's right. I'm safe, if I don't move again. Explain what? Do you know why Merlins serve the Legendborn? That catches me off guard. No? Guess. His tone is so sharp, I speak slowly to avoid being cut. To fight the Shadowborn? Adorable. He rolls his eyes. The Shadowborn are evil, but don't think for 1 second that every Merlin serves the Order wholly out of the goodness of their own heart. You called me a crossroads child once, but you don't fully understand what that means. You can't. He takes another step forward, not enough to push me over, but close enough that I can smell lingering spice from the oath on his skin and feel the warmth rolling off him. A memory of his heated fingers that first night at the lodge flashes through my mind, and I wonder, just briefly, if the rest of him runs just as hot. Merlin children are for all intents and purposes fully human at birth, but when we turn 7, the changes begin. The strength, the speed, the senses, and with those changes comes a type of countdown. Every year after we gain power, and our connection to ether deepens, and every year we lose a bit more of our humanity. We call it succumbing to the blood. Sel shudders, eyes focusing on me again. When Merlin created the spell for the Legendborn, and Arthur and his knights, he designed a similar spell for himself, one that would allow all of his descendants to inherit the unique mage abilities he honed over time. Mesmer, constructs, an infinity for ether. The tiny tips of his canines gleam as he speaks. But Merlin knew his own nature. He knew that demons only care for themselves, and chaos, and powerful but uncontrollable part demons would never be compatible servants to the internal order he and Arthur envisioned. So, in his spell, Merlin folded in a bit of insurance. My chest is suddenly tight. What kind of insurance? Bitterness turns his features sharp in the shadows. Do you remember when I told you that the Hellfox couldn't dust with a part of you still inside it? That's because the darkness of the underworld and the light of the living shouldn't exist in one body. My blood is fighting itself every day. The older I get, the stronger the demon essence becomes, but my commitments to this order and its members keep me from going over. I return his stare, horror and understanding washing over me in a wave. The oaths. The oaths. His eyes are suddenly bright, fierce. They are the Merlin's insurance that his descendants would never abandon his mission, performing them, fulfilling them no matter how large or small the task. It's the oaths that bind the two sides of a Merlin together. As long as we are in service, we are in control of our souls. It's why they oath us early, before we're old enough for our blood to gain a foothold. Cecilia's voice comes back to me, and what she said about the infant in Pearl's arms. Cast it away, before it could grow large enough to do harm. Sel's not done yet. His eyes dart back and forth across my face, cataloging my responses to his words. There. You understand now. You can see how, for any Merlin, even a weak one, raised as human among humans, the greatest punishment would be to cast us out of the Order's service, force us to witness our own regression, to strip a Merlin powerful enough to earn the title of King's Mage. Of that same title would mean taking them away from their charge, cutting them off from the immense connective power of that oath. It's a penalty so severe that it's never been done before. The burning heat rolling off him and the poison in his eyes scare me more than his temper ever has. But we are 2 scions away from Kamlan. So after Nicholas told his father what I did to you, Lord Davis threatened to replace me, take my title, cast me out, leave me to self-destruction. He huffs, bullies, like I said. Air leaves my lungs in a rush, like I've been tossed over the cliff myself. No, that sounds like torture. Nick wouldn't let that happen. Oh, it is torture. But if the Order thinks I'm growing unstable, that is exactly what Nicholas will be forced to do. His face turned sour. These are the choices kings make, mystery girl. I'll talk to him. I'll tell him. I don't get to finish my sentence, because Sel spins me in a blur of speed, pushing me to the path. Too late. Go away. Sel. I smell the crackle of Sel's casting, and turn, to see him standing at the edge of the cliff, his hair swaying gently in the early stages of mage flame, his eyes shining like stoked coals. Nicholas thinks I'm losing my humanity. Maybe I am. But I have not lost my dignity. He sneers. I don't need your help. Before I can say another word, he steps over the cliff and drops out of sight, landing without a sound far below. Chapter 37. The moon lights my sprint back to the lodge, but by the time I reach the back lawn, clouds have folded in, solid and thick like a sheet cake. I slip into the side door. There are a few night owl members still awake in the great room. I climb the stairs to avoid their attention. When I finally reach Nick's room and slip inside, the adrenaline that carried me through the woods slips out of my body, and I collapse in a heap on his bed, turning Sel's words over and over in my mind. I did this, I think, just by being here. I've gone from being hunted by Sel to being the reason his title, his humanity, his very soul is at risk. And what's worse, the hot fury I'd grown used to seeing in him has turned to something darker. The desolation in his eyes, the self-hatred. I pull out my phone, but there's a reason to skip every one of my recent contacts. I texted Alice earlier to say I wouldn't be home tonight, and what could I say to her anyway? Where would I have to start and stop? I'd been texting my father with updates that everything is going well with Patricia, so how do I tell him that she let me go? He'll find out soon enough when she calls him, and I don't have the energy to think that far ahead. Nick is driving to pick up his father, and I'd have to wait until he gets home to tell him about the red flames I can't control. In the end, every conversation would require an explanation first, because no one in my life knows all the threads that have led me here. I squeeze my eyes shut, but the tears come anyway, dropping onto the cherry blue and white comforter until there's an ugly stain. I must have fallen asleep on Nick's bed because a loud slam jerks me awake. I rub at the damp skin of my cheek where the wrinkled fabric of the comforter has pressed it into misshapen creases. A moment later, there's another loud slam, this time overhead. Still, Sarah said that when he was done, he came home and slammed doors, then shut himself in his room. I imagine him there, drained from destroying half the forest, maybe still recovering from Ether's effects. I checked the clock. It'll be hours till Nick comes back. I already know I'll tell him everything that's happened. I'll even break Patricia's trust and tell him about Rootcraft. But I know that Sel is right. It won't change how Nick feels about his king's mage, the boy he's been bonded to for most of his life. The wall of ages stretches up in my memory, their names carved side by side for years. Nicholas Martin Davis, Selwyn Emrys Kane. If Lord Davis takes Sel's title, will he remove his name from the wall, sand the silver until it's smooth, like Sel was never there, dig his ceremonial marble out and replace it with another? I sit straight up in my bed, a realization striking me like lightning. The tower rooms are at the far end of the top floor's residence halls. The dim hallway ends in a T-shape, with a nameplate that points left for North Wing and right for the South. Faint music, slow and bass-heavy, reaches me through a door on my right. I stop in front of a plain wooden door, with a brass plate bearing the initials SK. Half a second after I knock, I remind myself that it's useless to listen for his footsteps. Half a second after that, I'm struck thoughtless, because Sel flings the door open, wearing nothing but a deeply annoyed expression and a pair of low-slung jeans. I can't help but follow the path of banded muscle, from his abdomen to his chest. Intricate black and gray tattoos encircle his arms, cover his shoulders, and connect in a Celtic knock on his breastbone. I should look away, but instead I notice the droplets of water that fall from his thick black hair and the tiny transparent beads still clinging to his lashes. His eyes widen before he trains his features into an annoyed glare. I told you to go away. I raise my chin. I need to talk to you. Can I come in? I take a step forward, but he shoots a toned arm out across the doorway to block my path. Go away is a complete sentence. What you said earlier about the order never stripping a king's mage from their title, it's not true. I've never seen Sel look so shocked or confused, as still as a painting. He's so stunned by my words that I'm able to duck under his arm before it can stop me. His room is circular, following the cylindrical shape of the tower itself, with windows curving along the exterior wall. A bed extends into the center of the room from a curved wall, On one side is a desk piled high with books, some modern, some old, and a laptop. On the other, there's a small rug and what looks like an altar of candles. Fragrant, clean-smelling steam drifts out the door left ajar, leading to an ensuite. He's just taken a shower. The door closes behind me, and Sel leans against it, annoyed glare restored. Nicholas will be home in a couple of hours, and if he knows you're here, he'll either punch me again or take my title, or both. So, if you have something to share, do it now and quickly. He wipes a hand down his face. To my dismay, it does extremely distracting things to his stomach muscles. Things I don't want to notice. I look away, a spike of guilt making my throat tight. Can you please put on a shirt so we can have a serious conversation? He looks at me between his fingers. Don't tell me you're prudish. He laughs, self-deprecating. How did I ever think you were Shadowborn? Now I'm truly embarrassed. Mortified, really. Perhaps I should resign this post. I'm trying to help you. I grit my teeth. Poorly, I imagine. He strolls to a chest of drawers, and I get a glimpse of charcoal and obsidian feathers. Another larger tattoo that I can't see in its entirety. Whatever it is, it stretches across his ribs and spans his back and sends heat from my chest to my toes. When he pulls a black t-shirt out, I breathe a slight sigh of relief. Clothes are good, I think, in general, on people, on Sel especially. But then he shrugs the tee on, and it fits him like a second skin, a marginal improvement at best. He snatches a towel off a hook on his door and scrubs at his hair as he steps around me to drop into the desk chair. All right, I'm curious, I admit. Tell me what you think you know. Are you going to listen? Head bent under his towel, he lifts a shoulder in a half shrug. All the answer I'll get. It might take a while to explain. His tiny eyes flick to the bed, the only other sitting surface in the room. I sit down, begrudgingly, and take a deep breath. You aren't the first Merlin I've met, and your mesmer wasn't the first one I've resisted. That gets his attention. He tosses his towel, shoves his hair back from his face, and fixes me with the stare. Talk. And then I tell him. I tell him about the night at the hospital, and the night I met Nick. I tell him about how and why I forced Nick's hand and got him to name me his page. I tell him about needing to find the truth, not just about my mother's death, but about my own abilities and how they might be connected to hers. I don't tell him Patricia's name or her ancestors, but I tell him about the facts of Ruth's memory, and then I tell him about the memory that drove me to his room, the wall of ages with the marble representing Lord Davis's king's mage, and how the silver surface had been scratched, like someone had carved one marble out and replaced it with another. What if you were wrong about a mole, but right about the attacks being organized by someone close to the chapter? What if it was a previous king's mage who opened that gate 25 years ago, and the order punished them by removing them from their post? If this king's mage became unstable away from their oaths, then what would stop them from taking revenge on the order and anyone else who led to their being caught? Maybe this Merlin gone bad went after my mother because she was a witness that night, and then they came here to hurt the order by opening gates again and kidnapping the most valuable scion. After their attempts to take Nick didn't work, they sent hell foxes after the current king's mage to take you out of the picture. If these attacks are all connected, I can find my mom's killer, and you can prove your hunches were right. When I finish, he sits back in his chair and studies me for a long, silent while. He stands up to pace to the end of the room and back, stops, stares down at me, then paces again. Say something. Something. I roll my eyes. You can go down to the wall, check for yourself if you don't believe me. He waves a hand. I know what your lies look like. This isn't one of them. He pauses, shakes his head. Is this what you and Nicholas are truly up to? Looking for the truth about your mother? I release a slow breath. Yes. His eyes are unreadable. I brace for a challenge about my and Nick's plan, or for a derisive jab at Nick for not claiming his title for the right reasons. Neither comes. Say you're right, and this king's mage opened a gate. There's no way the regents would let that Merlin run free. They lock up Merlins who succumb to their blood. The second we begin to turn, they put us in a warded prison under guard. His brows furrow. And before you ask, I've seen the prisons. Escape is impossible. But who would be more interested in vengeance than a formerly incarcerated, more demon than human, unstable Merlin? If not the king's mage, could it be the lad of Morgaine? He frowns. Too many things don't add up. I am the sergeant of arms at this chapter, trained to take this exact post since I was a child. If someone opened a gate on campus on purpose 25 years ago, and hellhounds in that number attacked once-borns, why has this history never been shared with me? Especially if it was a Morgaine. Why would Lord Davis and the Master of Merlins tell me that a king's mage had never been removed if it had? In fact, happened right here. And to Davis's own king's mage at that. Maybe it's a cover-up. He considers this, looks for holes in my logic, then sighs. Lots of leaps here, but I'd buy that. If that attack was initiated by one of our own, that would explain why all this was buried and why I was never told about it. And taking me out would be their best way to get to Nicholas. He scratches his chin. What I don't get is the timing. If we go with your king's mage theory, why would they go after your mother almost 3 decades later? She wasn't the reason this Merlin was stripped of their title, and she wasn't connected to the chapter in any way. Further, why bother showing up and mesmering you? If they killed your mother, they shouldn't have needed to meet you at all. My shoulders drop. It feels like we have all the pieces to the puzzle, but the picture doesn't make sense, which means we can't have all the pieces. We're missing something. Sel glances at his watch. We have time, he murmurs, if we hurry. He speeds to his closet, pulling his boots on in a blur. Before I can say anything, he walks over to the window, unlatches it, and pushes it open to the night air. He leans both hands on the windowsill and looks at me over his shoulder. Come here. I stand and walk over. Why? Reasons. He grabs me around the waist in a blink of an eye and tosses me over his shoulder until I'm draped over his back, facing his room. I squirm, but before I can protest further, he wraps an iron forearm around my thighs, pressing them to his chest. Everywhere our skin touches leaves a trail of sparks. Please, tell me you're not jumping out this window right now. I'm not jumping out this window right now, he says. Then he promptly climbs up and jumps. Chapter 38. He lands like a Merlin, light-footed, cushioning the impact with his knees, but his shoulder digs into my hips, and my stomach threatens to upend all over his spine. My right collarbone burns with a deep ache. Put me down, he calls over his shoulder. Do you want answers or not? Of course I want answers. Then we need to hurry. You're not carrying me like this, I sputter, gesturing to my sling. Just toss me over your back like a sack of potatoes. He bends to drop me on my feet, not helping me at all when I stumble back and nearly fall disoriented. Instead, he releases a slow, frustrated stream of air through his nostrils. How would you like me to carry you? What would please you, Page Matthews? I huff and circle him, evaluating my options and ignoring his long-suffering stare. Piggyback! Excuse me? You heard me. Like that movie? Shut up. Churlish. Arrogant. He swoops in, turning and pulling my uninjured arm at the same time, until I'm draped. Piggyback like I asked. I cling instinctively, and he makes a gargled noise, pulling at my forearm where I've crushed it against his Adam's apple. I do need to breathe, he mutters, before his voice turns sardonic. I'm not actually a vampire. I loosen my grip, slightly, and will his hands away from my skin, where the electric sensation is zipping up my arms. He shifts until he has his hands under my thighs, moving me like I weigh about as much as paper. Hold on. A pause. And keep your mouth closed. Why do I need to keep my mouth closed? He chuckles, hefts me up a little higher. Bugs. That's the only warning I get before he starts running. The last time Sel ran me across campus, I'd been half out of my own mind with fear from hellfoxes and mage flames. All I remember is a blur. This time it feels completely different. This time it's exhilarating. He's fast, all right. Not as fast as the Ikel, but far faster than any human being. I wonder if he makes an extra attempt to keep the ride smooth, because my shoulders barely jostle. The gravel roads, trees, and streetlights all pass in a smear of colors, and then he turns up a paved road that winds through one of the historic neighborhoods where the professors live. I see just a glimpse of a 2-story brick manor at the end of a cul-de-sac, and a second later, we're in its backyard. Sel releases my legs and I slide down, wobbling only slightly this time. Whose house is this? I ask, as he strides forward to bend down at the back door. This? He lifts up a weathered rubber mat, feels under it for a moment, and produces a spare key. Is where Nicholas and I grew up. I stare at the house with new eyes, in a slow dawning horror. I can't go in there. He scoffs. Why? Because it's trespassing. He rolls his eyes. I was raised here. The Davises took me in when I was 10. But, I stammer, trying to put my hesitation into words. Why don't we just wait until Nick and his dad get back from the airport and ask Lord Davis in person? Because I don't trust Lord Davis to speak the truth, he says simply. Nothing in his tone holds rancor or spite. It's a simple statement of fact. Why not? Didn't he raise you? The two are not mutually exclusive. And the reason I don't trust him is because that man is oathed to the hilt. Just like I am. He's sworn to do the Regent's bidding by oath of service, the same way I'm sworn to the Legendborn. We could ask him what he knows, but if your theories are true, his oaths would force him to lie to keep their secrets. But why are we at their house? This is Lord Davis's house. Nicholas doesn't live here any longer. We're here because his father is the viceroy of the Southern Chapter, and because I have excellent hearing, and old paper smells different than new. I happen to know that Lord Davis keeps his historic chapter records and archives locked away in his personal study. Why didn't Nick bring me here before? Nicholas rejected the Order's history, so he didn't know how to look. The truth about your mother's history with the chapter might be here. Why are you hesitating, Matthews? Because Nick and I are supposed to do this together, I think. Sel watches me, waiting for an answer. It just doesn't feel right. Sel sighs and looks up at the sky. We have an hour at most before they get back. It'll go faster if you help me look. But if morals are getting in the way, you can tell Nicholas I bought you here against your will and stay out here in the yard. He gestures behind me. There's an old swing set there. Watch out for splinters. He turns back toward the door with the key. I hate the offhand way he dismisses me. But I do want answers. And if Lord Davis can't be trusted, when would I get another opportunity like this? Nick will understand, won't he, if I tell him right away? A shift from one foot to the other in indecision, while Sel opens the door and disappears inside. It doesn't escape my notice that he's left the door cracked open behind him. With a quiet curse, I follow him in. I trip twice walking up the basement stairs and stumble into Sel's back when we get to the main level. As I follow him into the foyer, he mutters, I can't believe I ever thought you were a creature of the night. Under his breath, a scowl at his shoulders. He moves through the house easily, with both the familiarity of long residence and Merlin night vision on his side. I stare at the dark shape of Sel's back as he walks to the interior stairs at a human pace, for my sake more than anything, I'm sure. Why can't we turn on the lights? Because the neighbors are nosy. Light filters in from a window on the second-floor landing, so I can see a little now, enough to make out the framed pictures of both boys hanging alongside us in the stairwell. Nick in a pee-wee football uniform grinning wide, Sel at a violin recital, looking thin and dour even as a small child. I'm torn between a deep curiosity and the feeling that I'm violating Nick's privacy. Right as I reach the top of the stairwell, the LED bright headlights of a luxury car flare through the large picture window. Sel grabs my hand, yanking me down as the car approaches. His fingers are 5 sizzling points that sear into my bones, and I cry out, yanking my hand away. He blinks down at me in confusion. My heart thuds against my chest so loud his sensitive ears must be able to hear it. The car passes. A garage door lifts. But it's the house next door. We exhale in unison. I move to stand, but he presses me back with the flat of his palm on my uninjured shoulder. Wait until they go inside. Once the garage door descends, he looks down at where I've been rubbing at my wrist with my other hand. I didn't touch your wounded arm, or grab you that hard. Why did you scream? I don't know, I say truthfully. It felt like an electrical current, like static, but worse. Several questions flash across his face before he decides on one. You never answered me that night at the quarry. Do you feel something when I look at you? I stand up to put distance between us, suddenly hesitant to talk about this part of my abilities. I haven't mentioned how his gaze affects me, or any of the other more sensory parts of what I can do. Yes. He stands, looks at me like he's trying to see inside my brain and assess its contents. Explain. It's gonna sound weird. Weird is relative. Understatement of the year. When you look at me, it feels prickly. When you're mad, your eyes feel like sparks. His eyebrows raise in the middle. A strange sort of tension runs through his shoulders, like anger, but not quite. He looks like he wants to press the issue, but instead he turns down the hallway. We need to hurry. I follow behind him until a familiar smell reaches my nose, halfway down the hall. A stop. To my right is an open door, and suddenly I realize why the smell is familiar. This room belongs to Nick. The color scheme is similar to his room at the lodge. Blues and whites on the twin bed in the corner, and in the checkered curtains, there's a small desk and 2 large bookcases. We don't have time for you to snoop around your boyfriend's childhood room. Sel sounds utterly annoyed. I scowl at him in the darkness, knowing full well he can see it, but catch up to where he's standing at the very end of the hall. I join him in the front of a wide wooden door. I probably should have thought about doing this before, he says with a hint of chagrin. He takes the 2 finely engraved silver rings off his left hand and adds them to the empty fingers on his right, so that all 4 fingers have rings on them. You should have thought about your jewelry? He side-eyes me. No, breaking into Lord Davis's records. And for your information, silver conducts ether best. He calls a tiny, bright sphere of ether into his palm, letting it rotate and build until it becomes a small, spinning planet with white clouds swirling across the surface. His brows knit together. The spinning ball changes shape, stretching into a very thin, translucent blade. As I watch, it hardens in layers, growing denser with every passing second, until it forms into a razor-sharp point, with the base still swirling in a ball in Sel's hand. He wraps his finger around the handle and draws the blade down the seam of the door until the latch releases. The door unhitches with a quiet click. Sel says we have about an hour before Nick and his father come home. I ask him again if we can just wait. Ask Nick to help us. And he glares at me, before pointing to the other side of Lord Davis's office, where there are at least 4 sets of filing cabinets set up against a wall. What are we looking for exactly? Records, membership details, witness accounts, anything someone might have documented about the attacks. We divide and conquer, with Sel taking one side of the room and me taking the other. I go slow with one injured arm, but use my right fingers to hold single pages. After 10 minutes, Sel speaks up. You're good for him, you know. We both know exactly who he's talking about. He pulls another drawer open. He's always been self-righteous, but now he has focus. Before you showed up, he defied his father to prove himself that he doesn't care what the man thinks. Now, he's actually considering the legacy he used to shove aside. It's my turn to scoff. Nick doesn't care about what his father thinks. He did that to avoid Arthur. He chuckles. I'm sure that's what he believes, but I've known him since we were in diapers. He resents his father and hated his upbringing. After his wife departed, Davis doted on his son in every way possible, gave in to his tantrums and fantasies, allowed our future king to turn his back on the rest of us. But take it from me, Bree, Sel sighs, no matter what partially abandoned child says. In the end, there's one truth. One parent left, and the other stayed. His mother didn't leave him. She was taken. His mother made a choice. She knew the risk. A pause, and she made her choice anyway. I pause. My mother is gone, but she'd never have chosen to leave me, or run the risk of us being parted. That's my own truth, and one I hadn't considered. I put back the folder in my hand and move on to another. Well, if the 2 of you are so similar, why does he hate you so much? I know how he feels about Merlins in general, but you were a child when his mother was mesmered. You had nothing to do with it. Sel grabs a thick folder and drops down to the floor with it, speaking without looking up. When I was young, my mother was killed by Nikel while on a mission. After that, My human father fell into a liquor bottle and never came out. I blink, stunned at both the matter-of-fact tone of his story and how familiar that tone sounds. Sometimes you say the awful thing quickly and without taking a breath, because lingering is too painful. If Anikel killed Sel's mother, then no wonder he threatened to murder me. Frankly, I'm surprised at his restraint. The regents moved me to a school for Merlins in the mountains, but then I was oathed to Nicholas. His father took me up. While my own parents were absent, Davis was kind and generous. Not long after I showed up, Nicholas began to see his father's praise and attention as a zero-sum game, and since I was obedient, I was getting those things. He shrugs. Over time, jealousy became anger. Anger became resentment. I mull this over for a moment. For the both of you? Sel exhales and looks at me, thinking. Perhaps. We sit silently for a moment before he continues, his voice heavy with memory. I thought Nicholas was amazing. He was everything I wasn't. Bright, open, popular, heroic. He made it all look so easy. Still does. I wanted to be close to that. He sighs softly. Probably why I fell in love with him. Oh, I didn't realize. Does he? I was 13. I'm well over it. Sel lets out a loose, wry chuckle, head still bent over a filing cabinet. And everyone falls in love with Nicholas, Bree. It's part of his insufferable charm. I want to know more. Despite the complicated feelings this conversation is giving me, Sel answers before I can ask. There's so much baggage between Nicholas and me. There's never going to be room enough for anything else to grow. Sel gives the paperwork in his hands a tight scowl. When I think of that crush now, I remember how much of my life I sacrificed to protect a spoiled brat who didn't even want his crown, and feel entirely grateful I moved on to more mature people. Like Tor? I reply without thinking. Sel turns to me, raises a brow. Among others. A confusing mixture of jealousy and curiosity and want swirls in my stomach. Sel turns back to his work. Any more personal questions? Or shall we get back to looking for a rogue, murderous mage? I open my mouth to shoot back another retort when he goes completely stiff. What? This is it, he whispers, pulling a thick green hanging folder stuffed with paper out of the cabinet. Stamped confidential with the regent's seal. Documentation and affidavits about a spate of demon attacks on campus. Dated 25 years ago. Let's go. The trip back to the lodge goes just as quickly, but this time I'm on Sel's back as he leaps up the second-floor trellis and then yanks on a ledge to propel us the rest of the way into his open window. Once we're inside, he drops down on the floor and spreads the folder open, laying out stacks of papers in a row. His casual way of sitting and the deliberate movements of his hands catches me off guard. But then I remember that even though Sel is a king's mage, he's an 18-year-old junior in college. He has to study and do homework and write papers just like the rest of us. Someone slams the door down the hall, and I hear voices. It's almost dawn. I kneel down across from him. This is it, I think. This is the moment where I find out what happened to my mother, and why, and who is responsible. I reach down for the top stack of papers with a shaken hand, but Sel has already found what we need. A slightly yellowed affidavit, 3 pages long and handwritten in formal script. He looks up at me with a question in his eyes. I nod, and Sel reads aloud. April 9th, 1995. Confidential and classified. Attention, honored lieges and mage seneschals of the High Council of the Regents of the Order of the Round Table. I will begin this affidavit without equivocation of any kind. The Southern chapter of the Order of the Round Table has failed in its duties. As requested, this personal report details in linear fashion, and from my perspective, the events that transpired starting last week and up to today. I write this with the understanding that the facts herein will be filed for the record in the Order archives. On Friday, March 31st, our Merlin alerted the scions of Gawain and Bors to a partially materialized Sarfafun. The two scions successfully dispatched the serpent, as recorded in our logs, and we assumed we would have respite from another crossing. 4 days later, unbeknownst to us, a large gate opened near the mouth of a Gaf and Drag. A dozen partially materialized Seen Ifern emerged. Within minutes, our Merlin alerted us to their presence, and we dispatched our 6 scions, each with well-trained Skyer, and our Merlin. We were certain we were capable of destroying the creatures. Our hubris was our mistake. Before we arrived, 6 Unadig had already been eviscerated. The Sinosagdanig, the Shadowborn, were coordinated and split up into 3 groups when they detected us, affording them time to grow fully corporeal. In the course of chasing these 3 groups, 8 more Unadig were killed. In all cases, we dispatched the beast and sent their bodies to dust, but could not do so without discretion. We worked with the vassal network on campus and off to hide the true nature of the deaths and framed the losses as an accident due to a gas explosion. All families have been paid a settlement from order coffers via the university legal department. There were 15 surviving Unadig witnesses. Our Merlin mesmered them with false memories, and we held them here at the lodge. But as you know, mesmered memories must be equal weight to the originals. The shock and graphic nature of these attacks prevented the mesmer from taking hold. Too late, we realized we needed the Regent's assistance. With the help of the Regent's attending Merlins, the witnesses were successfully mesmered and released. Each witness has a file, attached here, with further details regarding their management. As tragic as this account is, I'm afraid that I must add further unsavory details to complete the record. The Regent's members and Merlins, in their wisdom and due right, proceeded immediately with an investigation into the incident, its origins, and the chapter's responses. Our actions and failings, as described here, were recorded by the committee. However, in the course of the subsequent investigation, new information has come to light and devastated our chapter. It was discovered that our Merlin and King's Mage Zell stops reading abruptly, his face stricken. What is it? His eyes scan the letter again, darting back and forth as the blood drains from his face. Selwyn. I reach for the paper, and he doesn't resist when I slip it from his slack fingers. The mixture of horror and shock contorting his face, marring his beautiful, precise features, sends a cold blade into my heart. Read it. His usually sonorous voice scrapes the quiet of the room. Maybe read it, Bree. He repeats, a fierce command threaded through his words. I do. I read the story of his mother. It was discovered that our Merlin and King's Mage, Natasha Kane, opened the gates herself, using an arcane ritual and Sanogunadig blood she procured specifically because of its strength and ability to open gates of that size. King's Mage Kane gave no reason for her abominable behavior and denied the investigation's findings at every turn. In hindsight, perhaps we should have considered the possibility of Natasha's involvement the moment the first gate was found. It is well documented that the more power Merlins command, the more they succumb to their unnatural demonic nature. Natasha is the product of careful Merlin bloodline curation, and she's the most powerful sorceress in a generation, but we were swayed by her gifts and did not expect her corruption to manifest so early. In the weeks leading up to the attack, Natasha had been consumed by an obsession with the Sano Dig. She'd been so certain that a Gorakel had crossed over that she became paranoid, unreasonable, even suspicious of our own chapter members. The usual sentence for treason of this magnitude, an intentional exposure resulting in deaths, is forcible elimination. In truth, even the regents are not certain that elimination is possible due to Natasha's unusually strong affinity for ether. As such, Natasha has been secured in one of the regent's most heavily warded prisons. Regent Ross has informed me that the loss of her bloodline would be a blow to our efforts against the Sano Deneg, so in the event that her stability returns under rehabilitation, the regents will consider offering temporary probation so that she may bear an heir. Any child she produces will need to be old early and raised under close supervision. On a personal note, I would like to state for the record that I have known Natasha most of my life. I'm not sure what it says that I, her charge, did not sense her intentions. Perhaps she hid them from me to protect me as best she could. I offer this possibility in perspective in hopes that it will support her fair treatment while in order custody. The regents requested that I write this report so that it may serve as a reminder to others of the line. They have asked me to state for the record that while the Merlin's ether abilities hold the keys to our order's mission, their Cambian blood affliction requires constant vigilance. Merlin Isaac Surison has agreed to take on our open King's Mage post. The regents have decided that all records of Natasha Kane be expunged. They have also agreed, by our request, that the other chapters remain ignorant of the culprit behind these incidents, lest the report generate strife and distrust within our order. Yours, in the lines, Martin Davis, scion of Arthur. Addendum 1. 5 years from incident. Natasha Kane has exhibited several years of stability. She will be released under probation and monitoring. Addendum 2. 12 years from the incident, Natasha Kane has exhibited a relapse of blood symptoms. The High Council of Regents has taken action to remove her from service and return her to containment. Her young son will be admitted to a residential Merlin Academy in Asheville, North Carolina, and monitored by the masters on faculty. There is some hope that under their close supervision, he can be groomed as the next King's Mage for the line of Arthur, and bonded to my own son, Nicholas. I look up to see Sel clenching and unclenching his fist where they rest on his knees. His breath is a rattling, choking sound, like a man drowning on land. Of the horrible possible truths, this is one I could have never, ever imagined. Chapter 39. I'd never considered that the loss of someone else's mother would be so connected to losing my own, or that loss would go hand in hand with death, destruction, and a horrifying fate. Nick's mother, Sel's, mine. How many mothers has the order taken? I want to say something, offer something to Sel, but the tension in his body and the thunder building in his unseeing gaze are all screaming at me to run. Run away before the bomb goes off, before the building explodes. Suddenly, Sel is on his feet. He paces to the end of the room, the back of his hand pressed hard against his mouth, like he doesn't trust what would come out of himself. It takes everything in me to stay seated when he kicks his closet door and the wood splinters into a boot-shaped hole. I realize then that I'm watching grief like mine come crashing down on Sel, all at once. The sudden, sharp, all-consuming pain of loss is tearing into him right in front of me. I remember how that felt. I remember how much it hurts. The pages fall from my hand. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember walking to him. I just know that my arm is around his middle. His entire body turns to stone as soon as I touch him, and his smoke and whiskey scent swirls around us, heavy and burning, but I don't let go. "I'm sorry," I whisper into his spine. He doesn't answer, but his muscles release the tiniest fraction. I wonder how long it's been since someone touched him. We stay like that until his breathing slows. When he finally speaks, his voice is pitched low. "You called me a monster once." My arm drops and I pull away, my voice colored with despair. "I was angry. I didn't mean that." He turns. His red-rimmed eyes sweep across my features. After a moment, a shadow crosses his face, and his mouth folds into a small, ruthful smile, like he wants to admonish me and call me a liar. I look for tears, but he hasn't shed them. His eyes take on a faraway, haunted expression. "Maybe you were right. It looks like I came from one." I never heard Sel speak this way. So dazed, like he's not really here in this room with me at all. I want to comfort him, but it feels like it's not my place to offer comfort in the face of his family history. And yet I'm the reason he knows that history in the first place. I'm the reason he's standing there, hollow and fractured. The guilt is enough to choke me. "So that she may bear an heir," he whispers, his eyes turned inward. I flinch at the cold language, the hope and expectation that his mother would produce a child, a weapon, for the order fills me with a nauseous horror. He shudders, and his eyelashes flutter, as if he's just remembered that I'm standing in front of him. He inhales deeply through his nose and looks over my shoulder at the pile of paperwork behind me. When he exhales, the cold, calculating, distant Sel is back, his analysis curt. "It appears that I was lied to, likely for my protection, which means there was no Ikel, no mission. They released her for a time and took her away when she relapsed. I suppose I was too young to see that she was losing herself, or too admiring of her abilities." Watching him homes his way through his devastation is almost more than I can take. I open my mouth, but he cuts me off. "At any rate, she's alive." His voice breaks on the revelation. Then he sucks in another breath. "But locked away. Has been for years, so she's not our culprit. And it seems I inherited her penchant for paranoia, so perhaps there is no mole at all. It never was. As for your quest, your mother may be one of the witnesses." I'd already thought of that, of course, but... "Sel," he brushes past me. "We should find out what happened to your mother," he says flatly. He crouches down and pushes the affidavit aside, flipping through the file's other papers. I kneel beside him and place a hand on his forearm, ignoring the small sizzle between our skin. He freezes without looking at me, muscles hard beneath my fingers. "Sel." His voice drops into a register meant to scare and intimidate. "Don't." But I hear the restrained desperation in his voice. A pause, then quietly, "Please." I recognize that sound. It's the sound of holding on to a cliff by the edge of your nails. The sound of barely contained pain so immense that to look at it, to raise your own flesh and examine what's beneath, is to risk falling into a darkness you know you'll never escape. It hits me then that I'd come all this way for my mother and for the truth, but the pain of existing without her, the deep searing wound in my own chest hasn't gotten any better. It has only changed shape. Wordlessly, I slip my hand from his arm. His shoulders sag, as if he's just released a heavy weight, and he reaches for the papers again. Here. He taps a stack of papers clipped together. These are the witnesses who were mesmered. All students. Looks like alphabetical order. The first few witnesses in my pile are all white. Psychology student, football player, theater kid. Then I flip the page and everything stops when I see her face. Sel notices my shaking hands. Did you find her? The words don't come, because there are no words. Her student picture must have been taken when she just arrived to campus as an undergraduate, because her features are relaxed and bright with the promise of adventure. The creases at her cheeks and the edges of her eyes, the ones from laughter and time, have yet to form. Her sharp brown eyes stare at the camera, as if challenging it in a contest she knew she'd win. Hair permed straight and curled at the ends. Nothing like the short cropped coils she adopted when I was 10. I'd almost forgotten what she looked like, I whisper. Sel's voice is gentle. What does the file say? I release a wavering breath and flip to the one-page summary. Witness 11, Faye Iola Carter, age 19, sophomore, biology major, chemistry minor. Sel lets out a low whistle. Bio major? Chem minor? That sounds painful. I hear the quiet pride in my own voice. That's a scientist. What else does it say? I keep reading. The scion of Owain and Squire Harris found Miss Carter and two other once-borns, seafowl names Mitchell and Howard, near the Ogof Idre? What is that? Ogof a Draig. He corrects my pronunciation. The Welsh double D is the soft TH in leather. It means Cave of the Dragon. The cave is at the center of the tunnel network. Keep reading. Near the Ogofi Draig, cornered by a hound. Once the creature was killed, the three once-borns were taken into custody. Sel sighs in frustration. I'm sure they came willingly, too, after the shock of seeing a full-corp hellhound. Probably had to knock them out first. I glare at him and he shrugs. It's protocol. I release a steadying breath. Taken into custody and brought back to the lodge. Once their memories were altered, Miss Carter and the others were monitored in a chapter custody for 1 day to assure the mesmer had taken and released. As with the other witnesses, Miss Carter will be monitored during her time on campus by order members and assigned a field Merlin when she graduates. What's the rest? Sel points to a table under the written summary. I realize what the table is almost immediately. Check-ins. They're all dated like a log, with columns for date, time, location, and a short section for notes. I point to one of the early rows. May 1st, 1995, 10:31 a.m. Undergraduate Library, UNCCH. Working with Miss Carter on a group project for our Ling 207 class. Have spent several hours with her this week, even some gentle probing about campus events. She does not mention or recall last month's attack. Sel hums. They didn't just watch her, They tested her. How many entries are there? I flip the page, and flip again, and flip again. There must be dozens of pages here, at least one entry every week from the first year, then once a month after graduation. They kept tabs on her for years. Witness protection, he murmurs. Sort of. He clears his throat and takes the stack from me, thumbing to the very back. Let's see what the last entry says. I swallow around a lump in my throat. Okay. Sel pauses, his fingers resting on the final slip of paper in the back, and dips his head to catch my eye. This is the last page, he says, but I hear the meaning behind the words. I know what he's really asking me. Are you ready? My heart pounds in my chest, and blood rushes in my ears like an ocean. Am I ready? I started this whole mission worried about finding the truth, and convinced that nothing could be worse than not knowing. But now? Sel's eyes are patient, but wary, and no wonder. He just learned his own horrible truth. Read it. May 13, 2020, 9:18 a.m. Bentonville County Hospital, Bentonville, North Carolina. Miss Carter was killed in a hit-and-run near her home at 8:47 p.m. last night, May 12th. I was alerted to her death by a vassal working in the local police department. In order to confirm Miss Carter's death, I assumed the identity of an officer. She leaves behind a husband, Edwin Matthews, and a teenage daughter. As recorded in the enclosed logs, Miss Carter has never shown any evidence of her memory returning or knowledge of the incidents. As such, she has not, in the past or currently, given cause to pursue containment steps. This is the final entry in Witness 11's file. Sel passes the paper, but I wave it away. I can't touch it. I can't breathe. Is this the Merlin you saw? I drag my eyes back to the small photo, clipped to the back of the file. In a single rushing moment, I'm back at the hospital with new details filling in the blanks. Thin mouth, bushy brows, blue eyes, his badge flickering in the light. Everything inside me pinches and recoils, twists and tightens until it feels like my entire body is a knot made of lead, heavy and poisonous. A low, pained whine escapes me, ending in a choking sob. I can only nod in answer. Sel reaches for me, but I squeeze my eyes shut. After that, he doesn't try and touch me again. I'm sorry, Bree. That's it? I say warily. A strange numbness flooding my body. A humorless laugh leaves me in a low huff, and I open my eyes. Now I know. I thought that once I had the truth it would get better, that things would feel right, but they don't. Everything's just as wrong all over again. I stand and start toward the door. Bree, wait. Sel follows me. You can sense ether. You can see it. Feel it. But you also resist illusion. If mesmer doesn't work on you, maybe it didn't work on your mother either. Yeah. My throat is tight. Already thought of that. And? I whip around, fighting back tears. Don't you get it? She did the smart thing. The thing I should have done in the first place. She hid. She hid every time one of those scions or squires pretended to be her friend and tested her. She hid what she knew from everyone, For 25 years. So this medieval boys' club, this feudalist fever dream, this whole fucked up world of yours could never find her. Sel looks like he wants to say something, but thinks better of it. Good. Nothing he could say could make this moment better. My chest feels like it's imploding. She hid it from me, or she tried to, but it didn't work, because I'm a selfish daughter, and I had to come here and dig. Bree, you're not... Sel starts, but I don't let him finish. The words spill out of my mouth in an angry, sobbing rush. She didn't want me to find the order. I turn snarling at Sel, because she didn't want me to become your target. But I did, anyway. He flinches, but I don't care. I tug my shirt down to the still healing purple bruise on my collarbone from tonight's trial. Didn't want me to get hurt, but I did, anyway. I had to barge in with the barest shadow of a plan and no clue what I was doing. My voice breaks off. I see words of comfort and repair hovering uselessly on his lips. He wants to help me, but he doesn't know how. I do. The idea unfurls in my mind like a matted, frayed rope thrown down a well. I know, logically, that climbing that rope is a mistake. But in this moment, anything is better than staying here. Anything. The words fall from my mouth in a desperate whisper. Take it away. Sel looks bewildered. Who? I step toward him. I don't want this anymore. I take another. I don't want to feel this anymore. Understanding floods his features, and after it, a pained, sickened expression. Bree. No. I plead with him. You can do it, please. I won't break the mesmer. I'll let it happen. When I reach him, his lips curl into something like disgust. Don't ask me that. If I can't have her, I don't want to remember her. You don't mean that, he hisses. Yes, I do. My eyes swim with tears. He takes a deep breath, holds his ground. Even if I wanted to, he shakes his head. I'm not powerful enough. The older or more traumatic the memory, the stronger the replacement has to be. Like for like, memories of equal weight. Memories of equal weight. There are no memories that could equal this weight, and the last hour has just made them heavier. I break then. Snap. The tears run hot down my cheeks, and my breathing comes in ragged sobs. Sel watches me with a sad, helpless expression, almost like he's worried for me, hurting for me. But if that's true, it's another truth I can't handle. I open the door and run into the hallway, letting the door slam shut behind me. Sel lets me go at first. I make it all the way to the foyer and the front door before he catches up. I can feel his gaze along the back of my neck. Leave me alone, Sel. He grasps my left shoulder. You aren't in any shape to walk home alone. I jerk back, but we both know the only reason he lets me go is because he chooses to. He stands there in the grand foyer, a shadow with searching eyes. And suddenly it all becomes so clear. He was born to this world, for better or for worse, and Nick, and the scions and the squires and the pages, they grew up living inside the Order's legends. Suddenly all I can see is the hundreds of years of history that don't belong to me, a war that doesn't belong to me. I never should have come here. Bree, He reaches for me again, right as I open the front door, and come face to face with Nick. Chapter 40. It only takes a second for Nick's eyes to take in my tear-stained face, Sel's hand on my shoulder, and Sel standing behind me. Russ and Felicity peer around Nick with a wary expression, just as Sel's hand falls away. "What the hell is going on here?" Nick demands. My breath falters at the look in Nick's eyes. In them is the small beginning of some strong, sharp emotion, straining outward like a blade against cloth. "I need to go home." I make as if to move around him, and he catches me around my good elbow before I take 2 steps. "What? Why?" He looks between me and Sel's stoic expression, directs the blade of anger at his king's mage. "What did you do to her?" "I didn't do this," Sel says warily. "Not that you'll believe me." He didn't do anything," I confirm, and slip out of Nick's grip. I push between him and Russ and move down the stairs. Nick follows me. "Then why are you crying?" I whirl around. "I need to go home." "I can't be here right now." I catch Felicity's eye. "Can you please drive me home, Felicity?" "I can drive you home," Nick insists. I can't look at him. "Felicity, please?" She glances between Nick and me, back to Sel, then to Russ. "Russie, can you get my car?" Russ doesn't hesitate. He jogs down the stone steps toward the large garage. "Bree." "Let her go, Nick," Sel says from the doorway. And Nick and I both freeze. Nick. Not Nicholas. Sel's eyes find mine. Our eyes meet. For half a heartbeat. So quick. But Nick catches it. In that split second, he sees something new between me and his king's mage. Something I can't explain right now. Not even to myself. When Nick turns back to me, the raw confusion and hurt in his eyes crushes my heart. I stammer, try to start several sentences, but none of them take hold in my mouth. The words are caught in a jumble and I don't know where to start. I stare at him without an answer. Finally, I utter the only thing that can make him understand, my voice cracking on every word. "It was just an accident." It's the wrong thing to say. Nick takes a step closer, his voice soft and pained. "What was just an accident, B?" He doesn't know I mean my mother. He thinks I mean something with Sel. "No, that's not..." There's movement inside the lodge. Behind Sel I see Tor and Sar, both in pajamas. A crowd is gathering. They'll all know. They'll all see me like this. I tear my eyes away and back to Nick. Take a shaky breath and try again, because he needs to understand. "The car," I whisper, fresh tears burning at my eyes. "That night, the hospital, no one, just an accident." As understanding passes through him, the blood drains from his face. The devastation I see there is all for me, all for my pain. But if I accept it, if it touches me, I'll shatter. I know I will. He reaches for me, but I raise both palms, and his hand falls. That simple gesture, pushing him away, looks like it breaks him as much as it breaks me. How? How did you... He stops, turns again to the lodge doorway where Sel is watching us, his face unreadable. This time, when Nick faces me, his eyes hold stony accusation. "With him?" "I'm sorry," I whisper, walking backward on the lawn. This was all a mistake. Tires over gravel. Russ pulling up behind me in Felicity's Jeep. Nick shaking his head. No. The car idles, loud enough that the Legendborn in the foyer can't hear me. But Nick can, and so can Sel. I can't be here anymore. The air leaves Nick's chest in a broken rush. He knows I don't mean tonight. He knows I mean forever. No, wait. He shakes his head, desperation making his eyes bright. Please, I need you. You have to know I choose you. I want you, Bree. If Kamlan is coming, I want you. The lead in my stomach turns hot, melting into all my limbs. The words feel heavy and thick at the back of my throat, but I say them anyway. No, you don't. I climb into the car and leave him behind, standing alone in the gravel as we drive away. Part 4. Splinter. Chapter 41. My phone dings so many times that day, and the next, that after a while I just block Nick's number. Then Sar tries. William, Greer, Whitty. I block all of them, one at a time. It hurts, but the pain feels right, necessary, like I deserve it for wasting their time. I'd taken Nick's necklace off as soon as I got home and buried the chain and coin under some socks in my drawer. I thought myself brave for facing the order, for chasing down the truth. But every time I close my eyes, all I see are the faces of the people I've lied to in order to find it. My mother didn't pursue the order in its war. My mother didn't share her rootcraft, not with me or not with anyone else. The least I can do, after defying her in so many ways, is finally follow in her footsteps. The next days pass in a blur, because I force them to. I focus only on what's in front of me. Classes, studying in the library, meals with Alice, sleepless nights, repeat. I take the sling off in public so no one asks questions. Alice asks questions anyway. I tell her I fell during initiation. Patricia made good on her promise to call my father and tell him we weren't a good fit, that she wishes me well. I know she said that last part because he calls me to ask if I'd like to talk about it. I say no. I walk the campus half expecting Nick or Greer or even Sel to jump out at me from behind a line of students or a tree. Not that they ever have. I think it's a Legendborn rule to avoid one another on campus. But they could find me, if they wanted. It makes it much easier on me that they don't. I can do what my mother did. I think. Live oblivious in the world the way that everyone else does. Maybe our paths were different, but my mother and I came to the same conclusion. I have to forget them, because remembering is too dangerous. Maybe after class? I chew absent-mindedly on my blueberry jam smothered biscuit as I read the DTH. I didn't even know until this week that Carolina had a school newspaper. Bree? Yeah? You're making a mess. What? Alice points at my lap, where 3 warm pools of butter have expanded into lakes that stretch from the horoscope section to an article on student body elections. A biscuit crumble falls from my hand into the center of the butter lake and promptly drowns. Damn. I push the paper away while she covers a laugh behind her coffee cup. I'd let Alice drag me out of bed earlier than was strictly necessary, at least by my own standards. So we can actually eat breakfast? Is the type of reasoning that only sounds reasonable if you're Alice. Alice, whose parents get her up at 6:30 a.m. even on weekends.
Did you just hear anything I just said?
No. She puts her cup down and gives me a long stare. A clunk, clunk, clunk reaches us from the dining hall, where students are dumping used and empty food trays onto a conveyor belt with varying degrees of care.
You've been weird all week.
I poke at my bowl of cheesy grits and shrug. Just focusing on school stuff. I got a C- on that English test, so it's clearly warranted. What were you saying?
A C-? Maddie, you've never gotten anything below an A in English in your life. What's going on?
Alice tilts her head and fixes me with a stare. I stare back. After a moment of silence, she sighs, wrinkling her mouth and nose together.
I said, I know you don't have a dress for the gala thing this weekend. We should go shopping after class. There's a ton of boutiques downtown, and I saw some sales.
I look away and gnaw at the inside of my cheek. Yeah, about that. I'm not going. Alice rears back, gawking at me like I've grown scales.
I'm sorry. What? Did you just say?
I blink. I decided not to go through with that group, so I'm not going.
Hi. Yes, hello. I regret to inform you that you've had a temporary lapse in judgment. These things happen. I'm going to try and not make you feel badly about it. But you're going to that gala.
I groan. Alice, I don't want to go.
You are going to that gala, Maddie, even if I have to force you into one of Charlotte's dresses.
Alice says, her eyes gone flinty behind her frames. I sigh and fold up the greasy newspaper as neatly as I can, then toss it onto my tray. You don't understand. Alice crosses her arms over her chest.
I understand. You've stopped talking to a hottie hot boy who adores you, and you won't explain why. And it sounds like he did nothing wrong. I understand you have an invitation to a black tie event that you seem to want to toss in the trash. And I understand that I begged my parents to let me stay on campus this weekend just so I could help you get ready. And honestly, Bree, we were way too nerdy in high school for me to let you throw this opportunity away!
I gape at her. What has gotten into you?
16 years of Disney movies that I know you watched just as much as I did. So what's going on here?
I don't want to go. I'm loud enough that Alice flinches, and the two girls sitting beside us turn their heads in our direction. I pull my bag out from underneath the table and start zipping it up, and I need to get to class. Alice watches me, shaking her head.
This ain't it, Maddie.
What's not it?
This. She waves her hand at me. A couple of weeks ago, you were all over this group, texting this Nick kid all the time, going to therapy, staying out late. And this week, all of that's gone? You get back to the room earlier than I do, spend more time studying than I do, read the school newspaper, and I know you're not sleeping.
She shakes her head again.
This ain't it.
You get mad at me for not taking school seriously enough, and now I'm taking it too seriously? I scoff. A couple of weeks ago, I came home crying too. Is that what you want?
Of course not. But this week you're a zombie. You know what you need?
I stand up and sigh. You gonna say Jesus?
No. She points at me. You need homeostasis.
Did you just biology me?
Sure did.
I falter. No comeback in sight. In the end, I give up. I gotta go, I mutter, pick up my tray and leave, ignoring the look of disappointment on Alice's face. That night, I lie in bed with the window open, twisting my hair and listening to the shouts and conversations on the busy sidewalk below. Old East is so close to the north perimeter, so I suppose every week we'll be able to hear the undergrads leaving the campus grounds and heading to the main drag for the bars and clubs. For a moment, I wonder if I'll hear the Legendborn. Maybe they'll go back to the beer garden to celebrate the end of the trials. I make myself imagine the gala even though it hurts. A grand room, hundreds of people in formal wear, a stage. When I imagine Nick in a tuxedo and bow tie, I curl into a tight ball of want on my bed. I lean into the vision to remind myself of the loss. I see him, tall, handsome, and for a short while, a quick moment, a heartbeat. Mine. On the other side of the room, Alice's snores are light and even. I know she's right. I don't have homeostasis. I don't have equilibrium no matter the stimuli. Patricia knew it, saw it, and wanted nothing of it. My agony has a hunger, I've discovered. It doesn't want the truth, not really. It just wants to feed itself on sorrow until no other emotion is left. My father calls before 8 on Friday morning. He knows I don't have early class on Fridays, but he rarely calls me before noon, especially this close to the weekend, when his shop is busiest. "Dad?" I say, holding my phone to my ear as I pull on a pair of jeans. "Hey, kiddo." I half expect to hear the heavy clink of a dropped tool on concrete and the high-pitched whir-whine of a pneumatic wrench, but there's nothing like that. "You busy?" "Nope. My first class is at 10. What's up?" "Come have breakfast with me. My treat." I chuckle. If only. "No, kid. Meet me downstairs and bring your books." I freeze. "You're here?" "Yep. Sitting in the lot." "Why are you here?" "Oh, just in the area." It's a 4-hour drive, and if he's here, that means he took off work. No in the area about it. I close my eyes and sigh. "Alice is a good friend," he finishes with a warm laugh. "Better hurry, before one of the meter cops gives me a ticket." My father has worked with cars his entire life, starting in the shop before moving up to manager 10 years ago. He still gets into a repair every now and then. It shows in the ever-present gray-black line of grime under his short nails and the faint grease fingerprints on the upholstery of his car door. He's my height and stocky. If he's not in the shop polo and khakis, he's in a tracksuit and a cap. His skin is a deep earthy brown, the color of fallen pine needles. When I open the passenger side door, he smiles, and his entire face rises until his eyes tilt up at his temples. "Seat belt?" His eyes flick down to my waist, then to his side mirror as we pull out the drive. Black and blue striped tracksuit today, white cap with a blue tar heel. His car smells like home. I expect to feel the twinge of pain in my chest, and I do, but it's chased by warmth. The Waffle House is thick with the smell of processed syrup and stale coffee. Mostly empty booths line the wall to our left, and a mottled gray counter runs down the right. The quiet murmurs, the sizzle of the griddle in the kitchen, and the low jukebox music reminds me that there's life outside UNC. The woman behind the counter barely glances up when we enter. Dad leads us to the empty booth that looks the least sticky. The red cushion back hisses and sighs when we slide in, and there's a constellation of crumbs strewn across the creaky table. A waitress strolls over, one hand deep in her black apron, and the other clutching a pair of stained menus. "I'm Cheryl. I'll be taking care of you today. Here's a menu. Can I start y'all off with some drinks?" She tugs a notebook out and waits, watching us from underneath the black visor. Dad flips his menu over once, then hands it back to her. "Coffee, please. Black. And I'll have a waffle with the city ham smothered and covered in hash browns. Large." "How about you, sweetie?" I hand mine back too. A large orange juice pecan waffle with regular hash browns, smothered, covered, and peppered, please. Dad waits until Cheryl's on the other side of the counter, before he sits back and looks me full in the eye. The silence is interminable, the kind that makes everything said afterward 1,000 times louder. I avoid his eyes and inspect the condiment collection at the end of the table. It's the usual suspects: A1, Heinz ketchup and mustard, salt, pepper, and a glass of sugar dispenser heavy enough to double as a free weight. I wrinkle my nose at the Tabasco bottle. Texas Pete or nothing. Thank goodness there's a small bottle of it at the back. You gonna make me pull it out of you? My father's voice is low and measured, slower in person than on the phone. It releases that part of me that I'm always holding tight at school, even if what he's saying makes me shift uncomfortably in my chair. You bribing me with hash browns so you don't have to? Yep. That ain't right. Life ain't fair. His tone sharpens. You gonna make me ask again? I swallow hard. No, sir. He sniffs, nodding a thank you to Cheryl when she drops off our drinks. My lower lip trembles. My chest tightens. I don't want to lie again. I can't. But I can't put him at risk by telling the truth. The hands of the order, and my mistakes, are still clenched tight around my neck, squeezing when they want to, suffocating me. The tears I held back since I've heard his voice on the phone fill my eyes now, and I look down at my orange juice to hide them. Bree, he says softly. He reaches a weathered hand out to me across the table. I shake my head, refusing to look at him. Look at me, kiddo. You can come home if you want. I'll move you out today. But it better not be because that dean got you scared. I stare at him, gobsmacked, while Cheryl deposits our food. What? Alice says you've been going hard with school, not acting like yourself. I didn't send you here so you could run yourself into the ground. I heard the better than you in that man's voice. Just don't want you doing all this because of him. By the time he finishes, Dad is smearing butter into his waffle squares in angry, hard strokes. My father has never gone to college himself. He'd never gotten the chance to, not really. But now I wonder if he'd wished he had, or if he had tried, and met his own Dean McKinnon. That's not it, I mutter. I can handle classes, and the last time I heard from the dean was the day he called you. Well, what's got you down then? Was it therapy? 'Cause we can find you someone new. He cuts a bite off the waffle and sticks it together with pieces of city ham. Before he puts it into his mouth, he gestures at my plate with his fork. Eat your food before it gets cold. I pick up the Texas Pete and sprinkle it onto my hash browns while I think. Then a question comes. Did Mom ever talk to you about Grandma? My father's gray-flecked bushy eyebrows rise, and he sighs heavily, sitting back in the worn booth. Not much. Your grandmother died when she was young, 18 or so, I think, so she was gone by the time your mom and I met. He looks out the window, eyes going distant. I could tell her mother's death weighed heavy on her, you know? Real heavy. That surprises me. I knew the facts about my grandmother. Sheeted hair in a salon in Texas, where my mother was raised. She didn't have any siblings herself. She died from cancer. I knew about the woman, but I rarely saw my own mother's pain from losing her. She never said anything. He smirks and reaches for the Texas Pete. It didn't come out like that. Came out in how she raised you. He chuckles, tapping the Texas Pete bottle until it half empties onto his hash browns. I didn't notice it at first, but she had these nerves that started up when you were, 10, 11? You'd do a sloppy job cleaning your room or forget to take out the trash. Didn't matter what it was, she just got on to you for it. You remember? That's just parents, though. He shrugs. Black parents been pushing their kids hard for decades. My parents did it. I know your grandmother did it too, but your mom took it to another level. She tried to control it around you. But in private, he whistled. Anxious, rattled, sometimes even straight up scared. Had nightmares about you getting hurt or kidnapped. A few years ago, it started taking longer and longer for her to calm down. One week when you were 13, you left the milk out on the counter overnight. Remember that? It took 3 days for her to let it go. That's when I finally told her. I said, Faye, she's a kid. She's gonna mess up. She said she just wanted to get you ready. Make sure you could handle yourself when we weren't around. My chest tightens. Did she know? My father reads my expression. I think she was just scared she'd leave you early, just like her mom left her. He inhales sharply and draws his shoulders back, and I know we're both thinking the same thing. That she was right. My hands wipe at the tears traveling in quiet streams down my cheeks. She knew what this is like. He stares out the window, voice heavy with grief and regret. We weren't raised with therapy and all that. Not something black folks did or talked about. If you said anything, you got sent to the church. He sighs, shaking his head. Anyway, when you applied to Carolina, it was like the dam she had inside just broke, and all of it, every fight, every worry came out on you. Because she never wanted me to come here. Or maybe because she just wasn't ready to let you go, and got mad at you for forcing her hand. But that fight wasn't your fault, Bree, and it wasn't hers either. All that stuff your mom was holding back, hiding. It's why I wanted to make sure you started seeing somebody soon, so you could get some peace. Maybe head all that suffering off at the pass. While my father takes a sip of his cold coffee and grimaces, then signals for Cheryl. I look at him with new eyes. He'd done all this thinking and planning and hoping for me, because of the pain he witnessed in my mother. Her death had sent him on his own mission to save our family. And I never noticed. I'd never taken the time to notice. After Cheryl refills his cup and moves on, I ask, why didn't she move us away from here? Then I'd never even known about the school. In some ways, I think your mother couldn't stand Carolina, but she loved it something fierce too. Said no matter how she felt about that school, she never could get it out of her system. He shrugs. You would have found out about her graduating here eventually. Maybe applied anyway just because she did. I take one of the 2 small waxy napkins from the metal dispenser. I think she was right anyway, I whisper and wipe my nose. He looks up from blowing on his coffee, startled. What now? About me not being ready, I explain. His eyes sharpen, and he clunks his coffee down. You got that wrong. All wrong. And I thought you were smart. You're wrong 'cause she was wrong. It was never about you not being ready, kiddo. It was always about her. I set my jaw stubbornly. Stop trying to make me feel better. He fixes me with a stern glare. That's the truth. She wasn't ready to let you face the world, but you been ready, kid. She made sure of it. He shifts in his chair to dig into his jacket and pull out a small, square pocket Bible. I recognize the worn, cracked-down brown leather and the gilded golden edges immediately. It's my mother's, the one she carried with her everywhere. Flip to the back. He hands it to me and I take it, pushing my untouched plate of food aside to clear space on the table. Probably not something she meant for anyone to see, but... He shrugs. I love her, and I miss her, and... His eyes fill with tears, and he squeezes them and lets out a breath. I think she'll forgive us for snooping. I open the Bible with shaking fingers. It feels like I'm touching something intimate and private, and I am. Personal Bibles, even though I've never owned one, always seem mystical. Like the longer someone carries one, the more their spirit lives in the pages. As I flip through the thin, small print paper, her smell wafts over my nose. Verbena and lemon, mixed with a bit of leather. The last section is blank for notes. On the very last page, in curling script and dated just last year, is a small note. Lord, she's already stronger than I ever was. I worry her challenges will be just as powerful. I worry that I'm running out of time. Please protect her and give me the strength to let her go. Got something else for you too, kid. It's in the car. Be right back. My dad puts his napkin aside and shoves out of the booth. I nod and stare down at the bauble in my hands, letting the gift of her words wash over me. My mother had carried so much pain from her own loss. Maybe the exact things Patricia said I had inside me. Traumatic grief. PCBD grief. Then after I was born, it became anxiety. Maybe she'd had the feeling like she could explode. Maybe she'd had my fear and fury, and she hid it from me as best as she could. Just knowing we have this in common, knowing my feelings are an echo of hers, is a revelation. It makes me sad that she suffered. It makes me wish I could talk to her about it. It makes me want to tell her that I understand. I've been chasing the hidden truth for so long, and now I found out that one of her truths already lives inside me. It makes me feel closer to her somehow. And right now, that feels like enough. When my dad slides back into the booth, he's laughing under his breath. I thought about maybe donating her clothes. You know how many clothes she had. And shoes, my goodness. I smile. Tall order. You might have to take a few trips to the donation center. Yeah, he says with a sigh. Bringing myself to do it is another thing. Rich Glover down at the shop lost his wife last year. He says that once you get rid of their clothes, that's when you know they're really gone. He shakes his head. Anyway, I was in the closet the other day and I found this. Thought you might like to have it. He hands me a blue square velvet box. I recognize it immediately. This is where she stored her golden charm bracelet. She'd only ever had 2 charms on it, one with my name and one with my father's. It wasn't one of her nicer pieces, but it's the one she seemed to love the most. Even now, the smell of her in the velvet is strong and alive, like she'd never left. It overwhelms me, bypassing any rational parts of my brain and zinging straight to memory. It pulls at the weekends of shopping with her at the mall, unearths the sensation of her hugs, sinks me down into her lap when I was little, rushes me past every single one of her cool hands on my forehead when I was sick. I move to open it, but he stops me. Open it when you get back to your room. I eye him. So I'm going back to my room? You're not going to tell me not to study too hard? You can study hard, but only if that's how you want to do it. He gives me a wry smile. No matter what you do, you gotta live your life, kiddo. You gotta be in the world. That's what she would want you to do. He reaches across the table to take both my hands in his. Don't make your life about the loss. Make it about the love. Chapter 42. By the time I get back to my room after morning class, the clenched fist of regret in my chest has loosened. I set my book back down and pull out my mother's velvet box, place it on my bed, think of my father's face and words. Make it about the love. Could I do that? Really? As soon as I try, I miss her. I miss her voice and her smile. I miss hugging her and feeling whole. I look down at the box again and feel ready. Pick it up. Make it about the love, I murmur. I take a deep breath, flip open the lid, and the room fills with mage flame. Silver and gold smoke dances up the walls and floods the ceiling with light. Everywhere the flame touches my skin feels like the caress of her hands. My nose fills with a sense of verbena and lemon, bright and sharp and warm. I'm on my knees before I know it, hands shaking. Inside the box, my mother's charm bracelet is pulsing like a heartbeat. When the tips of my fingers touch the gold links, a voice echoes in my mind. Bree. I drop it. I'm gasping, choking, sobbing. Mommy? As soon as I lift the bracelet and grasp it in my hands, my eyes flutter shut. A memory takes me over. We are on the lawn outside the fairgrounds. I bounce up and down with unrestrained glee, because today is the first time I've gone to the fair. Ever. Faint screams of joy rise and fall in the background, in time to the roller coaster and the tilt-a-whirl. I can already smell the deep-fried Snickers bars. The sweet, hot scent of funnel cake is so close I can almost taste the powdered sugar. I remember this. I was 7. The annual state fair was a monumental experience, one of my friends spoke of in excited, envy-inducing whispers. But I don't remember my mother guiding me to a bench outside before we went in. In the memory, she wears a loose white button-up blouse under a lavender cardigan. Her straight hair is pulled back. Our shared, strong jawline is lined with tension. She sits down from me and rubs her palms down her pants. Just a minute, I promise. Then we'll go inside. My mother's eyes flick over my head, like she's looking at someone behind me. I turn to follow her gaze, but she presses fingers to my chin and turns me back. Look at me, Bree. Then we can go inside and get fried Twinkies. Okay, I say, and bounce again. My mother pushes out a short, fast breath, and her gaze sharpens on mine. Mommy has something hard to say to someone else, like a speech, but I need your help practicing first. Is that okay? Will you help me practice? Mommy's going to say a lot, and I just want you to listen for now, okay? Like the silent game. I nod and she reaches for my head and pulls it gently down so she can kiss the crown of my hair. Good girl. Thank you. In the memory, her eyes glisten with emotions I'm too young to parse, but now I see the determination there and the fierce pride. Okay, here we go. She takes a deep breath. Bree, if you're seeing this, it's because I'm not with you. My younger self opens her mouth to ask what she means, but my mother shakes her head. Silent game, remember? I'm just practicing. I know it's confusing. I nod again. Just practicing. I am so sorry, because the pain you're in right now is pain I know well, and I hate that I've caused it. I hope my old charm bracelet gives you some comfort. You can't stop sneaking into my room and playing with it at the moment, so I told your dad that I wanted it to be yours one day. I hope he gives it to you right away, but knowing him, it might take a while. My mother smiles fondly, but I can see the sadness there, an awareness of what my father would go through after her death. She knew she would die. She sits back and takes another fortifying breath. I'm going to tell you what my mother told me. Bree, we descend from a line of root crafters, black folk who can borrow power from our ancestors and use it to heal, or speak to the dead, or protect others, or divine the future and more. I use my power to manipulate plant energy for healing and medicine. I can't help it. I interrupt her. Magic? Like spells? Not spells. She presses a thumb over her laughing mouth. Just listen for now, okay? Do that for Mommy? Usually, I would be the one to help you with your rootcraft, just like your grandmother helped me with mine, and her mother helped her with hers, but things are... She looks away for a moment, shakes her head. Different for you than they were for me. As far as all practitioners know, if a child has a branch of root, that branch, that gift, manifests early, 5, maybe 6, with some small accidental crafting. That's how it happened to me. It's how it happened to your grandmother. When you turned 6, I took you to that nice woman who lived in the country. Do you remember her? Miss Hazel? She has a special gift too, where she can see light and energy around someone. I asked her if she saw the craft in you, and she didn't. I make a sad face and cross my arms. This speech sure seems like it's for me. Believe it or not having root isn't a bad thing for our family, my mother says with a wry smile. I thought maybe our string of bad luck was broken, I'm still holding out hope for that. I want nothing more than for you to have a happy, healthy, normal life. But, she sighs, and her eyebrows draw in tight. I'm telling you all this now as a failsafe. A failsafe is a plan B, like a just in case, because up until now, the women in our family have never been regular root crafters. We have something else more special inside us that we keep secret, just in our family. A gift that only we know about, because other rootcraft users wouldn't like what we have. Bloodcraft. She means bloodcraft. She takes another shaky breath and grabs my hand, leaning down to fix me with a stare. Her dark eyes bore into mine as if I'm an adult, not a child. Bree, if you're hearing this a second time, then you already know what I'm talking about. The subtle, persistent abilities, like the one you just used with my bracelet, enhanced sight that lets you see things that other people can't, a heightened sense of smell, touch, hearing, even taste. When it comes to the root in our world, certain enhancements that work on other people won't work well on you, if at all. These passive abilities allow us to detect an encounter with root, or magic, or ether, or whatever another practitioner may call it, and avoid it, if you choose to. And there's nothing wrong with that, Bree. Nothing at all. Because the most important thing you can do in this world, the most necessary thing, is to survive it. You can't do anything for anyone else if you don't take care of yourself first. Do you understand me? Small me has gone still, but I nod. Good. Now, I think of these abilities like fight or flight. This first group allows you to flee if you need to, but if you choose to stand your ground, if you choose to fight, well, our gift will help with that too. But before I talk about that, I want to talk about the cost of these abilities. The reason we don't tell other root crafters what we can do is because this power was done through bloodcraft, where power was taken forever, not borrowed. Someone, somewhere in our bloodline, bound all of this power to our bodies, Bree, and I don't know who or how. Your grandmother didn't know either, and as best as we can tell, the last of us who knew where these powers came from died in childbirth, so she couldn't pass it on to her daughter. Which brings me to my next point. The reason they call bloodcraft a curse is because the universe will come calling for its payment in one way or another. And for our family, the cost is that the power can only live in one daughter at a time. Maybe it's because all that power burns us out. I don't know. But none of us gets very long with our mothers. Each mother's final act is to pass the abilities on to her daughter. Which is how I know that if you're hearing this now, it's because you have it. And if you have it, I'm gone. I know what you're thinking, but it's not your fault I left you, just like it wasn't my fault that my mother left me. I know you have those feelings now, but don't let them sour inside you. Let the pain be a part of you, but know that it's not all you are. That's what I'm trying to do. A sob from a small chest. Mine. My mother pulls me from the bench and holds me in her arms. Oh, don't you cry, baby. This is just me practicing. I'm still here. I know it's confusing. I don't want you to go. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here in front of you. I need you to be brave while I tell you the rest of the story. Can you do that for me? Okay. Thank you. I said fight or flight, right? The fighting part will only happen when you really need it to. When you're angry or upset enough and you can't escape. It happened to me one time, and one time only. I saw something at school that I couldn't ignore. Innocent people getting hurt. I made a choice to fight, baby, and it was worth it. I'd do it again if I had to. But a consequence of that choice is that I've had to hide myself since then from people who don't understand who we are or what we can do. And that's why, if there's any chance you don't have these abilities, I'm going to do all I can to hide this from you. Because if you don't know any of it, then maybe they won't find you. Maybe you won't be drawn to that school the way I was. But that's also why I'm telling you now, in a way that means you'll only hear it if and when you absolutely need to understand who we are. I won't say what I did was a mistake. I'd do it again if I had to. I think the mistake was letting the anger and guilt from my mother's death soak into my bones so deep that I lost a part of myself. I'm working on it. I'm trying. I want you to know that you are the greatest thing that has ever happened to me. You're already more of a warrior than I ever was. I believe with all my heart that if you want to, you can change the world. She takes both my hands in hers and squeezes our fingers together as if to push her love into me by touch. When the time comes, if it comes, don't be scared. Take risks, follow your heart, and move forward. My mother squeezes her eyes shut, and when they open, they're glassy with tears. She looks over my head again and gives a subtle nod. And she won't remember any of this until after? No, a woman's voice says from directly behind me. I turn again, but my mother's hand shoots out, gripping my shoulder hard before I can see who's there. Bree, look at me, baby, she says quickly. Just look at me. The last thing I see is my mother, holding me still while she whispers, I love you. I come back from the memory on my knees. All of it. Every word and image and sound is all there now, like a file in the drawer, like something I've always possessed but didn't have the key to open. The flame on the bracelet in my hand dies down, but her message echoes in the air around me. I let the words flow through me and over me until my eyes close and I'm full of her words. Move forward. That's the message my mother planted in my mind for the moment I'd most needed to hear it. When I open my eyes, I know what I need to do. Chapter 43. The air in the cemetery is charged, unsettled. Even the leaves on the trees stir and shiver, like the whole place knows I'm here for a root. I wait in the unmarked grave section after last class, feeling more bold than frightened. 2 figures in light jackets approach over the gravel path. I recognize Patricia immediately. As she comes closer, I can see that her scarf is a deep copper. Beside her, Mariah is in jeans and fur-top boots, sleek poof exploding into a puff of curls that adds at least 8 inches to her petite height. She carries a basket of offerings, just as I'd asked. Bree, Patricia murmurs, clutching me in a tight hug that soothes my nerves. Your call scared me. You said it was an emergency. Are you all right? I pull back and swallow hard. Take a deep breath. I will be. Thank you for coming today, both of you. I know the way we left things was... I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my behavior. Patricia tilts her head, and her eyes roam my features before she nods. Apology accepted. Same here. Mariah shifts the basket to her other arm. As long as you tell me what we're doing here. Not that I don't mind a graveyard, of course, but I don't come to one lightly. She peers around me. Restless spirits follow me home if I'm not careful. Then I've got a clean house and it's just a whole process and... ugh. I need your help to speak to someone in my family. Patricia and Mariah exchange glances. Bree, what's going on? I tell them about my mother's box, and I don't hide any of it, even the bloodcraft. And the moment of silence after I finish, the wind picks up Patricia's scarf, Mariah's curls, and my own. Patricia has been studying me, and I'm worried she won't help after all. You deserve to know why this bargain was struck, but even though I want to, I'm afraid I won't be of much help. Bloodcraft among our people is so shunned that those who practice it keep it secret. I don't know how your abilities work or where they come from. I know. which is why I need to speak to an ancestor of mine who can explain. I want to know more about what I am and why. I take a deep breath. I don't want to get lost in the past. I want to embrace it and understand. Mariah shrugs. I'm down to help, but I can't promise you'll hear from anyone, she warns. And even if you do, there's no promises about who shows up, remember? Could be your mom, could be someone else. I say hastily, I actually don't want it to be my mom. I need to go further back. Patricia considers this and nods slowly. Okay, Bree. 5 minutes later, we've settled into a triangle, hands linked, our knees faintly touching around the offerings in the middle. Since I don't know what offerings my ancestors would prefer, I'd ask them to bring a small bowl of fruit, some candy, a glass of juice, and nuts. Things my mother liked and I liked too. Patricia repeats her previous instructions in a low voice. Focus on your love for your mother to start. I pull up an image of my mother from memory, and there's almost no pain. Just a tiny smidge of it around the edges, like a bit of burned paper. I see my mother in the kitchen, humming and mixing a bowl of deviled egg fixins. She dips a pinky to taste and calls me over to test it too. It feels like we're making magic. That's how it always felt when we made food together. Patricia whispers, Now, imagine the love stretching to your grandmother and stretching back again. Like a strong thread, I murmur. I hear the smile in her voice when she says, Yes. I imagine the thread, thick and wound tight, from my mother to my grandmother. And it stops. I can't go any further, I'm blocked. By a wall. I've known that this image, this internal construct of my own making was part of my survival toolbox. I just hadn't found any reason to take it down. But now I do. Now I have to. I imagine my wall crumbling to pieces, one brick at a time. I pull down the chains, the metal, the steel. I peel it all away until I can see beyond it, to find that hard, tight knot of pain in my chest. The one wrapped in layers of bright, unending fury. The part of me I call after Bree. And then I unwind her. One strand for my mother, one for my father, one for me. I unravel the rage until it courses through my veins like fuel in an engine. I let it become a part of me, but not all of me. Hot, scorching pain under my skin, under my tongue, under my nails. I let it spread through me until there is no more before and no more after. I am her, and she is me. I've got the thread, Mariah says excitedly. I'm following it. I feel warmth pulling at my fingers, like the tide of an ocean is inside me. It's flowing out to Mariah. I hear someone, Mariah whispers. A woman. I take a deep breath and focus on the thread. Please, please, please help me. She's powerful. She has a lot to say, Mariah says, her voice strained. No, a lot to do. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. She stops speaking abruptly, and her fingers curl into claws around mine, squeezing the bones of my pinky and forefinger. I open my eyes to see hers rolled back in her head, her rapid breathing. Mariah? Patricia leans over, but does not break our connection. Mariah. I start to call her name too, when the ocean comes rushing back through my hands so quickly that it sears up my wrist and forearms and swirls into a hot whirlpool in my chest. I cry out, but I can't let go. A low voice burns in my ears and onto the back of my eyelids. White curls, bronze skin, barely any wrinkles. My mother's eyes and my own. She cracks a wry grin. Took you long enough. It's a strange sensation having a whole other person inside your skin. It feels like I'm a human-shaped glass fish tank, and every step makes the water of my grandmother slosh up my sides, almost tipping over the edge. Patricia holds onto my elbow. Bree, talk to us. I blink several times in what feels like slow motion. I'm okay, except I feel drunk. And how do you know what being drunk is like? Grandmother says, jabbing at my ribs somehow. Ow! I say, and grab my side. Is it supposed to feel like this? Mariah shrugs. I wouldn't know. Possession is really rare. It's never happened to me, personally. But my Uncle Kwame gets possessed all the time. Family spirits take his body for a spin, or sometimes they just sit inside and the two of them just talk and fellowship a while until the ancestor leaves. Not every medium gets possessed? I cry, panic rising slightly. Nope. Mediumcraft is a branch of root with its own sub-branches, all different because ancestors themselves are different. Mariah peers up into my eyes. Wow. I can definitely see your grandmother in there. She stands back and raises a hand for a high five. Welcome to the Medium Club. I can feel my grandmother frown at her gesture, so I frown too. It all makes me a little woozy. Thanks? I don't understand, though. Why didn't I find out I was a medium when I was a kid? Perhaps it's the bloodcraft and the original nature of that spell. You'd have to speak to an ancestor who knows, and, as your mother says, you'll need to go back further than your grandmother. Patricia hums speculatively. Your mother practiced wildcraft, which is a different branch, different power. As a medium, your power is wound tightly with death, and as your family's bloodcraft is triggered by death, perhaps the two branches intertwined in you until they became tied together in unpredictable ways. I'm afraid I'm not certain. Mariah cocks her head to the side. But why didn't both of your branches manifest when your mom died? The answer appears in my mind before I even finish the question. That's my fault. I see the truth of it in my mind's eye. That night at the hospital was a birth of this version of myself that I named after Bree. I look to Patricia, and she nods for me to continue. The trauma created her, but I spent all my energy containing her. Patricia nods. Sometimes our brains protect us until we're ready. The most important thing is now you know. And right now, you have help from Mrs. Charles, I say instantly. The name sprung in my mouth like it had been launched there. Miss Charles, so nice to meet you, Patricia says warmly, her accent slipping and slow like molasses. Will you be staying long? No, I reply. She's just here to act as a lighthouse. I pause and try and turn my vision inward to ask a question. A lighthouse? I hear an answer. Oh, a signpost for an older mother. She'll pass the request on to the ancestor who can show me how to control my power and where it came from. All she can do is ask. I'll have to wait for the answer. It may take a while. Patricia bows her head. I understand. Very generous of her. Thank you, Miss Charles. I take another 2 steps, and the sloshing feeling gets worse. Jesus, Grandma! Can you, get more dense? Somehow, she slaps me in the face. I blink, chin twisted over my shoulder. Ow! That's for taking the Lord's name in vain. Wow. I stare at Mariah. Did you know your ass can get called out from the grave? Girl, yes. Mariah nods in sympathy. Happens to me all the time. The worst, right? I nod. I stumble slightly, hands out for balance. I need her to calm down or something. I'll never make it home like this. Here. Patricia hurries over from where we'd been sitting. Eat this. She shoves a pear into my hand and a glass of juice. I eat and drink, and I swear I feel my grandmother's mouth moving long after mine has stopped. After a moment, she seems happier, more settled, like she's found a nice rocking chair in there and has decided to sit a while. Okay. I stand upright, testing my legs. I feel full but not unbalanced. That's better. You need a ride? Mariah asks. I nod as emphatically as I dare. Yes, please. When Mariah pulls up to the lot by Old East, she stops me before I get out. Remember, you need to focus. You gotta keep her from spilling out, but keep your guard up so other ancestors from your line don't come knocking. She warns, squeezing my hand. The hardest part about being a medium is closing the doors once they're open. The unsettled spirits, the eager ones, look for ways in, and you're much more open to your ancestors now. And listen, this is the South. There are a lot of unsettled black folk in the ground. I nod. Thank you for helping me, even though you barely know me. It means everything. And so it is, Mariah says with a smile. Before I get out of the car, Patricia's warm fingers rest on my cheek. Thank you for letting us in. I'm proud of you, Bree. I hope you find answers. Chapter 44. When I wake up late the next morning, Alice is already gone, and a text is waiting from her on my phone.
At the library.
My grandmother is still there inside me, snoozing. For the first time all week, I let myself miss Nick. I see the hurt on his face and feel the shame of causing it. What must he think of me now? That I used him, I think. That as soon as I got what I needed, I dropped him and everything we'd found with each other. In truth, I did. I used him and accepted his kindness along with everyone else's. Leaving was bad, but leaving things like I did was worse. I can't move forward with this hanging over my head. I tap Alice's text and stamp out a quick response. Hey, do you have Charlotte's number? I'm gonna need both y'all's help. While I wait for Alice and Charlotte to come over, I take the rest of the day to wash my hair. And it's the most therapeutic, loving thing I could have done for myself. Condition, detangle, deep condition with a heat wrap, paint my nails and watch a movie while I wait. Rinse. I emerge from the shower with my hair wrapped in a microfiber towel and rub the foggy mirror until I see the genuine full smile on my face. Tangles gone, scalp clean, curls moisturized and bouncy, head and soul lighter. More me than I've been in months. Charlotte ends up bringing over a dozen dresses and a chest full of jewelry, and they aren't just hers. Some are from her friends down the hall and on the floor above us. Kappas and a few Sigmas, she says. I'm grateful she's such a busybody, because otherwise I wouldn't have any options 2 hours before the gala. I expect Charlotte to dig for details about why I need a dress. It's far too early in the semester for most Greek orgs and groups to hold their formals, but Alice already explained that it's for a society gala, and that seemed answer enough for her. When Charlotte doesn't mention Evan getting similarly dressed up, I wonder what lie he told his girlfriend about plans for the night. Beer and PlayStation? Boys' night? Whatever it was, it's keeping her safe. I try on 10 dresses that are clearly meant for someone with smaller boobs and hips, sending Charlotte running from room to go on another search, phone in hand. After a shimmy into the 11th dress, Alice gasped, clapping a hand over her mouth. When I turn to the full-length mirror on the back of our door, my witty, self-deprecating retort disappears. A low squawk of disbelief falls from my open mouth instead.
Oh, Bree, this is the one,
Alice breathes. She drops down to where my knees are hidden beneath the long floor-length layers of tulle and pulls the material out until it fans around my feet.
You look amazing.
When she stands back, I see in the mirror that her eyes are glistening behind her glasses. Alice Chin, no crying. It's just a dress, I say. But it's not true. It's not just a dress, it's a gown, fit for a court. She wipes at her face and smiles at me in the mirror.
It's just that you look like her.
My chest and throat seize up together, my emotions a swirling cocktail. There's no way I can respond, so I grab her hand. She drops her head onto my shoulder with a sigh, and we stare at our reflections. We squeeze each other's fingers tight, because there are some moments that are too empty and too full for words. The Carolina Club is a fancy event used by alumni, faculty, and staff in the center of campus. While its exterior is modern, the interior is an antebellum chic. Charlotte insisted on dropping me off at the entrance so I don't walk all the way across campus in my gown, and as I make my way up the stairs in a blessedly low borrowed heels from another tall girl on the second floor of Old East, I have to admit, she had a good point. Even with the heel, my dress is long enough that I have to hold the sides up so it won't drag. A doorman in a black suit and white gloves welcomes me, a smile lighting up the rust-brown planes of his face. As I pass through the door, he murmurs, "All right, sis," and I grin back. It's just the little bit of encouragement I need to cross the elegant foyer with my head held high and walk through the wide double doors leading to the ballroom. The club ballroom is impressive, with windows along the back wall, a dance floor, and a stage on one end, and round dinner tables covered in white linens on the other. The jazz band on stage, called the Old North Greats, according to the logo on their drum, is playing an upbeat swing rendition of a popular song. Overhead, chandeliers hang from exposed mahogany beams that cross the ceiling like great wooden fingers. There must be at least 300 people here. News of the demon attacks and murmurs about the imminent gathering of the table had spread. Nick had said to expect Legendborn and vassal families from all the lines, some even as far away as Europe, all in attendance to hear an update on the attacks, while taking stock of the current class of scions and squires. Tables are clustered by color, identifying which line those vassals serve. Older women in long, striking dresses sit together, catching up at their tables while sipping glasses of wine. Several small groups of men in tuxedos gather at the 2 cash bars in the corner of the room. They look comfortable in their formal wear, smiling and laughing like it's a reunion. I wonder if Sarah's father is here, and if I'll get to meet him, even with the formal invitation clenched between my fingers. I feel out of place.
Bree!
Felicity is the first to find me from across the room, waving as she gets up from an half-empty table to walk over with a glass in her hand. When she says my name, Tor's and Sarah's heads pop up and they shove back from their table to follow her. As she and the others approach me in their line-colored dresses, I feel the tingling sensation of Sel's gaze, but I can't find him in the crowd. He knows I can feel his attention now. I don't know how I feel about that, or the fact that even though he knows I can feel him, he's still looking at me. Felicity makes one long squeal out of a string of words.
"Oh my God, I love your dress!"
The tiny bit of slur tells me she must be on her 3rd glass of wine, at least. "Thanks," I say, passing nervous hands down the front of my gown. Alice couldn't have known this when she complimented the dress, but the gown is perfect for saying goodbye to the order and finding my own place en route. While the A-line skirt is simple and elegant, flowing down from my waist in layers of champagne tulle, the halter bodice is an explosion of red and gold. Vines of lace and applique flowers climb up from my hips, flow across my chest and ribs, and gather together in a collar at my throat. Charlotte was right about my lack in accessories. I definitely didn't have the strappy gold heels, or the sun gold earrings, and would have never thought of smoothing my hair away from my face with a wide gold band. Behind the band, my hair stretches in shining black-brown curls that reach upward like the proud crown of a tree. Felicity still admiring my dress.
"Nick is going to lose his entire mind when he sees you."
In a sing-song voice, Sarah says, "Speak of the king." When I follow her eyes over my shoulder, I see Nick, striding toward us, a vision in black and white. He opted for a black suit, but goodness was it tailored for every inch of his wide shoulders and long legs. I freeze, bracing myself for his anger, his rightful disappointment. But I get neither. His expression shifts from shock to something very close to relief, and by the time he reaches my side, It settles into that heart-stoppingly handsome smile that makes my mouth go dry. "Hey," he says breathlessly. "Hey." Nick bites his lower lip, and I want to both run away and fling myself at him. "You look amazing." "And you," I say, "look like a newly recruited secret agent." "Oh yeah?" He spreads his arms wide and looks down at his ensemble. "Green and eager, but he's got what it takes." The one that intimidates the aging senior agent at first, but then, begrudgingly, the veteran takes the new kid under his wing. And at the end, the new kids earn the vet's respect, and maybe a new code name. Yup. We hold each other's gaze steadily, the familiar tug thrumming between us, until Sarah clears her throat. It's only then that I realize the others have been watching us intently. Their expressions range from fascination on Felicity's face to annoyance on Tor's. "Ugh," the blonde girl says, walking away. "That was gross." Nick ducks his head, scratching a thumb across his brow to hide his blush. "Scion Davis?" An older man appears at his elbow, nodding apologetically for interrupting. I stifle a gasp at the sudden loss of Sel's gaze. I'd gotten used to it, and forgotten he'd been watching my entire exchange with Nick. And listening too, I bet. "Your father would like everyone to be seated." The man gestures to a table behind us. "If you would?" We follow him, sitting at a table with 8 place settings. As we walk, Nick leans in close and gives a wry grin. "You don't text? You don't call?" "I know. I'm sorry for shutting you out." He wraps his hand around my wrist, his face warm and forgiving. "We can talk later. Right now, I'm just glad you're here." I nod, because he's right. We can talk later. Our final goodbye, our real one, should be in private. Whitty and Greer are already seated when we arrive, and Evan and Fitz walk up the same time we do. Tor and Sarah sit across from me and Nick. Greer tips their head in our direction and waves. "There she is." They're looking sharp, in a navy check 3-piece suit and a matching Lamrock red tie and a pocket square set. Tonight, their long hair is completely up in an elegant crown braid. The others greet me with smiles and raised glasses. The only sullen expression is on Fitz's face, but even that I ignore. If my friends could accept that I'm here without dragging me over the coals, then I could maybe do the same. Nick catches me looking around the room. "Who are you looking for?" I smile, feeling rude for not paying attention to my own table, and for some reason, sheepish about looking for Sel. "Is Vaughn here?" I ask. Nick's eyes darken. "I asked that he be seated on the opposite side of the room." Across the table, Fitz rolls his eyes. "He's a good fighter, Nick." "He fights dirty." Nick pulls his cloth napkin from the table and settles it over his lap. Fitz snorts. "You think the Shadowborn fight clean?" Last I checked, it was my decision who my squire is, Fitz. Nick's face is the picture of civility, but the steel in his blue eyes says the conversation is over. Hey, Evan leans forward, holding out a hand. "Let's not bring drama to the dinner table. Let's talk about how we get the waiters to serve the under-21s instead, Evan waggles his eyebrows. "Or, maybe, rank everyone's attire tonight on a 1 to 10 scale. Bree, you're 10, obviously." He makes a chef's kiss motion for effect. "Agreed," Nick says, raising a glass with a wink in my direction. A white-gloved hand holding a salad plate crosses my field of vision. When I look up, I see a pair of softly tilted brown eyes and a golden brown face. The woman smiles and moves on to hand the next plate to Greer. The man to Nick's right pours sweet tea into our waiting glasses, and I see that he's brown too. I feel my brows drawn to a line when I see that all the waitstaff at all the other tables in the room, all of them, are black and brown people. Another reminder that this isn't my world. I'm just here to say goodbye. the right way. The back of Nick's knuckle brushes my hand. Everything okay? I blink. Yeah, I say, and his smile in response is achingly sweet. The rest of dinner passes in a flavorful multi-course blur. Seared duck with parsnips, sautéed squash and zucchini with fresh strips of basil and pine nuts, and a vegetable risotto. It's not until the band starts up again during dessert that I remember there's a dance floor. We're just finishing our bread pudding when Nick nudges my elbow. Wanna dance? I do a double take, but he seems serious, so I stammer a yes and walk with him to the dance floor, to the sound of Evan's not-so-subtle whoops. Luckily, most of it is covered by the movement and noise across the room. Does that guy ever let up? I mutter. Not that I've seen. We stop at the empty corner of the dance floor, but before we begin, the band transitions to a loud swing beat. Nick wraps a hand around my waist and grins. There's no talking to be done here. All we can do is dance, until a long-fingered hand taps him on the shoulder. The man standing behind Nick is a silent ghoul in formal wear. Yellow-red eyes the color of dying leaves are set deep into a pale face under hawkish black brows. Underneath his black suit is a dark red shirt and a thin black tie. He has a severe and undeniable beauty, but it's been channeled into unsettling qualities. Like an ancient Gothic structure, he's all arches and sharp aggressive features. The acrid, cloying smell of his signature collects in the back of my throat like bile. A Merlin. Isaac. A chill runs up my spine at Nick's stiff greeting. This terrifying man is Isaac Surison, Lord Davis's King's Mage. Chapter 45. Nicholas? Isaac inclines his head, but something about the motion feels mocking instead of respectful. His eyes flicker down to Nick's shoulder. Looks like I'm not the only one who noticed that when Nick moved, he stepped slightly in front of me. What do you want? Nick says, his voice an octave lower than usual. Your father would like you to join him in the antechamber, Isaac says in a deep baritone. When he turns to indicate a side door by the stage, I notice the slight points at the top of his ears. Nick's jaw is already set in hard lines. They only get harder when Isaac mentions his father. Right now? I'm afraid so, my liege, Isaac murmurs, holding his hands in front of him like a polite servant, even though the power and fierce intelligence in his eyes suggest he's anything but. Nick's chest and shoulders rise in heavy breath meant to calm. He turns back to me, effectively blocking Isaac from my view. I'm really sorry. I've got to go. His light brows turn down in thoughtful consternation, like he's making a decision that he isn't sure about. I'll find you after the selection, okay? The mixture of worry and hope in his blue eyes sends my heart lurching against my ribs. It finds its footing again when I hear myself say, okay. He lets out another breath, this time with a quiet sort of relief. I think we both expect Isaac to walk away with Nick, but the Merlin simply nods his head toward the door again. Nick's eyes flicker between the two of us for a moment, landing finally on mine, with a silent warning that I don't need. I already know Isaac is dangerous. When Nick disappears into the crowd, I feel the full force of Isaac's gaze on my face. If Sel's attention feels like sparks or embers, Isaac's is a sweltering late July heat. His fathomless eyes bore into mine. Even still, I don't break our eye contact. I didn't come here to cower. Who is this man? When I jump at my grandmother's voice, Isaac's thin lips pull back in a horrid smile, revealing the longest canines I've ever seen. No, not canines. Fangs. You're the Unidic girl. Someone bad, Grandma. I am. I don't like his eyes. Neither do I, but I need to concentrate while I'm here with everyone. Can you? She fades, so fast and quiet I worry she may have gone for good. I close the door behind her for now, seal it tight. Isaac's gaze trails me up and down, and after a moment of inspection, he makes a small, amused sound. Fascinating. From anyone else, that word might be a compliment. From him, it twists my stomach like spoiled meat. Master Isaac. Sel appears at my elbow, hands in his pockets as if he'd just finished a casual stroll. He's in black on black, of course. Black suit, black shirt, and black tie. If Nick is a secret agent, Sel is the assassin fighting for the other side. I'll never be so thankful for an assassin. Isaac's eyes slide to Sel. One of my favorite pupils. A lead weight drops in my stomach. This Merlin taught Sel? Sel bends his head in a slight bow, but not before I catch the muscles working in his jaw. I didn't think you'd be here tonight. I assumed any available masters would be at the northern chapter. I hear they experienced another attack just last evening. I go where the regents direct me. Isaac responds neutrally. As you will, when you graduate from this post and continue on in the service of the order. If only we could predict the future, Sel says smoothly. In the meantime, he turns to me, eyes sparkling with mischief. I'd like to speak with our once-born visitor. He extends his right arm to me just as the band's tempo slows down. It's a clear dismissal of Isaac, and one I'm eager to encourage, so I take his elbow. The fine line around the older man's eyes go tight, even as he smiles. Enjoy the evening. Isaac inclines his head to us both, and turns to walk toward the antechamber door. I let Sel lead us through the crowd of slow dancers in the opposite direction until we reach the backmost part of the floor. I'd assumed he only intervened to help me escape Isaac's attentions, but when I go to pull my hand free, his fingers tighten around mine, sending a sharp zip up my elbow. Before I can protest, he slips his free hand around my waist and tugs me into his arms. His eyes gleam, like he knows exactly what his skin contact just did to me, and thinks it's highly amusing. I roll my eyes and let him lead us into a slow, swaying dance. A bit of advice: never look a Master Merlin directly in the eye. At his age, Master Isaac's mesmer is far more powerful than mine, and works much faster. I thought you were the most powerful Merlin in a generation. I'm the most powerful Merlin of my generation. He watches me for a moment, and I try not to squirm under his scrutiny. After the way you left things, I'm surprised you came tonight. A pause, a frown down at our legs. Almost as surprised as I am that you're letting me lead right now. I scowl and fix my gaze on something over his shoulder. I wasn't going to. Come to the gala, or let me lead? Both. He laughs. What changed your mind about the gala? Disney movies, I mutter. Ah, yes. The unsettled propaganda of ball gowns and charming princes. The slight scorn in his voice draws my eyes back to his. He swallows it away, a small, resigned smile crossing his face. But he can't hide his feelings about Nick. He never could. When I saw you enter, I thought you'd came to say goodbye. I did. If that's your wish. I tilt my head and examine his face for humor, but find none. You should be happy. You spent every waking second here trying to get me to leave. He holds my gaze for a long moment. Not every second. It's suddenly hard to breathe. I look away. I have a question. Sel dips me without warning, sending my stomach into my throat. I'm listening, he purrs, then pulls me back up with ease. Once I'm upright, I glare at him. But he just smirks. Can you use ether to manipulate existing objects? His dark eyebrows rise into his hairline. Have a sudden interest in ether theory, do you? Indulge me. Ask nicely. I roll my eyes. Please. He spins me once before he responds, mouth quirked while he makes me wait. Theoretically, one could attach an ether construct to an existing material object, or cover the object, like a cloak, with raw, unformed mage flame. But this would only last temporarily. As with my constructs and the scavenger hunt, the caster would need to maintain the attachment with ongoing attention. And how long can a caster keep their attention on an object? Anything more than 5, maybe 6 hours, results in a splitting headache, even for a master. Would not recommend. Why? 6 hours isn't the answer I was looking for. I didn't have the sight before my mother died, so for all I know, the ether attached to her bracelet had always been there, hidden from me until her death gave me the ability to see it. Sel squeezes my fingers to bring my attention back to him. Why? What would you say if I told you I have something of my mother's that has ether attached to it, and that ether had been on that object, in it, for several months at least, maybe longer, maybe years, and when I touched that object, it unlocked a memory? Sel blinks. I would say that's impossible, that any Merlin sustaining a single casting for that long would die from the effort. To lock a memory so that it requires an ether key to open? That's precision mesmer work I've never heard of. The warm pinprick of his gaze dances over my cheeks, mouth, throat. But then, I would say that everything about you seems to defy reason as a matter of course. I nod absent-mindedly. The charm bracelet has been in my thoughts since I found it. Manipulating objects with ether feels like the Order's practice, and the vision had felt sort of like a mesmered memory, surfacing from somewhere deep inside me. But the bracelet had been activated by touch, which feels more like rootcraft, and the experience of it, being inside the memory as my current self and as my past self, felt like a memory walk. Is my mother's bracelet a rootcraft item? Or an Order one? And who was the woman with her? I know that look, Sel says with a sigh. Tell me, will you always be the mystery girl? I smile. Probably. May I assist with this quest? Something harsh and tight in his voice makes me look up. Or will Nicholas feel left out again? That's not fair. He shrugs. It's a limited time offer. His next words are strained and only whispered. I may not be here much longer myself. I stiffen. Are you really getting replaced? Is that still on the table? It hasn't been taken off the table. But you're not... I struggle for the right word. A raging feral demon? His smile doesn't reach his eyes. After what we learned about my mother, it would be foolish to not keep an eye on myself. I look away, so he doesn't see how much his last words pain me, because I don't think he'd appreciate pity. I wish he didn't have to carry the knowledge of his mother's actions, and worry that he's capable of them too. I wish he didn't have to be scared of himself, or live knowing that others were scared of what he'd become. I realize now that his drive to hunt me down must have, on some level, been about a desperate need to prove to the chapter that he was trustworthy. Now that I know his family history, and what that can mean about his sanity, and when he might lose it. I look back up at him then, and our gazes lock. I put all of my faith into my eyes so that he can receive it, hold it, remember it when I'm gone. I communicate it with a squeeze of my right hand to his left and the press of my palm against his shoulder. I'm not scared of you. His golden eyes widen, and I think he understands. At least I hope so. Sel clears his throat and turns us again. He admires my hair, taking in the size and shape of it. Then his eyes follow the line of my temple, to my borrowed earrings down to my neck and shoulders. You look stunning this weekend, Brianna. The material of my dress is so thin I can feel the searing heat of his hand against my waist. I imagine his fingertips leaving red imprints on my skin, and the image makes the fine hairs on the nape of my neck stand on end. Thank you, I say hoarsely. It's the truth, he says with a shrug. You do, even though you're distraught. I'm not distraught. He leans down so close, his lips brush against my ear when he whispers, Liar. When he stands back up with a small smile, I get a whiff of something sharp and pungent and a bit like sandalwood and vetiver. I wrinkle my nose and say the first thing that comes to mind. Your magic smells much better than your cologne. His face blinks for a moment. My magic? It hits me a second too late that the conversation has taken a turn toward the intimate, and that it's all my fault. I fight the urge to run from his curious gaze by finding a speck of dust on his tie to stare at instead. You can smell my castings? That bit of dust is captivating. Yes? He laughs, easy and loud. When I look up, he's shaking his head. What? His grin is completely unguarded and filled with something like awe. You are remarkable. Thank you? His eyes dart over my shoulder, toward the stage, before he spins me in his arms, my back to his front. And I'm not the only one who thinks so. At the front, the band is closing out the slow dance, and just off the side of the stage stands a group of Legendborn, with Nick, Pete, and William in a line at the end. Nick's eyes are glued to us, to Sel's body draped around mine, and the anger on his face burns bright as a firework, even halfway across the room. I pull away, but Sel's fingers hold fast at my hip, keeping me close. He murmurs low, just for my ears. Oh, the scene he'd make if he could. I twist up to glare at him. Are you doing this just to make him jealous? His eyes flash. No, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy it. He lets me go, but there's nowhere to move, so the most I can do is avoid eye contact while he chuckles beside me. Finally, the band brings the song to an end, and the ting-ting-ting of a knife against the glass breaks up the murmuring crowd. Lord Davis steps up to speak into a microphone on the stand. If I could have your attention, please. He's in a dark black suit, with a deep gold regalia sash that drapes over both shoulders and comes to a point in the center of his chest. A gold star pennant hangs down from the pointed end, and in its center, a white diamond winks in the chandelier light. The ballroom quiets into restless silence. On the edge of the room, I notice the waitstaff being ushered out of the side doors by people who look like bouncers. Gillian's there, and Owen too. Liege's escorting outsiders out of earshot. Once the band members leave too, the doors are locked. Thank you everyone for coming to the annual selection gala of the Southern Chapter. The crowd applauds until Lord Davis waves them down. Unfortunately, this year's gala comes at a time of strain for our order. As you all know, increased crossings have been set up and down the East Coast at all chapters, including our own here in the South. Beside me, a woman reaches for her husband's hand. Sel's shoulders stiffen. The last uprising of demons was over 200 years ago. Davis raises his chin. And while none of us here were living in that time, we know from the records. He thrusts his finger down toward the floor, his voice rising as he speaks. Is how Kamlan begins. This is how it starts, and we know, as in centuries past, that our ancestors prepared us for such a time and equipped us with a birthright to beat the hordes back." Applause from the crowd rises to meet his fervor, and the Tristans pump their fist. Out the side of my eye, I see Fitz, cracking his knuckles like a prized fighter about to go into the ring. "And, as in centuries past," Davis pauses, tipping his head back to the sky and holding his hand over his chest in reverence, "let us recommit ourselves to the mission and one another by joining in our sacred pledge." Around me, the voices speak the pledge in unison. "When the shadows rise, so will the light. When the blood is shed, blood will call. By the king's table, for the order's might, by our eternal oaths, the line is law." Sel's eyes, swirling with emotion, fall to mine. Davis fixes the room with a steady stare. "My fellow descendants, let us waste no time in our preparation for what we know comes next." He gestures for Nick and the others to step forward alongside him. Down on the floor below the stage, the 5 remaining pages stand in a line, facing the stage and the 3 scions: Sidney, Greer, Blake, Vaughn, and Whitty. A week ago, I'd have been there too. "Scion Sitterson, please step forward and announce your choice for squire." When William steps to the microphone, I can't help but grin at my friend. His tux is a deep green with near black aubergine lapels and tailored to perfection. "I, William Geoffrey Sitterson, scion of Sir Gawain, 12th ranked, select Paige Whitlock as my squire." He raises a long green ribbon with a single silver coin before him, and I know without seeing it that it bears the sigil of Gawain, a token for his squire to wear. With this agreement, we will be bonded for this war and beyond. A cheer rises up the page table before Lord Davis calls the room to order. "Paige Whitlock, do you accept?" Even from behind, I can see Whitty tugging nervously at his tie. It takes him 3 attempts to get the words out. "I do. I accept Scion Sitterson's offer." The older crowd, the vassals and Legendborn parents and lieges, applauds, while wild cheers rise up from the Legendborn table, and from the pages table too. I join their crows and whoops, delighted for my friend, while Whitty walks forward and accepts William's colors and sigil. He gives an awkward wave to the room and sits down as fast as possible. Lord Davis calls the room to order, then beckons Pete forward. Pete looks scared out of his mind, but duty sends him to the mic. "I, Peter Herbert Hood, scion of Sir Owain, 7th ranked, select Paige Taylor as my squire. With their agreement, we will be bonded for this war and beyond." A hushed murmur travels through the room. Lord Davis leans down beside Pete. "Paige Taylor, do you accept?" Behind Greer, the crowd shifts. I track the wary eyes, the hesitation, and the curiosity of some of the parents and lieges in the room, and some outright sneers. People who don't want to be inconvenienced, don't want to adapt. People who don't want to get better or learn more, just like Greer said. A smile from my friend. Time to break their rhythm. Greer's shoulders draw back, and when they speak, their voice is strong and clear. "I do. I accept Scion Hood's offer." More applause this time, but I'm not sure if it's for Pete and Greer or the announcement that's coming next. "The moment we've been waiting for has arrived." Lord Davis uses both hands to quiet the room. "My son, Nicholas Davis, scion of Arthur, will announce his squire." Nick steps forward beside his father. flinching almost imperceptibly when Davis claps him on the back. I knew this moment was coming, but I wasn't prepared for Nick's face. So solemn and so serious as he surveys the room. When he approaches, the room falls silent, as if the whole of the order, even outside these walls, is holding their breath, waiting for their future king to announce his first decision on the path toward the throne. Beside me, Sel tilts his head in my direction, as if his ears are antennae. His eyes flick down to my chest and back up. The corner of his mouth twitches. Oh. My heart is a beating drum in my chest, so loud he can hear it. Nick takes the mic, and the room takes a breath. He looks down at the 3 remaining pages, eyeing them, one by one. I wait for him to pick Sydney, try to be happy for him to pick Sydney. She's a better choice than Vaughn or Blake. She'll serve him well. He holds the gold rhythm of Arthur up, and the coin glints in the light. I, Nicholas Martin Davis, scion of King Arthur Pendragon, first ranked. Oh, God. I turn away. I can't look. I don't want to hear. Select Paige Matthews as my squire. With her agreement, we will be bonded for this war and beyond. Chapter 46. The room erupts. Sel hisses, a sharp intake of breath beside me. I feel hundreds of eyes search the ballroom for the once-born girl who would be a squire to the king. But I can't move, can't think. Davis tries to calm the crowd. I hear him say something about respecting the king's decision. The mic squeals. Paige Matthews? Nick calls, and everyone in the room turns back to him. Do you accept? When Nick's eyes find mine again, his new subjects follow his gaze. Everyone turns toward me. Do you accept my offer? Nick repeats, and I can hear the uncertainty in his voice, mixed with the hope. Suddenly, all I can think is that tonight was supposed to be an apology and a goodbye. But if I become Nick's squire, and Arthur calls him, I'll never be able to leave. Fear wraps its hand around my heart. I came to the order to find answers about my mother's death, and I found them. Finding a way to leave the order afterward was always the next step. That was our deal. But Nick's offer would take me on a new path, accepting the order's mission as my own, living with the risk of abatement. Sel steps close to my side. I feel the tension in his shoulders. You must respond, he whispers, the harsh sound in my ear jarring me back to life. I meet Nick's eyes across the room, and across hundreds of people's centuries of history, secrets, and truth. And I feel the familiar tug between us. If you can be brave, I can be brave. If I can, you can. Call and response. In a way, Nick and I are already bonded. We have been since that very first night. In that second, I am in 2 places at once. Here with Nick, and back in the hidden memory from my mother. I see the same qualities in his eyes that I saw in hers. Faith, hope, pride. Kamlan is coming. And like my mother, I have a choice. Fight or flight. Take risks, follow your heart, and move forward. I am my mother's daughter. Yes, I call, loudly and clearly. I do. I accept Scion Davis's offer. As soon as the words leave my mouth, the crowd explodes again. The ballroom becomes a storm of exclamations, gasps, and outraged shouting. Lord Davis calls for order, even tapping the mic. It's no use. No one is listening. An attendant moves Nick off stage. He's protesting. They're pushing. "You stole this from my son!" I flinch. The woman next to me sneers, disgust turning her face into a hideous mask. It's Vaughn's mother, Rose member Schaefer, who had been kind to me before. Tonight the slurs in her eyes rain on me like daggers. "This is his future! You nappy-headed little—" Someone pushes her back, but another man with a graying beard takes her place, his teeth bared. A pair of strong arms, cells, wraps around my middle, pulling me backward through the hands that grab at me, hands that try and pull me close so that they can inspect me, judge me for themselves. I twist in his arms to find Nick, but he's gone. Insults fly as I pass. "Gold digger," "once-born cheat," "charity case." "Come on, her blood is dirty. She'll taint the line." That sets me off. I swing around for the culprit. "Who said that?" Nick twists me out of a vassal's grip. He manages to get me off the dance floor without being harmed, but it takes Whitty, Greer, Sarah, and even Evan forming a wall behind us to hold off the grown men and women ready to come after me with pitchforks. Behind the crowd, the stage is empty. Sel hauls me to a side, halfway lifting me off the ground, and bolts to the locked doors on the far side of the room. 2 lieges move out of his way, just in time, before he kicks the doors open and sprints down the long hallway, shifting me onto his back as he runs. Fucking assholes. His curses reach my ears over the rush of air. "Where are you taking me?" "Away. We're heading toward the exit. From the aforementioned assholes." "Fuck them." I bat at his arms. "I need to see Nick." Sel growls low in his throat and curses again, but changes course. He runs us down a short, empty hall, and suddenly we're in a dark room that smells like leather and books, striped with amber light streaming in from the balcony windows. He deposits me on the floor, and pain shoots up my ankle when I land awkwardly on one heel, but I barely notice it. Adrenaline runs through my veins along with giddiness. Pride. In the light of the hallway, Sel peers out to see if we've been followed. He shoves a hand through his hair and turns back to me with electricity in his eyes, a surge of fierce triumph, a current of conflict. "Stay here. I'll get him." And then he's gone in a whoosh of black. I press both palms to my flushed cheeks and whirl around in a circle. Even though I'm still shaken from the mob, endorphin-fueled joy bubbles up in my chest, escaping from my mouth in a breathless laughter. I can't find the light switch, but it doesn't matter. I don't need to see. I need to feel. Fresh panic is still bouncing around my chest and against my ribs. But there's anticipation, too. A click behind me. Then Sel and Nick appear together in the doorway, their hair equally tousled from Sel's run. For a moment, the 3 of us stare at one another in wordless comprehension. I look between the 2 of them. A fallen angel and a king. The dark and the light. And feel a deep churning thrill at what I've done. What we've done. This is how it will be now. Oaths between us, bound to each other, forever. Nick moves first. He reaches me in 2 steps and lifts me into his arms, laughing into my hair. He spins me until my shoes fall from my feet. On one rotation, I glance over his shoulder to see the door swinging shut and Sel gone. But when Nick puts me down, all we can do is hold each other's gaze and grin. Then, he covers my mouth with his, and this kiss is nothing like our first one. I can feel it in the hard heat of his lips, and in the tight, firm way he holds my waist like a man drowning. He walks me backward until my spine hits the door. Then his hands slide down to my thighs, and I'm airborne. Held up by the strength of his arms and the press of his hips. I dig my fingers into his hair, and he sighs before his kiss presses my lips apart and overtakes all of my senses. When he pulls away to drop his forehead to the flowers on my chest, he takes a long, soul-deep breath, inhaling me and us together. When he looks up, his sapphire black eyes and kiss-swollen lips pull me in so wholly, I feel like I'm fallen into all that he is, all will become. He sinks his teeth into his bottom lip and shakes his head in wonder. "You and me, B," he murmurs. He trails light kisses along my jaw between his words. "We can make things better, make it good, together." I tip my head against the door and think of forever. A sharp rap behind me jars us both. "Scion Davis?" Nick's head jerks up. "One moment." I stifle a giggle, and he pecks me on the mouth before sliding me to the floor. When he opens the door, it's the attendant who instructed us to take our seats for dinner. The man flushes red. I can only imagine what we look like. Nick's arm is draped low around my waist. My hair must be massive, wild. "Can I help you?" Nick says with a barely suppressed smile. He pinches my hip, and I yelp. "Your father needs you, sir." The attendant steps back, his eyes everywhere but us. "Immediately." Nick leans in close. 5 minutes. Then it's you and me. I'll have Othas as soon as Arthur calls. He murmurs against my skin. The words set my heart racing all over again. With the warrior's oath, I'll be Legendborn. More than that, we'll belong to each other. That feeling between us that has always been there. Now it will be official. He passes a thumb over my cheek again, and I know he's thinking the same thing. Then he kisses my mouth and leaves with the attendant. I've just found the light switch and started looking for my shoes when there's another knock. "Back already?" I rush across the carpet on bare feet and open the door. That was... Isaac pushes into the room, glowing red eyes bearing down on me in a grip that I can't shake. They burn and expand, taking me over until all I see are his black irises, the rings of crimson. I try to scream, but my nose is already filled with the smell of hot bile, my mouth burning. It's too late. Blackness takes me. Chapter 47. When I come to, the mesmer headache in my skull blooms bright and full. It takes everything I have to simply pull my head upright and open my eyes. A slow voice finds me in the dim light. "She awakens." It takes a few blinks from my eyes to focus. I'm in a lamp-lit office. No, a study. Lord Davis's study, where Sel and I were just last weekend. Nick's father sits at the desk across from me, his fingertips templed on the inlaid leather writing surface. Lightning flashes outside the window to my right, illuminating the angles of his cheekbones and deep-set eyes. For a moment he looks like Nick. "Where's Nick?" I move as if to stand, but only get an inch off the chair I'm sitting in. I look down to see rope wrapped around my wrist, tying me to the armrest. Even my ankles are tied to the chair, somewhere underneath the layers of my dress. Dread chills me from the inside out. "Let me go." My apologies about the restraints. His southern charm and its gentle tones of hospitality and care feel twisted now, calculated. He inclines his head toward the rope around my arms. "I had a feeling you would decline my invitation to chat." "Abduction is not an invitation," I say through gritted teeth. "Where is Nick?" He ignores me and stands up to circle around the desk, tugging at his tie as he walks. "How much do you know about our heritage, Brianna?" "Our heritage. Not mine. The Order's heritage and history. His and Nick's. 13 Knights, Merlin, the Round Table." I turn my gaze inward and search for my bloodcraft, for the part of me that might be able to burn these ropes. But nothing responds. I've shoved my grandmother away so far I can't reach her. My insides feel like they're full of numbing cotton. Why can't I? "Don't bother trying to get free," Davis says without turning. "Isaac's mesmer is quite draining, even for you." He looks at me over his shoulder. "Oh yes, We know about your inherent resistance to mesmer. Isaac saw Selwyn's mark inside your skull earlier tonight, remnants of a memory replacement that, it appears, never took. Further reason to take you in. I don't bother denying it. If that's all he thinks I can do, the better for me. He crosses the room to pull down a wall map of Western Europe. There were 150 knights of the Round Table at first, the table being metaphorical at this point, of course. He taps the map with his knuckle. And these knights were known all throughout Europe. Wonderful for them. A snap. David hums and turns away from the map. He props himself up on the edge of his desk. Legends of individual knights' feats and chivalry stretch even beyond that. Even as far as Africa. The casual tone in his voice does nothing to hide where he's going, what he might say. Fear grips my body. His voice is easy, light, a gentleman making an innocent inquiry. Have you heard of the knight called Morian? He waits, smile patient and smug for my response. The moment stretches out between us, endless and strained, until I reply, my voice thin as air. No. He says, staring down at the silver ring on his left hand that he twists idly back and forth. That's understandable. Legend tells us that the knight Algavale, son of King Pellinor and brother to 4 other knights of the table, including our own Lamarac, once traveled to what were then known as Moorish lands. There, he fell in love with a Moorish princess and got her with child. By all accounts, their son, Morian, grew up to be a formidable fighter. Tall, strong, skilled in battle. Morian wore a shield and armor, and as grandson to Pellinor and nephew to so many valorous knights, it must have seemed a sure thing that he too would join the table. The hot blanket of sudden humiliation suffocates me, makes it impossible to breathe. Davis looks at me, false concern settling across his brow. But Morian did not join the table. Do you know why, Brianna? I swallow around the thick burning rage in my throat. No. Because he was not worthy. He clasped his hands in his lap, eyes unreadable. Just as you are not worthy. Not for Kamlan, and not for my son. My voice rings oddly, like someone else is speaking from a room far away. Nick has already decided that I am. Nick doesn't see the grand vision of his ascension, what the return of the king means and what it can restore. The opportunity of Kamlan that I never had. I glare at him, fresh rage lacing my voice. You think war is an opportunity? He looks surprised, as if I've mistaken red for blue. All wars are opportunities, and I won't let another one pass me by. Pass you? I trail off. My heart pounds as details return. You wanted Kamlan when you were a scion. You wanted Arthur to call you. Of course I did. Lord Davis tilts his head. You wouldn't understand the frustration of a scion who has never been called. But for a scion of Arthur, to be that close to so much power and be forced to wait for it to come to you, the impotence was intolerable. But that's not why I'm accelerating Kamlan. That I'm doing for my son's future and the future health of the Order. He waves his hands at the paintings on his walls, the old books. In the old days, vassals served us in exchange for protection. Now, CEOs and politicians expect lieges to follow their whims, give them what they want. Vassal infighting pits lines against lines. Once, ladies were respected and honored at court, but then the Order of the Rose fell to the wayside, and now women sit at the table. When Mallory tells us that the very purpose of a knight is to fight on behalf of a lady. And now, my son's foolishness in choosing you, who sits at the crux of two faults. Can you not see the sickness here? How the corruption must be rooted out and corrected? Two faults. My race and my gender. But they are not faults, they are strength. And I'm more than this man can comprehend. Lord Davis watches me, waiting for an answer with open curiosity on his face. The disconnect in his eyes, the cold way he talks about war and power. Suddenly I remember the records, the affidavit, the signature at the bottom, and sickening horror floods me. It was you! You opened the gates 25 years ago. You laid out the welcome mat for the Shadowborn, invited them right into our world. I expect him to deny it, call me a liar, but he doesn't. Instead, he wags a finger. Isaac told me he could smell both you and Selwyn here in my study. I imagine you availed yourself on my archives while he perused his very inconvenient mole theory. You aren't even denying it, I breathe. You got people killed! I start, then stop. He has no idea about who I really am, that my mother suffered because of his greed. I don't want to raise her name here. Don't want to give him any more power over me. He hums, sliding off the desk. I admit it was a failed experiment. I hoped to create the threat of Comlin through the sheer numbers of Shadowborn crossing and the loss of once-born life. As you might infer from the tenets of our mission, protect the once-borns from the scourge. It took a few more years of research before I realized that the more the scions themselves were threatened, the more the calling would occur. Sel was right. There was someone on the inside opening the gates on campus. You! Memories pieced themselves together faster now. The night of the first oath, you asked him if his abilities were failing him. That was just to make him question himself. In your threat to remove him as Nyx King's mage, that was just to get him out of the way. I can't take all the credit for Selwyn's paranoia, Brianna. Gates are opening at an increased rate up and down the coast, at every chapter. I simply pushed things along where I could. You were going to torture him. He shrugs. The Gain boy needs to be leashed. My teeth grind together at his flippant response to Sel's pain, the disregard for the child he raised. I cycle through all the Shadowborn attacks in the past 2 weeks, starting with the first, at the quarry, the hound on campus, the oath. You're the one who brought the hounds and the Ekel to the oath that night, aren't you? Lord Davis tips an imaginary hat. I suppose I have you to thank for that, don't I? Nick's unexpected arrival made things a bit more dramatic than I'd planned, but you helped me serve a greater purpose. He saw you injured, saw me fall to the Ekel. He drops his hands into his pockets, clucking his tongue. It was a strong start, but I still needed to open the gates at other chapters so that all the lines were at risk. And now, there are only 2 lines left to awaken. You're putting your own son at risk, I sputter. And all the lines, too. If Nick falls, Nick will not fall. I've trained him far too well for that. He's a natural-born leader, and does not tolerate harm to innocents. He's made for this war. This manufactured war, you mean? I spit. The world is a great chain of being, and everyone has their place. Even you. Even me. The hierarchy that holds the order together has lost its value, because the danger has appeared distant. Once the vassals are reminded of the destruction we prevent, they will be reminded of their place in things. Their place under the king. You mean Nick, I retort. Your time as a scion of Arthur has passed. That makes him angry. Nicholas is a hero to his core. If it's necessary, I will show him how I have learned to open the gates, and how I will continue to if he doesn't follow my lead. He will be called by Arthur, and take up Excalibur tonight. And as king, he will do what I say. Then the whole of the order and its vassals around the globe will bend to our will. Well, I won't, I say, clenching my fist against the ropes. His expression shifts to pleasantly amused, just as there's a knock at the door. Right on time, he says, as if we just ordered room service at a fancy hotel. When the door opens, my whole world cracks into a million excruciating shards. Alice enters the room, in her matching polka-dotted pajamas, as if sleepwalking, her face slack and eyes half open, with Isaac holding her tight at his side. "Alice!" I cry. "Alice!" She sways, silent, and her forehead glistens like she's sweating out a fever. "Alice!" Davis leans away, wincing with a finger to his ear. "No need to yell. She can't hear you." Fury races through my body like a forest fire. "What have you done to her?" Isaac bares his teeth in a chilling smile. He holds Alice's hands in both of his, caressing the tops of her fingers. "Don't touch her!" I'm afraid Isaac has to keep touching Miss Chin in order for this particular mesmer to continue. Davis walks back to his chair and settles into his desk, which it will until we come to an understanding. "If you don't let her go," I choke out, "I swear I will tear you apart." "Such fire," Davis smirks. "Let's see if we can put it out. Isaac?" Isaac moves in front of Alice, as if wrapping her in a hug, and slides his hands up to her cheeks, holding her head still until their eyes meet. A slow, sickly shimmer of silver-gray mage flame circles her, from the neck up. A second later, Alice blinks rapidly. "Bree?" she whispers. Her eyes focus on me. "What happened to your dress? Why are you tied to a chair? What's going on?" "Alice! Alice, listen to me! I'm gonna get you out of here!" Isaac shifts his fingers, and she goes under again, slouching slightly against the Merlin's chest. "What are you doing to her?" I demand, looking back and forth between Isaac and Davis. Davis nods to the other man, and he brings Alice up again, like a puppet being tugged by its strings. This time, her eyes take a while to find me, and even then they don't focus. I don't think she can see me at all. I call her name again, but she frowns, disoriented. "Maddie, I know you don't have a dress for the gala thing this weekend. We should go shopping after class." She said that exact sentence to me 2 days ago at breakfast. Cold horror bleeds through me when I realize what Isaac is doing. He's erasing her memories. "Stop!" I strain against the ropes, tears burning my eyes. "Stop it, please!" Isaac grins and clasps his hands tighter around her skull. "You've been weird all week. Stop it!" "If it feels like it's just the two of you, then it's a date, no matter who else is around." That was 2 weeks ago, on the phone the day after Nick kissed me in front of the lodge. Isaac had just erased 2 entire weeks from her mind. Everything she learned in her classes, every idea she generated, every memory of laughter, of joy, every conversation with her parents or brother, everything we said to each other, gone. And he could do more. I know he could. He could take her from me right before my eyes, just like Nick's mother had been taken from him. That's what this is. A show of power. A reminder that no matter how much I know, I don't know enough to survive in this world. That I'm not worthy. "Please," I whimper, the tears running in hot streaks down my face. "Please stop. Stop it." Davis signals Isaac to stop, and Alice and I both sag. He taps his fingers on his desk lightly and lets out a tired sigh. Normally, we'd simply mesmer any inconvenient once-borns, but since you've proven to be a bit stubborn in that regard, I sent Isaac to collect Miss Chin for some persuasion. You'll have to forgive the dramatics. Merlins are quite showy beings, aren't they? What do you want? I whisper, because that's all I need to know. Davis smiles, as if I'd finally asked the right question. You'll leave Carolina and the program. Tell the dean you were ill-equipped to keep up with the rigor. A poor fit. I'm sure that won't be hard for the administrators to believe. Coming from you. My fingers curl into fist. You won't speak to Nicholas or any of the other chapter members ever again. You'll apply to another college when the time comes, out of state, preferably, and forget you ever found the Legendborn world. I glance back up at Alice, who is swaying, eyes fully closed now. Only Isaac's arms on her shoulders seem to keep her upright. Davis follows my gaze toward Alice. And if I don't? You're a clever girl, so I'm sure you already know the answer. He sits back in his chair and drums his fingers on his desk. I'm boring him, even as he tortures my best friend, and through her me. But I suppose it's best to make things clear. If you don't comply, Isaac will take you to one of our institutions where his colleagues, the other masters, will enjoy themselves finding out exactly why your brain won't accept their illusions, whether it's in your skull or out. And while you cannot be mesmered, please understand that we will happily find and manage other loved ones in your life who can, like Miss Chin here. I see my dad sitting in the vinyl chair at the hospital, putting on a brave face while his world crumbled. I hear his voice, warm and laughing in my ear, the text I never responded to, how he tried to help me even when I didn't want to hear it. Lord Davis leans forward and pins me with a pleased smile. Now, tell me, Miss Matthews, do you consent to this offer? All the frustration, all the fight leaves my body. I do. Chapter 48. Alice moves as if sleepwalking, and she falls asleep as soon as I get her upstairs and lay her on the bed. Her thin eyebrows are drawn up tight, and her stringy hair is glued to her neck and forehead. She shivers with nightmares and moans without waking up, not even stirring when I pull her into a sitting position to change the damp, clammy bed sheets. I wipe the sweat from her face and neck and sob, praying for whatever Isaac's done to leave her system. This craft is a poison. My grandmother's voice is loud in my mind. I'm sorry, baby. Where were you? I cry. Where did you go? I'm using all my power to call back to the old mother, like you asked, she murmurs. I couldn't help you back there, and I can't help you here. There must be something you could do. She is silent, and I worry she's gone again. Then my body turns hot, and a new presence stretches beneath my skin. Who? A new voice answers. Jesse, a healer, 3 generations back. Please? My voice cuts off in a strangle as Jesse pushes my hands over Alice's forehead. My healing and your immunity? Maybe. A pause. No herbs on this side, so you'll have to do. I'll have to do what? Red mage flames erupts from my palms and flows over Alice's face and hair. Jesse won't let me pull away. All I can do is watch with horror as my root, my ether cascades down my friend's body and soaks into her skin. Then Jesse releases me, and the flames snuff out. The threat of fainting shudders through my frame. I'm drained. Weak. Instead of herbs, Jesse used me, my own power and energy. Alice's eyes flutter open. Bree? Alice, My hands fall to her cheeks and smooth her damp hair away from her eyes. She pulls at my wrist.
"What happened?"
she gasps, and her eyes dart back and forth.
"There was a man with red eyes and fangs, and he took me somewhere. A house off campus."
She pushes up into a half-sitting position, trembling as the memories return.
"You were there. They tied you up. Oh God. Oh God, he took my memories."
She starts to hyperventilate. I kneel, nearly falling forward in the process. My blood feels sluggish in my veins, heavy and spent. "Just breathe," I soothe, for myself and for her. "I'm right here."
"They knew you."
Her brow furrows, then her eyes meet mine.
"And you knew them."
It's time. I can't avoid this anymore. I can explain. When I finish telling Alice everything, she has a dozen questions ready to go. She paces the room, hands moving while she talks, while I kneel on the floor, recovering my reserves by the minute. Then she asks a new batch of questions about the lines in the order, while changing out of her sweat-soaked pajamas, and into jeans and a tee. I answer each inquiry one by one, and end with Lord Davis's plan. Confident that she and I are both well enough, I push to my feet and search for new clothes while considering my options. No, I consider if I even have options. I could just leave like I agreed to, I tell her. It's my fault Alice is in the Order's sights, and it will be my fault if they get to my father. I can't risk her or my father falling to Isaac. I care less about my own well-being than theirs.
"But what about Nick?"
she asks, standing as I pull on a black tank and leggings. "I don't know," I say. I draw my hair into a tight high puff, battle ready. No one's texted or called to find out where I am, so whatever Lord Davis and Isaac are doing, they've either convinced everyone I'm gone for good, or they're keeping the chapter busy in some way.
"With demons?"
I bend to pull on my sneakers. If Davis plans for Nick to take up Excalibur tonight, then he's got to have a plan in motion to expose Nick to more Shadowborn, and putting Nick in danger puts everyone else in danger, including and especially Sel. My eyes fall to my mother's box. Our brave Bree.
"Well,"
Alice says, pulling her hair up too.
"I'm coming with you."
"No, you're not," I say, stunned. She raises a brow.
"You've been doing this all by yourself. You need backup."
"No, I need you to be safe. Lord Davis is behind all of this, Alice. He's a monster. He's got people killed. He sent my mother into hiding, kept me from my family's truth. And now he wants to start a war, killing more innocents in the crossfire. I'm not letting him anywhere near you." She smirks.
"And I could say the exact same about you."
I blink, speechless.
"I won't claim to be some sort of demon hunter, but I am your best friend, Maddie. I loved your mother. I love you."
She meets me in the middle of the room, close enough that I can see the steel in her eyes.
"So if this is your fight, then it's my fight too."
Chapter 49. We walk wide around the perimeter of the lodge's lawn, taking care not to rustle any gravel. If Isaac's inside, it probably won't matter, but I need to avoid detection for as long as possible. Alice is quick and careful, and follows my hush orders without question. By the time we reach the basement-level side door, my grandmother is back. But she's completely asleep, like straight-up old person on the couch asleep, jaw slack, slight snoring echoing in my skull, and releasing a heavy, slow feeling in my chest. I suppose it's for the best. I check my mental boundaries like Mariah taught me.
Visualize yourself as a house. Shore up every entry point. Close the blinds. Close the chimney flue.
On the way over, I reasoned that if Isaac and Lord Davis are inside, they'd be upstairs on the main level. but now that I'm here, I'm not sure. What if the reason the upper levels are dark is because everyone's downstairs? What if they're not here at all, and everyone's out fighting the Shadowborn Davis has already released? What if Nick's already been called and Kamlan is here? All I know for sure is that I'm here now. And if the Legendborn are here too, there's only one person I trust right now to be discreet. I dig out my phone and send a quick text. 2 minutes later, the door opens to reveal William, still in his dress shirt and green suit pants, his face a mixture of relief and shock. They told us you quit. I didn't believe it for a second. I knew the moment you walked in wearing that dress you were going to steal the show. He pulls me into his arms. Then you knew before I did. His bright smell floods my nose. It's fresh. Too fresh. Who's hurt? You'd better get inside. When he stands back, he notices Alice. Who's this? Alice Jin. She's with me. If she's with you, then I trust her. His eyes slide to mine. But if you walk in with an outsider, then everyone will know you broke the oath of secrecy, and wonder, like I am, how you're still standing. Long story. He nods again, and I notice the sweat on his brow, his rolled up sleeves. He tugs me into the hallway and then turns an immediate left down the stairs. Everything's gone to shit in the past 2 hours. Sel, Tor, and Sar are off hunting some demon. Russ barely made it back in one piece. As soon as we emerge from the stairwell, we hear shouting and set off at a run. Russ's yelling guides us to a room I've never seen before. We need to wait! It sounds like his fist hits a table. That stops me short. I've never seen Russ angry enough to hit something. He and the other Legendborn are standing around a large square table covered with maps. No, Fitz says, his voice booming. 3 attacks in less than 2 hours, and they've all been fully materialized. They're moving closer to campus each time, pushing inward toward the middle. Onceborns will see them, and then what? We need to go out in full force now. No one notices us walk in. The scions and squires are bent over the stack of maps, talking across one another, shouting in raised voices. Fitz, Evan, Felicity, and Russ are all in ether armor, with weapons across backs or slung across hips, while the others are still in jeans and t-shirts. I spot Greer and Whitty in the middle of it all. Felicity, you're 4th ranked, Russ says. His scion stands with her arms crossed on the far end of the table, gnawing on a thumbnail. Tor isn't here. Nick isn't here. You tell us what to do. I respond before Felicity can answer. We've got to find Lord Davis and Nick. They all turn to me. Russ looks like he's thrilled to see me, and so do a few others, but some, like Fitz and Pete, look unnerved by my presence. Greer walks over to me first and wraps their arms around my neck. Bree, what are you doing here? Felicity says, coming around the table to hug me too. Her armor tingles against my skin. Who the hell is this? Fitz says. Alice is tucked back in the shadows, her eyes wide and bright. She's keeping quiet, just like I told her. A vassal, I say. William chimes in. Someone we can trust. That seems to settle the room some. Fitz's eyes narrow. Lord Davis said you rejected Nick's offer after the gala. I'll tell you everything, but first catch me up. Where are Nick and his father? A step closer to the table. In the center of the palette rests a large piece of paper, covered in topographic lines and color-coded circles and squares. A map of campus. Felicity joins me at the table. We don't know. They came back after the gala, argued in the foyer. Davis said you were gone and Nick just flew off the handle, Evan says. Felicity nods. It was loud enough that we could all hear, even in our rooms. I don't think Lord Davis wanted an audience. He told Nick they should talk privately, and then they left. Then shit got real weird, Pete mutters. Several of eyes turn to him. He shrugs. What? It did? William looks nervous. He rubs his thumb over his brow. Sel sensed a demon a little over an hour ago, just off campus. He, Felicity, and Russ went after it. Russ takes over. Full corp hellhound. Not full grown, but big enough. We dusted it easily. We're on our way back, and wham! Sel senses another one on South Campus, so we head that way. Russ was wounded, Felicity adds. For the first time, I noticed the smear of dried blood on her glowing chest plate. Russ's blood, by the rattled look on her face. I realize his weight leans more heavily than usual on his left side. I carried him back. Just as William got started on him, Sel sensed another demon, this time on mid-campus. We went back out right away with Sar and Tor. My stomach sinks at her next words. We've been calling Nick since the first attack, and he and Lord Davis aren't answering. And now, Sel and Sar and Tor aren't back. It's happening, Fitz says harshly. It's just like Lord Davis said. This is how it starts. We can't wait until we're all in agreement to do something. This is what we're trained to do. The shadows are rising. This is Kamlan. No, I say. It's not.
Help!
Sarah's frantic scream tears through the hallway.
Help!
William and Whitty are through the door before anyone else has moved. The rest of us crowd into the hallway to see the two boys take Tor's still form from Sarah and rush her down to the infirmary. Move, William barks as he runs. Tor's head lolls back in his arms, supported by Whitty's steady fingers. Blood, deep crimson in the fluorescent hall lighting, trickles in a line down the side of her mouth and pools in her straw-colored hair. Her chainmail, light and thin for an archer but strong, has been rent into shreds. Chunks of ether metal links drop from what remains of it, falling to the floor and exploding back into nothing as William passes by. I tell Alice to hang back and follow William into the infirmary. Felicity and Russ join me, pushing the doors open after I enter. Sarah has already sped past both of us. I didn't even see her move. Sel must have already bonded the Scion and Squire, because William and Whitty work in unspoken concert over the archer's body on the table. William hovering his hands over Tor's head, and Whitty moving his fingers like he's playing a piano inches above her chest and stomach. They speak without looking at each other, without looking at anyone. Their eyes are closed. Broken ribs, internal bleeding, punctured left lung, spleen, and left kidney sliced right down the middle. Damn! Explains the blood in her oral cavity. No injuries to her brain or cervical spine. Whitty hesitates. I don't know how to... I'll do it. William wordlessly moves into Whitty's space, calling ether into his fingers until it encases Tor's torso like a shining shell. He seems to pull away from us, and into another world inside his head. His mouth moves soundlessly, speaking Welsh again, I think, and his eyes move rapidly under his lids like he's in REM sleep. What happened? Felicity asked Sarah, who was hovering over Tor's still form with trembling hands at her mouth.
I should have been there,
Sarah says, her voice quivering.
It should have been me. That's my job. This is my job.
Sarah? Honey. Felicity grasps the smaller girl's shoulders. Sarah flinches, but her lost eyes find Felicity and slowly focus. Tell us what happened. Sarah tries several times before the words come out.
A fox, I think. Something that stole Sel's ether and weakened our armor. We had it cornered, but then a cougar showed up.
A hell cougar? Russ exclaims. What in the Felicity silences him with a look.
What happened then?
Sarah blinks.
Tor heard it before we did. She went to pull an arrow, but it was too fast. Fast as us. It just jumped in it. I thought it was going to open her up right in front of me.
Sarah sobs. Her face has gone white as fresh snow, and her shoulders start to shake uncontrollably. Get her on a table, Whitty orders, already moving to the other table in the room. Russ lifts her up like she's made of shredded paper and sets her gently on the table. Whitty grasps her hand. Her body goes limp, but her eyes and face stay alert. A calming injection of ether right from his hand to her system. Where's Sel? Russ asks carefully, the tension suppressed in his voice.
He sent me back with Tor.
He said he could handle it himself. Felicity gasped beside me. But I can't breathe at all. Sel is good. He's better than good, but if he's bonded Whitty and William, and maybe even Greer and Pete, he could be too intoxicated to fight. Sel said... Sarah moans quietly. She tries to sit up, but Whitty presses gently against her shoulder. Her eyes scan the room wildly until they land on mine. He said he thinks Lord Davis is trying to force Arthur's hand. Russ's head jerks up. What the hell does that mean? Davis wants Arthur to call Nick, I tell them, but maybe it isn't working. I gather everyone who's still standing in the room down the hall, along with Alice, and tell them why I came here and what I know, what Sel and I found, what Lord Davis did to me, and what he said he'd do if his son refused to claim his throne. I worry that they won't believe the parts of the story that Sel and I uncovered at Davis's home, with Sel's title in the balance as it is. But the Legendborn trust him more than he thinks. It helps that Sarah shared his message, and that there were so many witnesses to Nick's argument with his father. And some of them, I think, have come to trust me too. Russ speaks first, the frustration in his voice barely under control. But how is Lord Davis breaking his oaths? He's taken the first oath, the oath of service, and who knows what else. William grimaces. Every oath comes back to the same common commitment, to be in service to the Order's mission. If Lord Davis's logic is that warped, it could be that, from his perspective, his intentions are in service to the mission, or maybe his King's Mage has protected him somehow from the oath's effects. A Master Mage would know more. But how could Nick be called? Felicity says. The scion of Lancelot is at Northern, and he's still dormant. As far as we know, Fitz interjects. Maybe Davis fixed that too, or he's working with allies. Maybe that regent's meeting at Northern last week was just a cover. William runs a hand over his face. Or the kid at Northern is still dormant, and threatening Arthur's scion will somehow force Lancelot to call his. It doesn't matter! Russ throws his hands up into the air. It doesn't matter if Davis is trying to force the callings, if the demons he's letting cross over are real. Why is Arthur waiting? Could Nick hold Arthur off? I asked William, thinking of Nick's confession about trying not to be called, and his desire to prevent Comlet at all cost. Is that possible? William blinks. No. There have been scions who wanted to resist the call before, but they've all failed. He scratches his head. I mean, I could see it for other knights, maybe, but the strength of will and life force it would take to stop the call of Arthur? If it's possible, Nick will be the one to do it, Evan says, from where he's leaning on the back wall. Especially if he thinks he can talk his father down from starting Comlon. He has faith in us to handle the demons in the meantime, and we can, now that we've got 2 more bonded pairs. But there's another variable here. He looks over at me. Nick's in love with Bree. My cheeks heat. That's not... Yeah, it is. Evan smiles and pushes off the wall. The entire Gala saw the way he looked at you. Davis made a bad gamble. He thought Nick would believe that you'd accept his squireship, then quit. Instead, that tightly controlled temper of his finally popped. I bet Nick is furious. Angry, heroic, and in love is a formidable combination. He'll hold off Arthur's call all right. Everyone looks at me then, and I feel like I might burst into flames. I'm saved from an internal wildfire when someone knocks hard against the back door. Sal? Felicity yells, and runs out the door again. I want to follow, but I can't. My feet are rooted to the floor in terror. My heart suddenly beating so hard that the blood rushing in my ears sounds like an ocean. It doesn't make sense, but my brain tells me that if I don't see Sel injured and broken like Tor, that might mean he isn't injured at all. It's not Sel, though. Felicity walks back into the room with Vaughn trailing sullenly behind her. Greer scoffs. Didn't you run off with your tail between your legs? My question exactly, Fitz says. Vaughn watches us warily. Lord Davis said he had a plan for me, that I should just wait into my room until he called. His eyes slide to mine, but when I look into them, I can see that the arrogance from before has taken a blow. Then it hits me. Davis had reserved Vaughn for Nick. Russ frowns. So what? You got antsy and decided to come here? My dorm's on the 6th floor of Aringas. I looked out the window and I saw some lights over mid-campus. Green mage flame. Blue, white, too. Sel, I breathe. When was this? 10 minutes ago, he says, spreading his hands wide. I ran straight here, but it sounds like you already know. Fitz steps forward to fill his page in. I hope Sel is still alive. The thought that he might not be steals the oxygen from my body. Fitz, I say quickly. His head raises. What did you say earlier about the campus map? About the demons' movement? They're moving toward a central location.
Why would they do that?
Alice asks, and the room turns toward her. She raises her chin and soldiers forward with her question. My chest bursts with pride.
What are they drawn to?
Once-borns, obviously, he says. And ether, Greer says. My heart races in my chest. What source of ether is in the middle of campus? Felicity's and Fitz's faces blanch. They're the only veteran scions in this room, and they've come to the same realization at the same time. Care to share with the class? Russ huffs. Or is this a bloodline secret?
Actually,
Felicity flushes.
It is.
Somehow, I already know what she's going to say.
Excalibur,
she says, her voice a mixture of fear and awe.
It's the oldest ether weapon in the world, forged by Merlin himself, and it contains so much power that it never dissipates like ours do, not even when its bearer releases it. Each king, each scion of Arthur adds to its strength every time they wield it. When the last Cam run was over and we'd won, that scion returned it to the stone. Shadowborn usually aren't materialized enough to get this far, or Sel finds them first, so I didn't really think of it. But if a lesser demon doesn't find a specific person to hunt, they'll seek the nearest, biggest source of ether to consume. The more they consume, the longer they can stay. And the biggest source of ether would be the sword.
Where is it? Russ demands.
Ogofi Draig,
I breathe. She nods.
Yes, under the bell tower. And there are gates underground too, tons of them. Merlin sealed them hundreds of years ago, but if Lord Davis wants Nick in a position to take up Excalibur?
Then that's where Nick and his dad are, I say, my chest tightening at the very thought. We've got to go get them and stop Davis before he opens any more. Pete throws a hand up in the air. What about the gates up here? I know they don't spit out demons rapid fire, but are we going to just let them stay open? I'll go, William says from the doorway. I can close them. How? Pete asks. With this. William produces something small from his pocket and wiggles it back and forth. A vial of blood. Sel's blood. I'm sure of it. You don't need to be a demon to open or close a gate. You just need demon blood. Or part demon blood in this case. He steps forward into the room. I don't have the same radar that Sel does, but my healing abilities give me a pretty good sense of where ether is. This is sort of like that, except on a bigger scale, and Russ, Felicity, and Sarah can point me in the right direction. He nods to Alice. I'll take Vassal Chin with me to keep the once-borns out of the way.
No,
Felicity says firmly.
You're a solid fighter, but it's not even close to midnight, so you don't have Gawain's strength. What if you get hurt? You're our only healer.
William's lips curl. No, I'm not. Witty's a fine apprentice already. He's in the infirmary right now finishing up with Tor. What I'll be doing is 10 times safer than going into the tunnels to find the Ogulf. If you're worried about someone still being around to patch y'all up, then you don't want me in there. You want me out here. He smirks. And if Sel returns, I'll tell him where you've gone and send him like freaking Gandalf the White. It'll be great. I promise. Russ places a hand on his scion's wrist. Felicity tilts her chin slightly in his direction. A silent conversation passes between them before she sighs and turns back to William. Okay. Before she and William leave, I pull Alice aside. You won't be able to see them coming. If William says run, you run. She nods, her mouth tight.
You gonna be okay?
Yeah.
You mean it?
I pull her into a hug. I mean it. Before we part, she grasps my arm.
Make him pay, Maddie.
It only takes a quick twist of Russ's wrist to break the lock on the door to the hidden weapons room. Well hidden to me, at least. The lieges don't like us playing with their stuff, aka real weapons that stick around after a fight, but the bad luck always makes me laugh. He pulls the door back to let us in. It's insulting, honestly. Do they forget whose traits we've inherited?
Lamrak is known for his temper and his wisdom,
Felicity says as she steps through the door.
I think they hoped the latter would prevail.
Where's the fun in that? Russ says, winking as I pass. The scions and bonded squires, Russ and Felicity, Fitz and Evan, Pete and Greer and even Whitty, with William's help, will all use ether weapons in the tunnels. But since Vaughn and I aren't squires, we need real weapons in our hands. I hesitate, in front of the rack of shining steel and heavy polished wood. There are swords, of course, but some are in shapes I've not seen used before. Curved cutlasses, katana, short swords, and even a thick machete for hacking. There's also a rack of daggers of varying lengths, a double-bladed axe, and what Evan calls a lacaber axe. On the far end are maces, flails, and crossbows. Take the sword, a voice says gruffly from my shoulder. To my surprise, it's Vaughn. He selects a blade for himself and hefts it, testing its weight. You're hopeless with daggers, and the staff will be hard in tight quarters. You're passable with the sword and probably won't cut your own arm off, he mutters, before ducking his head and walking back into the training room. Honestly, it's probably the best compliment I could have asked for. Chapter 50. Felicity tells us there's an entrance to the tunnels not far from Davis's home, being the family property of the line of Arthur. She guesses that's how Nick and Davis will have entered the cave. We don't have time to go that far, and we don't need to. I should have known the Order founders would want an entrance close by, but even then, I'd have never guessed the door to the tunnels would be the Wall of Ages itself. This has been here the whole time, Russ exclaims, clearly put out that his scion had kept something from him. Felicity winces. I'm sorry, Russie. All of the scion families are sworn to secrecy. It's a security measure, just in case anyone tries to get in. He harumphs, and she goes to squeeze him around the middle, their armor clinking together when she does. The founders weren't playing around. Not only did they keep the entrance secret and literally right under everyone's noses in the basement, but it takes actual scion blood, at least 3 lines in agreement to open the door. The group going to the tunnels stands back as Felicity, William, and Fitz step forward to do the honors. William uses a small needle to prick their thumbs. I reach nervous fingers to the sword strapped to my back. It helps to touch the solid pommel and leather-wrapped grip. I selected the blade that was light, sharp, and well-balanced. I'm still scared I'm going to accidentally chop off my own arm. The thought, vivid and violent, seems to be enough to wake up my grandmother. She stirs inside me in what feels like her chair. Oh, finally doing something, are we? Wow. Just wow, I mutter. Evan looks at me strangely, and I smile back and gesture at the wall in front of us. It's impressive, right? He nods in agreement and focuses on the scions. You find that old mother yet, Grandma Charles? I ask inside my head. I could use some of those red flames right about now. Young folk never listen, she mutters, scoffing so loud it rattles my ears from the inside out. I'm not finding her, she coming to you. And no, she ain't here yet. 'Spect she'll be by shortly. I don't even bother responding, for fear I'll say the wrong thing and she'll find a way to slap me again. The 3 scions bend in unison and smear their thumb over their names in the carved lines of the wall. As they do, the lines blaze to life, streaking up to the top of the wall in 3 distinct colors: red for Lamorak, green for Gawain, and a deep orange for Bors. Right as they reach the gemstones at the top, a deep grinding sound shakes the room and the tables and files inside. "Oh, shite," Russ says, his irritation now replaced with unsuppressed glee. "Oh, shite." We step back as the hidden gears, still working even though they must be centuries old, pull the door inward inch by inch. A rush of stale, damp-smelling air blows into the room, and we cover our noses. The passage beyond must be filled with mildew and decay. I can taste it in the back of my throat. It's so strong even my grandmother pulls back. Just as the door comes to a squealing, echoing halt, the door behind us opens, and Tor and Sar walk in. "We're going too," Tor says, in a surprisingly strong voice. "Oh, no, you're not." William points a finger at her and Sarah both. "I should have told Whitney to knock you both out." "Oh, shut it, Will," Tor says, even though her movements are stiff and her breath is already leaving her mouth in rattling pants. "I'll be healed soon enough, and they need more firepower." I said, "No." Tor reaches the group and leans against a cabinet to gaze into the gloom beyond the wall. The tunnel has no lighting installed, so we only see what the fluorescent lights in the room reveal. A pounded charcoal black dirt floor, smooth from wind-distributed dust. A pathway about 6 feet across that disappears 10 feet in. No ceiling, as if the wall marks the boundaries between the lodge's foundation and a passage to another world. An older world. One that is deep, dangerous, and much nearer to the demon's plane. Beyond the wall, in total darkness, we'd be in their court, not ours. And what's worse is that just a foot before the light weakens, we can see a rounded antechamber that ends in 6 openings, the first branch in the network. William runs his hands down Tor's back, evaluating her condition with a deep scowl on his face. "Impatience is an inherited personality trait in your line," he mutters. "Fortunately for you, so is rapidity of ether metabolism. You'll be healed in less than an hour, you ungrateful girl." Tor grins. "Told ya." "All right, everyone, listen up." Felicity calls us to attention, her back toward the tunnel so she can see our faces. "Hey!" Tor calls, limping over to her. "I'm here now, and I'm 3rd ranked. I'll make the pronouncements." Felicity fixes her with a truly damning stare. Tor, to her credit, only holds her stance for a moment before she concedes, stepping aside. "The good news is, according to my dad's stories, there is a tunnel network map that will show us the most direct path to the cave. The bad news is we don't know where that map is." Our groans echo into the tunnel behind her. "But since all paths eventually lead there, we're splitting the group 4 ways." She glances at Tor and Sarah. 5 ways. William walks between us, handing out small black flashlights. There's an odd number of us, so I get put in a group of 3, with Fitz and Evan. Vaughn and Whitty agree to join forces, leaving the rest of the bonded pairs to work together. "There won't be reception down there, so your phones are useless. Remember that the center of the campus is to our left, and hopefully we'll all end up in the cave together. If you get there first, please try to talk to Lord Davis." Before using a weapon, she means. "But be on your guard. He might open a gate to truly force Nick to defend himself." The pairs file in one at a time. Evan, Fitz, and I will go in last. Just as we take a step forward, William catches my arm. "You don't have to do this, you know," he says earnestly, his gray eyes searching mine. He glances into the cave and back to me again. I see the worry there, so genuine it pains me. It's not your war. It's not your war. I had had a similar thought the last time I was here, when I was leaving the Legendborn world for good. I don't want war, I reply. I want the people I love to be safe. I thought you might say something like that. You comin', Matthews? Fitz calls. He and Evan are standing just over the threshold, faces limed in light, bodies already in shadow. I say, right behind you, and step forward into the earth. Chapter 51. The scent of rotten things overwhelms us. It burns the insides of my nostrils, so much that I tug my t-shirt up over my nose for relief. The shift of my sleeves up my forearms makes me wish I had a coat. It's freezing down here. The others have already chosen their tunnel, so once we reach the small antechamber, we take the one farthest to the right. We walk with our flashlights pointed down mostly, with occasional flicks up ahead. Not that it helps very much. The tunnel turns vaguely left, I think. It's hard to focus, when the ceiling sometimes drops to just above Fitz's hair, and other times rises up into steep, empty columns to nowhere. Often, Fitz's massive shoulders brush the wall, but for most of the way the tunnel is about 4 feet wide. Our steps make crunching, scratching sounds on the gravel under our feet. The sound of dripping water reaches us from somewhere out of sight, probably where the mildew comes from. Its presence is a constant, deep green and black and slippery. We walk for 20, maybe 30 minutes, mostly in silence and single file. Fitz leads, Evan takes the middle, and I bring up the rear. I feel a surge of relief that Vaughn warned me away from the staff. It'd never even fit in this part of the tunnel. Where are we, do you think? My voice bounces in loud, jarring echoes in the tight space. Fitz grunts. Not sure. Tunnels aren't a straight line. It takes about 15 minutes to walk to the edge of campus above ground, then another 15 or so to the tower. I'm not claustrophobic, but the thought of walking in and out of cramped dark spaces for, at the minimum, if we're on the direct route, another 20 minutes makes my heart pound in my ears. The sound almost blocks out the dripping. Do you really think Davis might open the gates down here? Evan asks his scion. If he does, and Arthur doesn't call Nick, they'd both be trapped. Fitz grunts, dismissively. He'd be out of his mind. Fighting in quarters this close would be a nightmare. And I'm sure that cave is bigger, but even still, you've got to contain the threat or neutralize it in an enclosed space with limited exits. Tactical nightmare. Evan hums in agreement. Fitz leads us to another left turn. I hear his sharp intake of breath about 2 seconds before I see its cause. The tunnel opens up completely on one side, turning a narrow passageway into a path with only one wall on our left. On our right, dropping down into terrifying blackness, is a ravine about 30 feet across. Fitz's flashlight shows us the other wall, a series of massive, jagged outcrops reaching toward us like giant molars with sharp edges. When he and Evan point their beams down, we see the ravine narrows as it drops, with stalagmites rising up from the unseen floor, filled with shadows that swallow our light. The path ahead is still 4 feet across, but everything about it seems more treacherous, with certain death on the other side. Fitz says what we're all thinking. Better hug that wall, y'all. We do. I hug it so much that I curl my left fingers into the bumpy, cold, slippery surface, hoping that a small handhold will appear if I need it. We're 3, maybe 5 minutes into the new terrain when the skittering sound begins. Fitz's flashlight swings right. What's that noise? Bats, maybe? Evan offers. It seems like he's right. The skittering becomes the flapping of leathery wings. I cringe. Evan's flashlight pitches up just in time to catch a thick, scaly body and webbed foot before both disappear into the darkness. That's not a bat, y'all. Well, what is it? Fitz is struck by something solid. He grunts and goes sprawling along the path, dropping his flashlight into the ravine in the process. I yell, Fitz! And lean around Evan's body, cutting my flashlight long across the wall. Fitz groans, but gets back up on his feet. That's not a bat, he roars. holding his hand up to shield his eyes from the light. Heart thudding in my chest, I direct my flashlight down to his feet. Miraculously, his flashlight must have landed on an outcrop about 10 feet below us, and at an angle, because a wide beam of light hits the wall in the path ahead of us. "He's right. I didn't see it, but I heard it," Evan shouts. "Whatever it is, it's strong." High-pitched screeching sounds bounce around the cavern, and that's all the warning we get. A cloud of heavy wings descends on us. I hear Fitz yell again, then half a heartbeat later, the singing whine of his ether sword when he pulls it from its scabbard. Claws pull at my shoulders. I scream and cover my head, dropping down to the ground. The gravel digs through my pants into my knees as I cower beneath beating waves and what feels like tiny, sharp daggers. One of them lands on my back. I thrust an elbow back and up. It makes contact with something hot and heavy that howls and dislodges itself from my shirt. Fitz screams. I drop my flashlight so that it faces his direction and spring up, drawing my sword. The angles of the light hit Fitz just right. And then I see them. 4 flying demons the size of swans swarm Fitz's head and torso. Leathery wings as wide as he is tall carry their bulbous bodies and long red scaly limbs. Their hind feet are long and bent back like a wolf, but their hands look human, with long fingers ending in black claws that slash at Fitz's arms and face. "Imps!" he screams. Evan is running, and so am I. I swing at the first imp I reach, hacking off its long pointed tail. Its screech is a railroad spike driving deep into my brain, but it flies back over the ravine, away from us. Fitz manages to drive his blade into the body of another imp. A squelching wet sound and the silver tip of it pops out of its back, shining and covered in black blood. When the imp falls, it almost takes Fitz's glowing sword with him. One of the imps flies over Fitz's head and makes a beeline for me. I swipe high, just slicing into the soft pocket of flesh under its arm. It screeches and wings upward. Inside my skull, my grandmother screams. Her wail sends me to my hands and knees, right at the edge of the path. I freeze, my head and shoulders just stopping before tipping me over to the chasm. I gasp and scramble away until my back hits the wall. "Protect my grandchild, Lord. Oh, please." I think, "Not right now," as loud as I can, because the imp I injured is still circling the ravine. It loops back around and flies right toward me. It's the first time I've seen one straight on. It has long, curved horns like a mountain goat and green glowing eyes. I drop into a loose stance. Wait for it. Wait for it. "The Lord is my shepherd." "Not now, Grandma!" I scream out loud and slash downward with all my strength, slicing the imp in two from shoulder to hip. Both sides of it fall back into the ravine. I shove Grandmother Charles into an empty room in my mental house and imagine locking the door tight so I can focus and then turn back to Fitz. The last imp has sunk its claws deep into Fitz's shoulders and hovers behind him where his sword can't reach. He drops the blade, and face and chest bloody with gouges, reaches back behind his head to try and grab at its ankles. It's futile. Before I can take another step to help him, the imp laughs, a sound like nails on a board, and takes off, pulling Fitz up with him. I watch horrified as Fitz's feet leave the ground. The imp leans left, dragging Fitz's weight toward the ravine. I run only to end up standing right where he stood, just in time to see the terror on his face when the imp extracts one foot. "Fitz!" Evan screams. But it's no use. Fitz shouts. The imp lets go. He falls. There's a heartbeat of silence, then a heavy, wet, piercing sound, and silence again. My brain has shut down. It tries to process what it's seen in the ravine, but it can't. Fitz's limbs, loose and limp, hang from his hips and shoulders, but his chest is gone. It's gone. In its place is a shining red point of rock protruding up from his body like a spear. I I watch myself raise my sword again, as if from the distance. The imp, still hovering, smiles, with its double row of dagger teeth, and dives again, with claws extended. My feet slide left. It misses me. I swing the edge of my sword into its back, cutting it into two halves, a top and a bottom. It dies against the wall with my blade sunk into the stone behind it. I hold the hilt, my lungs heaving against my chest, and my eyes burning with tears. I want to let go, but I can't. I can't yet. My knees hit the ground. Evan slowly rises from his knees to his feet, his face stricken. He's gone. The whites of his eyes shine as he casts a wild gaze at the bloody scene around us. My brain clicks back into operation. I take a deep breath and unlock my fingers to pull my blade from the wall. The top half of the imp falls with a heavy splat that turns my stomach. We both watch as his scion sword shimmers, then fades to dust without its caster. A heartbeat later, and Evan's sword, still on the ground, goes too. Evan approaches, backlit against the still fallen flashlight, and offers a hand. I take it automatically and he pulls me to standing. He's gone, he repeats, stunned. His armor disappears before our eyes. I know, I whisper, even though I don't know. I don't know what it would feel like to watch your scion die right in front of you. Would his oath punish him? Did he feel Fitz's pain as well as his fear? As I unstrap my scabbard and resheath my sword, a cold certainty slides into my mind. Davis opened a gate. He may not have killed my mother, but he did murder Fitz. No more deaths. Chapter 52. Evan hands me my flashlight with a shaken hand. We've got to keep moving. I meet his eyes, unwavering in his familiar face. I take the lead this time, flashlight in hand, although my hand trembles as I hold it. We walk for another few minutes. It takes that long for my breathing to begin to slow. But nothing about the situation feels calm. My eyes and flashlight fly to every distant drip of water, every shadow of stone. Those were imps, right? Easels? I ask, hoping to fill the quiet, hoping that talking will keep my heart from racing right out of my chest. Yes, Evan replies, his voice cracking. Why weren't they invisible? We're underground. Ether is richest, close to the earth. Down here, every Shadowborn is more powerful than it is on the surface. Harder to kill. I nod, even though he can't really see me do it. That makes sense. 50 feet ahead, there's another left turn. Turn ahead, I call back to Evan. I pitch my flashlight low to keep the path in sight so we don't keep going straight and end up walking right over the edge. That's how I see that the gravel on the path, which had been small and mostly flat, has changed over into heavier, rounder pieces. Watch the ground, these rocks are loose. I walk slowly, each step shifting the floor slightly before my foot settles. I pause to catch my breath, and turn back to see Evan walking about 6 feet behind me. It's only when I turn back to keep going that I realize that while my feet send rocks shifting and crunching, Evan's feet make no sound at all. If the cave hadn't been so silent, I'd never have noticed. My next step falters, and I have to catch the wall to stay upright. Gorikel, consummate mimics. You okay? Evan asks, when it facilitates their human ruse. My heart pounds so hard that I can barely form the words to reply, and I'm desperately certain that I have to reply. I push off the wall. Yep, just slipped. My voice sounds hollow and thin to my ears, but I hope he doesn't detect the lie. I pray he doesn't detect the lie. I want to run as fast as I can, but instead I walk forward, forcing myself to keep a steady pace and ignore the growing dread in my stomach. I'm so focused on not running, not revealing what I know, that I slip for real and land on one knee. This time, when Evan reaches a hand toward me, my body flinches without my permission. An instinct. I look up into his dark blue eyes and see the silver of something canny move behind them. I'm good, I say with a laugh that sounds so fake that no one would believe it. I stand up and keep walking, this time a little faster. He lets me go a few steps. Oh, Bree. Yes? I whimper, still moving quickly. His mouth is suddenly at my ear. You're a little too smart, he whispers in a voice like broken wind chimes falling on rocks. I run then, feet sliding under each step. I don't know if he chases me, I can't hear him if he is. I only slow when I reach the turn. I make it without getting too close to the edge, but my left ankle twists sharply when I do it. I cry out in pain and drop the flashlight in my left hand, but keep moving. Without the flashlight, the pitch black of the cave presses from all sides. I'm completely blind in the darkness. Can't see my hand inches from my face. I'd glimpsed the path ahead before my flashlight went flying. It had been straight, then a dip, then straight. I keep one hand against the wall and move as fast as I dare, straining for any sounds behind me. But I'll never hear him coming. Drawing my sword would be useless. He could kill me here, and no one would know it was him. When he speaks again, his voice is slightly muffled. He's still on the path before the turn. Honestly, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you showing up tonight, I'd never found the entrance to the Ogolfi Traig. Well, he pauses, I'd have found it eventually, but my kind aren't the most patient. Every step sends a lightning strike of pain through my ankle. I don't stop, but eventually my jog becomes a limp. I grit my teeth and push forward, use the wall to take the pressure off my foot. I have to thank Davis too, you know. His voice is louder, more direct. He's turned the corner. He threw the King's Mage blood traitor off my scent by opening gates of his own. I barely had to open any, really, just one or two, like the night of the second trial. I'd hoped the foxes would take care of Sel, but then there you were. How'd you do that, by the way? The pain drives my teeth so deep into my lower lip that I taste blood. Keep moving. Did you know the real Evan Cooper played the banjo? Do you have any idea how hard it is to learn to play the banjo? Nightmare. His laughter is a stabbing sound, devoid of humor. He's closer now, but I know he's toying with me. He's fast enough to catch me, to kill me if he wants. The thought is jolting enough to make me trip. I fall forward onto my hands and knees in the darkness. Then I'm crawling as fast as I can away from him into the black nothing. A hot hand closes around my bad ankle. I scream, but he drags me back across the rocks on my stomach, my free hand clawing uselessly at the gravel. With a grunt, I heave up on my left hand, punching up in an awkward backswing, knowing full well he'll see it coming. I don't need to wound him. I just need him to let go. And he does. I scramble to stand, but his hand shoots out and strikes me, palm open in the middle of my spine. The force knocks the breath from my lungs and I fall again. I twist around to face him just as the Evan Cooper that I knew goes away forever. In the light of his flashlight, the Gorakel demon grins, his human teeth stretching in his mouth until they look like boar's canines. His fingers darken and elongate to crimson claws. The skin of his eyes recedes into deep hollows, and his blue eyes bleed to red. The smell that fills my nose is the sour scent of burning flesh. His new gaze scorches my skin, like my face could sizzle and peel, melt away until it's only bone and seared muscle. It's rude to ignore someone who's talking to you, he hisses. Evan liked your attitude, Bree. Roz does not. My bad, I spit. I don't like listening to murderers. The demon, Roz, tilts his head to the side. I didn't kill Fitz. I only called the imps who killed Fitz. When he jerks a thumb behind him, I see the long, fresh cut from the outside of his wrist to his elbow. He'd bled into the ravine somehow as we walked. He called those demons in the darkness without us even noticing. He clucks. Well, no, you're right. I did kill the real Evan Cooper. Took his life. Pretended to be Fitz's new squire. Even copied Evan's humanity enough to take that silly warrior's oath right under the traitor's nose. But it was awful, Bree. I can't tell you how many times I daydreamed about ripping the skin from Fitz's meat-head face. Why? I scream. A glittering, fanatical glee, dark as the cave itself, slides into his burning eyes. To get to Nick, of course. And to wait. My lungs burden my chest, but behind them, my heart twists and skips. His scratching voice becomes low and conspiratorial. Did you know that if a fully awakened scion of Arthur dies, the lines will end forever? He giggles. Kill the head, kill the body. It'd be easy if all I needed was for Arthur to call Nick like the others do, but that arrogant prick of a king won't fully awaken his scion until they take the blade. I crab walk away, my sword dragging at an awkward angle, but he follows me, one silent step at a time. And here I was planning to go for the father. Then precious Nicky asked for you at the gala. His lip curls into a mocking smile, and he clasps his hands to his chest, declaring that he wants you as his squire. That's when I realized that foolish boy would do anything to keep you unharmed, fight a horde of my demon comrades, take up Excalibur, expose Arthur. I had to take you, he grins, so Fitz, the meathead, got kebabbed. My stomach turns. Bile rises in my throat. My mistress, Morgaine, will love hearing how I found the scion of Arthur's weakness. He considers this. Well, love is the wrong word. She'll be quite jealous, actually. She adores torture. I shuffle backward, but he moves faster than my eyes can track, grabbing both of my ankles this time. Rude! He hisses. My fingers dig into the gravel behind me. My only thought is to grab it and throw it into his eyes, but when my fingertips hit the soil and roots below, the doors inside me snap open. The cave is just right behind you. Just 10 more steps, Bree. My grandmother's voice urges me forward. I feel her hands, warm and soft, wrap around my heart and hold it in her palm. Roz registers something in my face. His eyes narrow, and I wrench my legs from his grip with frightening speed, pull my knees tight to my chest, and kick both feet upward to send him flying into the ravine. Chapter 53. My grandma was exactly right about the cave. I reach it in 10 limping steps. I turn a corner onto an overhang and look down into chaos. Roz meant what he said. He called his brethren, and they were doing his bidding, fighting scions and squires who reached the cave before me. Tor and Zara zip around the room like streaks of silver ether, shooting arrows at hellhounds and foxes from every angle. Felicity and Russ are on the floor, each brawling with enormous green hell bears. Pete and Greer are back to back, facing a pack of hounds closing in on all sides. 2 glowing lions take on 1 hound, jaws clamped at its haunches and throat. Vaughn hacks at a fox on his own and seems to be keeping it at bay. In the middle of it all, on a small island surrounded by black water, is Nick, buckled over on his knees with the effort of resisting Arthur's call. My heart leaps into my throat at the sight of him, scratched and bloodied but alive. Above Nick, his father slashes at circling imps, barely keeping them at bay. There are too many demons here. Whatever Davis had in mind, the Corugel was never part of his plan. Behind them is a bright sword sticking out of a border at an angle. Even at this distance, the clear diamond of Arthur gleams from its pommel. Excalibur. I launch myself over the overhang into the curved wall of the cave, sliding down on the smooth-hewn rock. I hit the ground floor with a jolt and draw my sword for battle. Test my ankle. Sprained, maybe, but not broken. I join Felicity against her bear. She pins it while I stab it through the chest. She takes a flying leap onto the back of Russ's bear. I hack at its arm until it rears back, sending us tumbling. Russ grabs it by the middle and slams it into the rock wall so hard the entire cavern shakes. Rumble tumbles down on us from the ceiling. "Try not to bring the whole damn thing down," Woody yells from where he's fighting his own hellfox in a corner. He dispatches it swiftly, then turns toward us with a grin. His body seizes into a single rigid line. Both daggers fall from his hands. "Woody?" His eyes are wide, blank. His chest angles up. Toes drag on the ground like he's being lifted by the hand buried in his back. "Woody!" I scream, frozen in place. The fighting rages on around us. We're overwhelmed. The demon that was once Evan kicks at Woody's upper spine to free his hand. My friend falls forward, hitting the cave floor with a heavy thud, head twisting in my direction. My heart stops, but I search for life. I don't find it. Instead, I see my friend's unseeing eyes, the wrong angle of his shoulder, blood on his favorite camo jacket, his jaw open to the dirt. No one saw Woody die but me. I should have guessed that fall wouldn't have killed a greater demon. I should have known. Raz points at me with a bloodied claw. "That was very mean of you, Bree. Look what you did." 2 black ribs protrude from his chest, oozing green blood down to his t-shirt. He doesn't seem bothered at all. I'm running, screaming, an arrow of hate. "I'll kill him! I'll rip him apart! I'll order these beasts to kill everyone here," he snarls, stopping me short. "Unless you tell Nick to accept Arthur's call and take up the blade." A wave of churning anger and fear comes over me, warring in my chest. All around me there's the clanging of ether weapons on hard easel hides, the roar and cry of battles. "No," Raz hisses. "Have it your way." He darts forward and strikes the blade from my hand, twists my arm so tightly I scream and see spots. He yells something harsh and unintelligible, the language of demons. At once every hell beast stops. The Legendborn pause too, stunned. Every time I try to move, the Ikel squeezes harder, until I'm gasping for breath. "Nicholas!" Raz yells. Nick and his father turn stricken faces to the back of the cave. Davis is slack-jawed, but drained and on his knees. Nick takes the scene in all at once. The human mimic Gurkel, Whitney's broken body, me, in the demon's arms. "Bree, take up the sword, Nicholas!" "No!" I manage to scream. "He will end the lines!" Nick's hands ball into fist. "If you kill her," he grinds out, eyes like fire, "I will never touch this blade." "You must think I'm bluffing," Raz says, and in a blink he's gone. Not gone. He has Russ by the throat. He lifts him high and pitches him like a fastball straight into the stone wall. It all happened so fast, Russ didn't even get a chance to scream. We watch as his body falls 20 feet into a crumpled heap. Felicity shrieks and launches herself at Roz. Torrensar reach her first, but it takes both of them, Vaughn and Greer, to keep her down. Before I can move, Raz has me around the middle again. "Let Arthur call you, Nick, or I'll snap her." A blue-white dagger hits him in the throat. His fingers fly to the handle of the blade. He makes a gargling sound and pitches face forward into the water. With a piercing screech, a huge eagle dives into the cave from a tunnel. Quick and silent, it melts into the shape of a man as it drops to the ground. A shape I recognize immediately. Selwyn Kane, Merlin and King's Mage of the Southern Chapter, a sorcerer with the ability to shapeshift. Sel stands, eyes blazing, and stalks to the moat. He hauls Roz up by the neck. Blood drips from the demon, turning the water the color of rot. Sel inspects the unmoving body, a low growl rising out of his clenched teeth, then drops it. The hell creatures yowl and snap, but without Raz to command them, they don't make a move. Felicity breaks free and runs to Russ's body, tears streaming down her face. Her sobs echo throughout the cave, loud and painful and broken. Which is just the distraction Raz was waiting for. Alive and furious, he launches out of the moat and onto Sel's back. They'd roll over and over in the water, grunting and striking in a blur of limbs. Then the demon has both hands around Sel's throat. The King's Mage claws at the demon's fingers for breath, kicking. I run, but Tor and Sarah streak past me. Ross is too fast. He sees them approaching. He wrenches Sel's head down, just as his knee snaps up. A crack. Blood. Sel's limp body sinks into the water. Suddenly Nick's scream echoes, the sound of agony everywhere. He writhes under the weight of Arthur's call. He's losing the battle. Raz grins. That's it, Nicky. We all watch, frozen, as Nick takes a shuddering breath, then draws up to his knees. His head falls back, and Arthur's deep voice emerges from his throat. Though I may fall, I will not die, but call on blood to live. Nick rises to his feet in one movement, then turns to face the stone that holds Excalibur. She's here, my grandma whispers, her voice so loud in my head that I'm sure everyone can hear it. The resolve in Nick's shoulders grow with each step he takes to his destiny. Who? Sel heaves up from the moat, gasping for air, searching for Nick, but Nick is already at the stone. The old mother, the oldest, Vera. Nick reaches the sword's hilt, and with a deep breath, pulls. My grandmother fades. The sword does not move. Tor gasps. Lord Davis makes a choking sound. Even the Gorakel's hellish eyes grow wide. Nick pulls with both hands gripped around the hilt, but the ancient sword does not yield. He steps away, his face a mask of confusion and shock. Inside me, a bomb explodes. My house blows apart. Time slows, stops, freezes. A single second suspended. The old mother of my family fills my every limb, arrives just as I'd asked. Her voice is rich and smooth, liquid steel on its way to a blade. It drapes over me, a warm blanket with sharp edges. What do you want to know, child? Everything, I whisper. Why? I could say the demons, Davis, Nick, the innocents, the world. But I don't. I think of my mother, her fights, her triumphs, her pain, and how they're mine now too. Mine to hold, and mine to wield. Because her life counted, and I want to make sure her death counts too. I feel her appraisal and pleasure. Then I will give you the power to do so, wound tight with truth. She pulls me into her memory. I shatter. Chapter 54. A walk. Years passed. Years of pain. The history my mother, and her mother, and her mother never knew. I see the oldest mother when she was young, standing in a field beyond a great white home. She wears a plain white dress, or at least it was white, at one time. Her hair is tied up, face like glowing mahogany, eyes like mine. The sun is low in the sky. She's tired. The day has been long. The days are always long. The angry screams of the master's wife can be heard across the field. They fight, the master and his wife. They fight about children, but they do not have any. Another day done, she begins the walk to the quarters when she hears a sound. A pale man with hair the color of acorns slips into the yard, through the back gate. She recognizes him. The man called Reynolds. A woman with flaxen hair comes out the back door to meet him, glancing behind her at every step. The master's wife. Reynolds pulls the master's wife to him until they are hidden behind the magnolia, its branches almost touching the earth. It's daylight. Another day. Another magnolia. She has stopped to rest underneath its boughs, just for a moment. Just a moment of rest. The master appears. She is frightened, caught. He holds out a hand. "I'm not here to hurt you," he says. But he is. He hurts her anyway. The magnolia trees' fallen seed pods litter the ground. Their sharp edges dig into her back. 3 months later, the master and his wife can be heard fighting from the orchard. My ancestor wonders if a child between them would truly make it better. It wouldn't, but the next day, she feels one growing inside her anyway. When she shows, the master's wife notices, but she doesn't seem to care. When she shows, the master notices, and he cares. He cares very much. He comes for her. He holds her weathered, soft face between his hard fingers. His blue eyes stare down into her brown ones. The others in the field notice. He sees them over her head. "Tonight, Vera," he says roughly, and releases her. He walks away. Vera knows this time. He means to hurt her. She runs. There are paths to take, rumors of the way to go. She leaves as soon as the sun sets, and hopes she remembers the stories. She tells no one lest he come for them too. He may come for them too. She takes nothing with her but a bit of fruit, and sweet honeysuckle, nectar still in the stem. She runs for hours. Master Davis has the money for patty rollers, but she didn't expect to hear them so quick. The dogs bay in the distance. She splashes into a creek, doubles back, works upstream with skirts held high, climbs a tree whose branches hang low. Her arms are strong. She works with the trunk, sends prayers to its roots, thanks the tree for its help, drops down 50 yards north of where she started. She settles into the dark shadow of that helping tree and spills out the fruit and the honeysuckle, crushed, but still good. She sits cross-legged on the cool earth and draws a broken blade down her palm. The cut is deep, but it hurts less than the blisters on her feet. She is a memory walker, but tonight she does not want to walk. She wants to run. She smears the blood onto the fruit and the flowers, presses the mixture in her hand as deep into the ground as they'll go, and calls the ancestors to aid in the rhythmic chant of her own making. "Protect us, please. All of you, everyone. Protect me so I can protect her. Help me see the danger before it strikes. Help me resist their entrapments. Give us the strength to hide and fight. Protect us, please. All of you, everyone. Protect me so I can protect her. Help me see the danger before it strikes. Help me resist their entrapments. Give us the strength to hide and fight. Give us all we need to hide and to fight." They hear her. Their voices rise up from the earth, up through her wound and into her veins, and directly into her soul.
"Bound to your blood?"
She gasped. The dogs are at the creek. Tears drop into the dirt. "Yes, please. Bound to my blood."
"A price."
The voices sigh, sad and heavy.
"One daughter at a time. For all time."
"Bind us to it," she cries. Her body trembles with a wave of desperation, an ocean of determination. She and the voices say the words together.
"And so it is."
A molten core of red and black sparks to life in her chest. As it spreads through her limbs, burning her up from the inside, she turns to me. Sees me. Her eyes are volcanoes, blood-red fire streaming from the corners, power erupting over her skin. She wraps a hand tight around my wrist. "This is your beginning." The old mother's walk, like Patricia's, is only the beginning. In the grip of her power, I am passed through 8 generations of women, her descendants, my foremothers. A stream of strong brown faces meet me, one life after the next, one after another into a blur. Angry faces, sad ones, scared ones and lonely ones, proud ones, and ones tired from sacrifice. Their faces, my faces, our faces. They show me each of their deaths. When the furnace of power in each mother's chest passes down to her daughter, their resilience is bound to my flesh. I spin, twist, stumble onto grass. I see my mother when she was young. She walks through campus. The light inside her shines bright, even through her heavy winter coat. A girl with smiling yellow eyes walks beside her. Snow sprinkles the girl's hair. Its black waves hang loose down her back. They turn together down a brick path, talking and laughing. I see my mother behind the wheel. I'm sitting in the passenger seat, watching her as she watches me, our spirits meeting at a blend of Vera's walk and my newfound gift. The car approaches. The accident. Just an accident. No one's fault. My mother wraps her hand around mine and squeezes. "It comes for each of us, honey." Just before the car strikes, she presses her love against my heart and fades. I am myself, sitting in the hospital. The light in my chest is small, a flame only just lit. I revisit my own memory with my ancestors' eyes. Through her, I see my power, still new, simmering in my chest. The police officer's body shimmers, like air over hot summer asphalt. The police officer and nurse brought me and my father into a tiny, mint green room. The mesmered memory returns in full. I see his badge, his shoulders wide as a door, the stubble on his chin, bushy eyebrows, blue eyes. I blink, and the shimmer dissipates. The glamour drops. I see her old sweater, her narrow shoulders, the tears streaming down her chin. Black hair like a raven, black brows, face too beautiful to be real, features both young and old, 2 golden eyes like cells, filled with deep sorrow. Not like cells. They are cells. Cell's mother's lower lip trembles. She speaks through the pain. "You won't remember this, but I want you to know that she was my friend." Chapter 55. Blackness. Vera stands before me, bathed in blood and flame, hair stretching wide and loose like a live oak. Answers, but not an ending. Now that you have them, do you still want to fight? I don't hesitate. Yes. Then there is one final truth. A legacy forced, not given. A burden I did not carry. a question in her eyes, a choice. I'm ready. She considers this, nods. Then I will release him and grant him voice. In the distance, a presence rises. From the threshold between worlds he calls my name. All at once, I become we. We are in the cave again. We take one step, and we are already at the stone. We grasp the ancient hilt, warm under our fingers. We pull Excalibur free. Chapter 56. The moment I raise Excalibur, the sword swings in my hand, hungry for war. The blade's ether rockets up my arm and slices through my consciousness, pulling me back to myself. And the center of the diamond in its pommel, red root rises and bleeds until the stone shines like heart blood. Engraved letters glint on both sides of the silver. Take me up, cast me away. Flames of blue and red ignite and swirl around my body, and Arthur's armor builds in stripes and layers until it gleams like metal on my shoulders, and Excalibur's reflection. My eyes burn crimson. Vera passes a hand over my brow. Ghostly lips kiss my forehead before she bids me farewell. "Stop her!" Lord Davis screams. Enraged, he points a trembling finger and calls the Legendborn to action. Now! On the far end of the cave, Greer, Vaughn, Felicity, Tor, and Czar startle at Davis's command. But they do not comply. Their eyes follow the sword in my hand. Sel locks eyes with me from where he stands in the water below, an impossible mixture of emotions on his face. Inside me, Arthur is the only presence, and his possession is nothing like Vera's or my grandmother's. He jerks my arm up, leveling Excalibur at Davis. The words burst from my mouth, and both my voice and Arthur's in a booming baritone. "Traitor! You levy war against the crown, lure our enemies to innocent blood, and now you dare rally my knights against me?" No, Davis stammers, shaking his head over and over again. Murmuring denials, he stumbles and plummets backward into the water with a splash. He scrambles up like a rat and runs towards one of the tunnels. Arthur takes me to the edge of the island, full of righteous fury and royal rage, as Davis escapes. "You will not go unpunished!" Bree? Nick's voice cuts through us both. Arthur turns my body until I face Nick, where he stands with hand half raised to shield his eyes from my light. Our eyes meet across flames of red and blue. I want to cry. I want to scream. But Arthur is in control of my voice and my body. Even though he uses my eyes, he doesn't see Nick at all. My brother, Lancelot, my right hand, Camlan, has come. Nick's eyes go round. We'd all seen Nick collapse, heard the ancient knight proclaim his presence and awaken his scion. Nick had been called, just not by Arthur, because I am Arthur's scion. A screeching, grating laugh echoes back from the cavern ceiling. All of us turn, reminded of the immediate threat. Raz and his army of demons prowling on the banks, a hellbear, imps, foxes, and hounds, waiting for his command. "Abomination!" Raz cries, his face split into a wicked grin. "But in Arthur just the same." The demons yell and yip, roar and scream, a war cry from the underworld. "Kill her!" he roars. The beasts surge forward. Arthur raises Excalibur high. In our dual voice, he shouts, "To me, my knight!" And then I'm sprinting off the island, vaulting in the air over the moat. The Legendborn are running with their weapons raised. I scream mid-leap, my will overpowering Arthur's. "No!" I swing my free hand in a wide arc, fingers splayed. A 20-foot wall of red flames erupts in front of the Legendborn, a barrier between them and the demons. Arthur's confusion fills me as I land on the bank. "No more deaths," I say, and switch the sword back to my right hand. He doesn't argue. Instead, he calls on ether to create a heavy, solid shield strapped to my left forearm, and we go to work. The beasts converge on us. Arthur thrusts Excalibur down deep into the earth at my feet, sending a hot pulse of swirling ether out in a wide, shining circle. The wave hits them all, knocking them back against the cave walls. The imps recover first and dive at me in one howling flock. There are 3, too fast and too nimble for a single attack, too far away for a sword. Root crackles in my ears, alive and ready. I open the furnace in my chest and scream. Flame pours out of my mouth in a rolling ball, exploding into the first imp's face. It shrieks, burns, bursts. Smoke everywhere. The second imp pulls up and away. The other is close enough. Got you. I use Arthur's strength to jump, spearing it through its scaly belly. It dusts over me in a shower of green ether and smoke that blocks my vision. A roar in the mist. A paw like concrete strikes me in the face, knocking me back, crushes my nose and jaw, pressing me down, suffocating me. I flail with the sword, reaching for an impossible angle around the bear. I can't breathe. I can't. Drop the sword. I do. Arthur pushes my left shoulder back, then heaves the shield edge first into bone and muscle. The bear rears back with an angry yowl. Arthur sends me surging up with it. Following the embedded shield until the bear hits the earth. Now we are on top. Arm out of the shield's straps, both hands now digging the metal in further. The bear roars in pain. The metal hits bone. Arthur's strength, more than I could have imagined. The hell bear swipes, slashing my right shoulder. The skin opens up and I scream. The hounds howl at the scent and thunder toward us. Foxes suck the floating ether away, and the smoke clears with it. Sword now? Arthur yanks me back off the bear, flips me stomach down on the ground to grab Excalibur. I roll back just in time to whip the flat of the blade up between a hound's jaws. My arm shakes. I can't hold the hound back. Saliva sizzles on the blade, on my cheek. A crystalline spear shoots straight through its head. I crane my neck back, searching for the source upside down. Sel stands on the island, with the stone. Another spear at the ready. He launches it, impales the second hound, and leaps from the rock to the bank beside my head, eyes on the foxes, a ball of ether already blooming in each palm. Don't ever do that to me again. Before I can respond, a high-pitched whiz streaks by my ear. Tor's arrow, striking a fox in the throat. The other Legendborn stream forward, weapons raised against 4 foxes. Nyx in the air, bringing an ether sword down across a hound's back as he lands. My root barrier is gone. I don't know how. I spring to my feet, but my right arm can no longer take the weight of Excalibur. I can't. Switch to Sinister, Arthur yells. What? Sel's head jerks in my direction. What? Left hand. I'm not left-handed. You are now. I toss Excalibur to my left and feel the familiarity there. The surety. The bear pounds toward me, gone berserk with pain. Sel meets it first, 2 daggers extended. Movement to my left, Ra springs for me. The bear was a distraction, a setup. The demon's fast, but my bloodcraft roars to life, and for a second, I'm just as fast. I spear Roz through his broken ribs, and Arthur's strength helps me push the blade forward and in. Roz claws at Excalibur, but the blade bites into his hands. I lift the demon up, just like he did to Whitty. I watch him writhe and twist on his own death, and laugh. A joyous sound that crashes around the room, a sound that soars over the cries of his dying brethren, and makes Sel and the Legendborn turn to watch us. What are you? Roz croaks. 3 voices answer him in a booming chorus. I am a medium, born from the earth. I am blood-crafted, born from resilience. I am Arthur, awakened. My death means nothing. Killing me won't stop what's coming. There are others of us in your midst, he rasped, stilling on the sword. The line of Morgaine is rising. Let her rise. We will rise against it. Roz growls deep in his throat, and his eyes roll back. He collapses inward, melting around the sword until all that's left is a slimy stream. I stand there, sword still raised, chest heaving, and blood thundering through my veins. Every eye turns to me. Nick, Sel, Greer, bloodied and panting, Ecor covering their faces in torn clothes, piles of easel dust around them. I lower Excalibur, exhaustion overtaking me. All of that power, Vera's, Arthur's, my own. It's too much. My vision blurs and the cave spins. Nick steps toward me, so does Sel. To catch me, I think, before I fall. Now that it's over, maybe I'll let them. But Arthur's not done. To him, it's not over. Without warning, he seizes me up like a puppet, turning me to the Legendborn in the cave and roars. Has it been so long? Do you not kneel for your king? I gasp in the silence after my own words. That's not what this battle was. That's not what this is. That's not who I am. I had to destroy these monsters, I yell at him, and we did. But this is not about demons, this is about you. I fight against Arthur's will, but he will not yield. Not on this. He demands obeisance, homage, deference, especially after Davis's public betrayal. Thankfully, no one moves. Then someone does. No, I whisper, because I don't want to hear it. But when Sel speaks, his voice is strong and clear. Iliniak, Idriaf. The line is law. He drops to one knee and bows his head deep. A second passes. Another voice rises. Sarah's. The line is law. One by one, she and the others bend, kneeling to their king. Kneeling to me. Tor stands still, shock and fury shaking her frame, locking her legs in place. Arthur roars at her insubordination. But I don't care. I turn to Nick, pleading, but there's nothing he can do. His ocean eyes are kaleidoscopes of emotion, turning so fast I can't read them. No. Iliniak, Yodriaf. On the final word, his voice cracks, and despair slashes across his features like lightning. Then a smile. Small, worried, sad. No. His weight shifts. It's okay. Please, don't. But Nick falls to one knee anyway, and bows until I can no longer see his face. This isn't what I wanted, I scream at Arthur. I don't want this. O foe bin bont. Arthur speaks through my voice, so that his answer is both for me and every Legendborn present. They that would be a leader, let them be a bridge. A king's spirit subsides until I am myself again, bereft, empty, buzzing with power. I plunge Excalibur back into its stone, as if to seal Arthur there. I know it's no use. He's a part of me now. Realization dawns through my dizzy, floating brain. The Legendborn remain bowed, because I am the one who must release them. Rise, I whisper, then collapse. Chapter 57. I wake to the sun shining through the curtains. Everything, and I mean everything, hurts. I'm so weak that it takes 3 attempts to turn over on my side in bed. When I do, 2 sticky notes fall from my forehead. You collapsed in the Gulf, but not before driving Excalibur back into the stone. Sel carried you back through the tunnels. It was all very dramatic, or so I've heard. I hooked you up to an IV for fluids, continued, but I expect you'll wake up famished. Alice told me to put G-secrets on the stove. I like her. Lots to talk about. Come down to the great room when you're ready. William. I smile, grateful that Alice knows me so well. Then the memories flow back and take my breath away, until my chest feels like it could collapse. I bury my face in the pillow and cry. For Vera, for my ancestors, for my family, for my mother, for all of my people, for the thread of death and violence forcibly woven into our blood, and the resistance we had to grow to survive it. I cry for the deaths I witnessed and couldn't stop, for Fitz, and Whitty, and Russ. I cry for me. I'm not Nick. I'm not some chosen one. I am the product of violence, and I am the scion of Arthur. And I don't want to be either. I just want to be my mother's daughter, and my father's. I just want to be me. But I know it will never be that simple again. My lineages are bound together in inextricable, horrible truths, and there's no untangling them from my destiny, whether I'm ready to face it or not. Sel bursts through the doors and I shoot upright. Where is he? His hair is sticking up in every direction, his yellow eyes wild, and his clothes are covered with dirt and leaves. Where's who? I croak. I finally take a hard look at my surroundings and realize I'm in Nick's empty room. As Sel blurs from one end of the room to the other, opening the bathroom doors and the closet, a heavy cold feeling settles in my stomach. Sel? When he stops in front of me, he roars in frustration. Sel! His eyes find mine and they are wide. Lost. They took him. They took Nick. I pace the room calling his phone, without success for half an hour, before Sarah stops me and pushes me to the couch. She disappears into the kitchen, mumbling something about caffeine. Panic and tension have set every Legendborn on edge. Has anyone else tried calling him? Tor asks for the 5th time. Kidnappers don't tend to let their hostages call home, Victoria. Sel bites out. He shifts beside me in the chair, and I feel the heat of ether radiating from his skin. How do you know it was Lord Davis and Isaac? I ask around the catch that has formed in my throat. I'm trying to push fear for Nick out of my immediate consciousness, but the efforts are no good. Because, Sel says, shoving himself to his feet, exasperated to be repeating his story for a 3rd time. Isaac mesmered me. I was up late in the kitchen after we returned from the cave, because I couldn't sleep. Isaac slipped into the house. I turned around, and he was there, taking over my vision, eyes locked full mesmer. Then I woke up 30 minutes ago in the woods, 2 miles away from here. He got me out of the picture, so he could grab Nick. And Nick's not in danger? Tor demands. No. I would feel if his life was being threatened. Sel shakes his head. Doesn't mean he's safe, though. But Nick and Bree were in the same room, Felicity says in a wavering voice. She looks horrible. Her hands won't stop shaking. My heart hurts just looking at her, trying to be strong when Russ is gone. Why didn't Isaac take her? Control the Scion of Arthur? Sel's already considered this. Because an awakened Scion of Arthur, he can't control with powers he doesn't understand. It's too risky, dangerous, even for a master. Speaking of powers we don't understand, William enters the room with more records. A medium, you said? And... Sel watches me respond as he paces. Yes. A medium and... a blood crafter. I can generate my own ether. William whistles. Handy. The medium bit explains why Arthur can possess you the way he did. We sometimes inherit personality traits, but what he and you did is nothing I've ever heard of. The Pendragon speaking directly through his scion? You've never heard of it, because it's never happened before. Sel drags both hands through his hair. William, this isn't the time. This is the time, Selwyn, William shouts. "You yourself said you could feel if Nick is in harm's way. He's not. We need to arm ourselves with information about Bree, about Nick, and about how all this happened." Greer shakes their head. "If Nick isn't the scion of Arthur, then why did they take him?" They've been mostly silent on the couch all morning, eyes red-rimmed with tears for Whitty and Russ. Their grief is the voice-stealing kind, the kind that lives in your throat like slivers of glass. "Isn't it obvious?" Sel sneers. "To keep the table from gathering. If they hold him hostage while Comlin has come, the regents will do everything in their power to get the awakened scion of Lancelot back. Give Davis whatever he wants. If they don't, the table will never be at its full strength, and it will fall to the Shadowborn, and to the line of Morgaine, who are now in league with demons, if what the Gourkel said is true." "That's exactly why we need to understand the scion we do have," William says, sitting down on the couch. "Bree is something new, something powerful. We need to understand the situation she's in, and by extension, the situation we're in." He turns to me. "Now, Bree, my theory is that Arthur will inhabit you in ways we've never seen. Not just his abilities, but his spirit, his emotions, memories, possibly." William's grief has sent him diving into work. He's eager to dig into all that Arthur's possession entails. But I have no desire to revisit it, not when I can still feel him in the back of my mind. I hold William's gaze for a long moment, then look away. Tor excuses herself just as Sarah walks in with a carafe of coffee and a tray of mugs. While we've been talking, Greer has been spreading stacks of William's yellow documents and heavy leather-bound records across the coffee table. I still don't get it. How is Nick Lancelot's scion and Bree Arthur's? William rests his hands on his knee. "Bree, this is where we need you to fill in the gaps. Last night when Sel carried you upstairs, you were mumbling about Vera and a baby?" He shakes his head. "Who is Vera?" All eyes turn to me, just as I knew they would. "My ancestor," I say quietly. "She was enslaved on a scion of Arthur's plantation." Greer and Sarah shift uncomfortably on the couch. Sel sucks in a breath between his teeth. I tell them what I saw, remembering it all myself as the words spill forth. I tell them about everything except the woman at the hospital. When I stop, Sel looks at me closely. He knows I'm holding something back. I shake my head imperceptibly. "Later." He narrows his eyes but nods. "Say the names again," William says, rifling through a large, musty-smelling brown book. "The men's names." I take a shuddering breath. "Davis and Reynolds." William stops on a page, trails his finger down until... And there it is. "There what is?" Sarah says. We all lean in over the table. William points to a yellow page with a column of names, dates, and locations. "This is Nick's family, the Davis line. In the early 1800s, Samuel Davis was the scion of Arthur. Samuel," William grimaces, "was a slave owner. He owned a plantation maybe 25 miles from the town." The room falls silent around me. Davis knew. If Vera had his child, that child would be a scion, Sel says. If there was even a sliver of a chance that she was carrying his child, he'd hunt her down. But because she survived, she gave birth to a scion, William says thoughtfully. He turns to me. "Which means that you and your whole family are a splinter in the line. The blood of Arthur has been running in your veins for generations." "And what about Davis's wife?" I asked faintly. "The blonde woman in my vision. She was sleeping with Reynolds." "Her name was Lorraine." William flips to another page in the same book and blows out a breath. He taps a row of notes and names. "Reynolds is the surname of the line of Lancelot, and Paul Michael Reynolds lived near her around the same time. Like Guinevere, Sarah whispers, eyes growing wide. It's just like the legend. Lancelot is Arthur's most trusted knight until he sleeps with the king's wife. Lorraine sleeps with Reynolds and passes the baby off as Davis's. Maybe he was even in on it, since he never found Vera or her child. William nods, staring down at the book on his table. Samuel Martin Davis Jr., born the same year, their only child on record and Nick's ancestor 8 generations back. Reynolds, on the other hand, isn't recorded as having any children until later. He had 3 sons and a daughter. The order has all their records here. Sel stands up, pacing the room. Which means Lord Davis and Nick are not Davises at all, from a bloodline perspective. They're Reynolds, and the Reynolds at the northern chapter right now is from the line of Lancelot. But he's not the eligible scion. Nick is, I whisper, and all eyes turn to me. His face last night, I'd never seen him look so broken. When I look up, I catch William's worried expression, the glance of concern he shares with Sel. I'm worried too. I think about my connection to Nick, our trust and affection. Now I wonder how much of that was me and Nick, and how much was Arthur and Lancelot. Call and response, a king to his first knight, tied together by deep bonds of loyalty and betrayal both. What will we tell the regents? Sarah asks. Tor strides back into the room. Not sure, but I just called their emissary. They're on their way. You did what? Sel roars incredulously. I had to, Tor yells. I'm in charge now, Merlin, and I say we have 2 dead squires, a dead scion, a Godokel who murdered a squire and infiltrated us for months. You heard that thing. There are others embedded in the order. What do you think will happen if we try and hide all that? That was not your call to make, Sel says, between his teeth. And you are not in charge. Bree is. Bree is what? Tor demands. Our king? By accident? This is a mistake. Accident? I growl. Mistake? Alice is on her feet already, fists clenched. Is that what you're calling chattel slavery? 300 years of accident? Tor's face turns red. You know what I mean. I don't think I do, I spit, a flash behind my eyes of Vera's face as she spilled her own blood into the earth. My fingers curl, nails cutting deep into my palm. William's eyes, and Sel's, stare down to my fist and the strength that lives there now. What that man did was not an accident. He knew exactly what he was doing. He liked owning her body, and he wasn't the only one. She wasn't the only one. Suddenly, I want nothing more than to launch myself at Tor. Would the Legendborn stop me? I wonder. Could Sel even stop me? Tor catches sight of my growing anger and takes a step back. But she won't shut up. People gave their lives for this cause last night. And you what? Just showed up at the last minute? I take a step forward, and Sel's arm shoots across my chest. Tor, he booms. Bree is your king, not my king. Tor shakes her head, staring at me accusingly. Not when she doesn't even want to be. The memory of Whitty and Fitz's and Russ's bodies rise up before me, blood spraying into pools so red it was black. Alice steps in front of me, arms crossed. Scion of Tristan, right? Bree doesn't have a choice in any of this, as far as I can tell. She looks Tor up and down. And neither do you, third-ranked. Tor lunges for her so quickly that only Sarah can catch her around the waist, and only Sel is fast enough to move in front of Alice. Alice doesn't even flinch. She's catching on fast, all right. She'd been up early learning all she could from William, but William's had enough. Everyone, calm down, he yells. Tor, Back off. Tor is heaving in her girlfriend's arms. She pulls away, glares at me and Alice both, and speeds out of the room in a gust of wind. In the ensuing silence, William orders, "Take a breath, all of you, before I sedate you myself." I do, but it doesn't keep the world from tilting. I'll wonder if I'll ever see it tilt back in the right direction, or if I need to learn a new way to move through it, a way without Nick, a way where I'm in charge of this. Does a king imagine strangling her own knight? The events in the Ogulf showed me answers, even if those answers are hard and ugly. The same events only gave Nick questions, and we didn't get a chance to talk about them and what they'd mean for us, for the table, for everything we both have known. Soon, Sarah's, William's, and Zell's predictions and plans swirl around me, peppered with occasional references to my new title and rank. Alice holds her own, interjecting with logical questions and demanding answers on my behalf. Zell is adamant that we stand our ground against the regents and start the search for Nick ourselves, but even he doesn't sound so sure of our success without outside assistance. The Order's network can cover more ground than we can, and they're better equipped for a manhunt. Sarah wants to wait for the regents' instructions, but Zell says they'll waste time debriefing all of us about what happened here, me especially. I will have to share Vera's story again. The mage seneschals will want to know about my other abilities, maybe even run tests on me. Zell won't allow it. He thinks I need to select a squire as soon as possible before I take the throne. William argues I need to recover before taking the warrior's oath. In the meantime, the regents will need to confirm Arthur's presence before they transfer power to me and alert the whole order that Kamlan has come. He says that as king, the regents will expect me to promote calm among the order members instead of panic. Then I can gather the table and designate members of the search committee myself. The discussion goes on, and right now, I don't want any part of it. What if the line of Morgaine and the Shadowborn working with them get to Nick first? My own voice floats up and around me, like mist over a pond. I didn't realize I'd possessed the question until it had made itself known. For a fleeting moment, it makes me a little worried that the question didn't come from me at all. What will they do to him? Silence. Anxious glances. No one knows what to make of the Morgaine Shadowborn alliance that we now know exist. I squeeze Alice's hand and stand. I need some air. She lets me go and no one else stops me, because I am their king. I know without looking that it's Sel who eases the door to the balcony open and then closes it behind him, even before I feel the prickle of his gaze on my back. I knew he'd be the one to come to me. Aside from Alice, he's the only one who looks at me like I'm still just Bree. I'm sorry. His voice is quiet, cautious. I nod and grip the wooden railing until it creaks in protest under my fingers. Arthur's strength is terrifying. Are you going to ask what I'm apologizing for? No. The evergreens stand like the last hope of life in the crowded wood, pines like needles and blades against the sky. I envy their readiness. Soon the regents will arrive with questions that I can't answer, and some that I don't want to. His approach is silent, as always, and then he's beside me, leaning forearms on the railing. I don't know how much time we have, but the regents and their mage seneschals will be here soon. We need their resources and intel to find Nick. I know. We will find him, Bree. I swear it. Sel turns toward me, pulling my attention from the trees to his golden eyes. My gaze travels across his dark, hawkish brows, the aquiline curve of his nose, and the inky black hair that curls like feathers over his ears. I nod. We will. My chest clenches. What they did to his mother, his father's abuse, All of it was a lie, Sel. He regards me with solemn eyes. His sacrifices were based on a lie, too. Your mother. He sharpens, tenses. What about my mother? I tell him then, my small lie of omission from inside the lodge. I tell him that I'd seen his mother in my memory walk, that she and my mother had been friends, that she'd been there the night at the hospital, in mourning, that she posed as the Merlin assigned to my mother's case, if that Merlin had even existed, that his mother watched over my family for who knows how many years to ensure that we were safe from the Order. Our mothers were friends, allies. Like Nick, our bloodlines are connected in ways we'd never imagined. When I finish speaking, his mouth has fallen open in silent shock. Sel? It's not that I don't believe you, it's just... He shakes his head, recovers. Even if she escaped their prison, overpowered and mesmered her Merlin guards like Isaac did to me, how could she have survived? At her age and power level, away from the Order, she'd have succumbed to her blood years ago. But at the hospital, I begin carefully, your mother was lucid, focused, mourning but in complete control of her abilities. His eyelids flutter. That's impossible. It is, I whisper, if what the Order told you is true. His dark eyebrows wing upward in shock. Bree, what if Merlins don't have to succumb to their blood? Just what if? He blows out a long, slow sigh. That would change everything we're taught about how our powers progress, how our blood works, while we're owed in the first place. Why they lock us away. His eyes narrow in warning. If that were true, this would be dangerous knowledge to possess, or share, even for you. I figured, I nod, picking at the wood beneath my fingers. It's why I waited until we were alone. We stand in silence for a long moment, considering how much our worlds have already changed, and how much change is still to come. I feel Sel's attention on my cheeks, and wonder when the sparks in his eyes had become a comforting heat. What? I murmur, looking up at him. You are my king now, Karyat. His low voice carries all the intimacy of a caress, and his eyes are melted gold. I turn away, overwhelmed at the meaning in both. I don't ask him what Karyat means, because in my heart, I'm scared of his answer, scared to be torn in two once more when my reality has been a slow shatter all morning. Sel touches my chin, guides my face back to his. Come, let us come. We are at war, against the Shadowborn and the Morganes both, against enemies that can hide in plain sight. A pause while he searches my features. You need your oath to Nick. I cut him off, my voice thin. Sel studies me, sees my twisted heart, releases me with a quiet sigh. Unspoken words hang heavy between us, but he lets them go until they dissipate in the air, to wait for another day. I know he's right. I need a king's mage. I am the most important player on the board now. My life is tied to the lines. And now that I'm awakened, the Shadowborn will come for me. But we will face the shadows. We always have. Arthur's baritone is resonant inside my chest, a bell rung too close. Sel lifts an eyebrow but says nothing at the mage flame that leaks from my skin. Vera hums from within. Even now I can feel the strength she holds, enough to hold Arthur and his call back with ease, until I agree to hear it. There is a cost to being a legend daughter, but fear not, You will not bear it alone. If I concentrate, I can almost feel 3 heartbeats behind my ribs. Different rhythms, different origins. All me. I shudder. Can we get out of here? His mouth quirks into a smile. Chapter 58. We walk slowly side by side through the open yawn of the field beside the quarry. Sel's silence is a balm against the harsh flurry of voices at the lodge. His hands in his pockets, the clean line of his profile in the sun, the relaxed set of his shoulders as he paces. They ease the harsh edges of my anxiety so I can finally breathe and finally think. These are the facts. Nick helped me to find more truths than I'd known to look for, and now he is the one who's lost. Even though his heritage crumbled beneath the weight of my truths, if it were me in Isaac's clutches, and at risk of being hunted by the Morganes, Nick would fight to bring me home, and so I will fight to rescue him. I don't know if it's our inheritances, or our bloodlines, or what we forged together all on our own, but I can feel Nick's absence like an open wound in my chest. I love him. Nick is in my heart, and I am in his. This is irrefutable. No matter how it happened, or when, or why, I won't lose someone that I love again. Not when I have the power to save them. Unspeakable evil gave me Arthur. Vera's resistance gave me power. But I earned my will. The order is in my court now, whether I want it to be or not. The table will look to me to lead. I'm scared, but like Vera said, I'm not alone. As I bend to untie my shoelaces, my companion leans against an oak tree, and our eyes meet. A light prickling pressure passes from him to me, like a blessing, the exact opposite of what he offered the last time we were here together. Sel doesn't ask why we're here. He doesn't ask why I discard my sneakers. He doesn't ask why I bundle my socks and stuff them into the mouth of each shoe. His gaze stays warm on my back as he watches me walk barefoot past him and deeper into the woods the way we'd come. Satisfied with the distance, I crouch in the dirt and look to the sky. I dig my fingers into the cool earth, and it sends whispers up into my arms. I push toes into the buried memories of bodies gone past, bodies running away, and bodies bearing through. This is why I'm here. I need one wild horizon, one sharp moment that belongs only to me, before I return to battle. No more before, no more after. Only now. I surge forward, and the strength of armies sings through my muscles. Survive, resist, thrive. Each pound of my feet echoes in my joints like a blacksmith's hammer, ringing loud into my bones and ligaments and sinew, until the forest blurs past in a stream of moss greens and umber browns. I sprint fast and faster, and then I'm in the air, leaving the earth and the trees far behind me. The end. Hey y'all, this is Dozy. This is the end of the first Legendborn book. I had a great time reading this, and I hope you all enjoyed. I don't usually read the author's note at all, even when I'm just reading, but for whatever reason I felt compelled to read this one, and I'm glad I did. I felt like it added so much more depth and complexity to the book. Tracy Deonn, the author, her story I feel like is so beautiful and so powerful, so I decided to just read it now. Author's note. In a lot of ways, Bree's story is my story. When my own mother died, I learned that I had just become the 3rd consecutive generation of daughters who lost their mothers at a young age, that we know of. This realization was sharp and quick and impossible, and the exact moment when Bree and Legendborn began to take shape. Death is rife with odd ironies. Growing up, I had on occasion seen my mother's wound, but not understood its nature. It took losing her to recognize that wound as grief. And of course, the event that helped me understand her is the exact event that took her away. I wanted to compare notes, but that's not how my story works. Instead, I wrote my own explanation. In order to create the magic and legacy that answers Bree's questions, I took hold of the power of loss in my matrilineal line, then wove that pattern into the otherworldly qualities of the woman in my family. Bree's story is, at its core, a story about someone who wants to understand the role of death in her life. It's about Black motherhood and Black daughterhood. But it's also a story of someone who wants very much to understand and honor her mother and ancestors. Grief and trauma. Legendborn addresses several types of trauma. Bree's grief-related trauma is directly drawn from my own experiences. In the book, she suffers from acute traumatic grief, PTSD, and early symptoms of persistent complex bereavement disorder, PCBD. Reflecting my current non-professional understanding of those conditions, PCBD is a relatively recent addition to the DSM-5 amid evolving research. In my case, it took a year after my mother's death to seek the support of a bereavement specialist, and 10 years before I began focused grief treatment with a trauma professional. In the interim, I lost my biological father and the father who raised me. Part of why I wrote Legendborn is because I hope to raise awareness of these sometimes comorbid conditions, particularly when they occur due to the loss of a parent, and/or when they occur in young people. Many people live with these disorders, undiagnosed, and suffer in silence due to how our society treats grief and death. Many people turn away from this type of suffering, even those who are suffering themselves. If that's you, just know that you're not alone, and that trauma is treatable. Legendborn also addresses intergenerational trauma experienced by descendants of enslaved people, the ways in which trauma can manifest between parents and children, and the legacies of racial trauma, oppression, and resilience. Rootcraft. In addition to drawing on my own life to create the fictional magic system of Rootcraft, I took inspiration from African American history and spiritual traditions. In particular, I focused on root work, also known as hoodoo or conjure. Root work was developed by enslaved Africans and their descendants under American chattel slavery, and it can be traced from its historic origins to varied practices in present-day African American communities. Root work is not a centralized tradition, and practitioners from different families, regions, and times have their own gospel and what it looks like. But there are common aspects, many of which can be found in other traditions and religions, including those with roots in West Africa. Rootcraft in Legendborn borrows 4 of these common elements: ancestor reverence and communion, the ritual use of organic materials, naturopathic medicine and healing, and themes of protection. Root work is a historic and living folk tradition and spiritual practice, but it is not the practice in my book. While rootcraft magic Bree explores in the book is fictional, I chose to use the term root in Legendborn for 4 reasons. To set this type of ancestral, organic magic apart from the magic of the Order. Because of the power of this world in my community, imagery using root exists across Black music, pop culture, and film. Because for me, and many other Black people in the South, it feels as if the very soil that helped grow this country is soaked with the acknowledged and unacknowledged blood, sweat, and tears of enslaved Africans and their descendants. And in truth, it is. To hint at the solution to Bree's turmoil in the book, which is to recognize the living nature of love in her life, alongside death, and to literally go underground to find the truth of her origin. UNC Chapel Hill history. When I talk about Legendborn, I often talk about King Arthur, and when I first fell in love with Arthurian legends. Susan Cooper's The Dark is Rising sequence in 1995, by the way. I also say that it's about the ways of grief and history walk beside us. UNC Chapel Hill is many things. My alma mater twice over, a beloved epicenter for some of my favorite memories, the oldest public university in the country to admit, and graduate students, a site of local and national history, a school casually abundant with secret societies, and, undeniably, a campus and community still reckoning with its deep connections to slavery. Legendborn is a contemporary fantasy work of fiction, whose setting is a real place with real history. I made up the Order of the Round Table in early college. The cemetery is real, but I added mausoleums. I took some liberties with Battle Park and campus geography. The unsung Founders Memorial exists, but I moved its location. There is no Carr statue, but the Confederate monument known as Silent Sam stood for over 100 years on Carolina's campus and was the subject of decades of debate and protest until it was taken down by activists in 2018. Some of the most painful stories in the book are facts. The unmarked, disrespected, and segregated graves, the open brutality of the real Julian Carr against an unnamed woman, that Black students live and learn on campus built by enslaved people, held in bondage by celebrated men who would have wanted to enslave us too. These facts and monuments have mirrors in other spaces and at other schools, and I hope light continues to be shined on them. King Arthur. If one must find Arthur's beginning, I would turn to Wales. Still, I could never list all of my sources for Arthurian lore and legend. Like Nick says, 1,500 years is a long time. Arthuriana is absorbative and have always invited invention and reinvention. Arthur exists in a network of narratives. There's no single story, no sacred text, no definitive version, no single voice. Instead, there are many versions of many legends, reimaginings, and retellings. Consider Legendborn a contribution to the collection. To me, Arthur represents the seat of the canyon of Western legend. Arthuriana is an opportunity for us to reorient ourselves to the stories we preserve and rediscover who gets to be legendary.